SPI tales, my
Yeah.
old playalistics.
Yeah. So it's like, basically the grunt, like basically what this video basically is about is like it's called like celibacy. And like I was celibate for 27 years and I lost my shit at 27 and I kind of regret it. But the reason why I want to do this video too, man, is and I feel like it's a good topic because I want to get you on in on it. And if anybody else, and if the viewers, when we get some viewers in here, whoever's want to join the discussion, they can join it. Because like for me, I don't give it how long this video is because I want to get in-depth discussion, and I think it would be cool to have your view on it, my view on it, and celibacy with MGTOW, and do guys some believing? Do guys how can I say this? How do some guys practice celibacy? What's the takes on it? Well, basically, let's get to the grunts of this video. All right, how I usually do my videos, and man, I'm pretty sure you've seen my other streams before. I get a brief synopsis of it, and I get to the grunts of the video. All right. What up, YouTube? This your boy No Filter right here. I got my big bro, my brother MA right here. But today's topic video is about MGTOW celibacy. And as you know, you can interrupt anytime you want to, MA. Basically, this topic right here is a topic I can truly relate to because I got a personal experience with this. And growing up, being especially growing up, my dad always advocated celibacy for me. When I was in my blue pill days, I wanted to lose my virginity when I was a kid. So I only lose my virginity when I got married, but I got out of that blue pill bullshit mindset. So I got a guest right here today, which is, this is rare. I'm gonna start doing this more often, people. I want to get Stanford MGTOW, but I know he works during the week, so I'll try to get a lot of other MGTOW guests on here. So MA, what's your thoughts on celibacy? Because I really want to get the grunts of it. So let's open discussion up.
No, I definitely don't think the celibacy is a practical thing to kind of preach.
Yeah.
Right off the bat to a lot of sort of dudes.
Yeah.
However, I think that if you're willing to take up the challenge, there's a lot of benefits to it. There's definitely a lot of benefits to it because it provides you doubling down on actualization. I mean, that's what it's really about, and it's actualization, and also you are totally removing risk behavior. And when you do that, I mean, you're good to go. I mean, what do you really got to worry about if you don't have to worry about knocking up broads or STDs and all that other shit? I mean, so
go ahead. Yeah. And the reason why I'm also making this video topic too, because I had a fucking scary situation. I tried to do it in one video and it kind of like I fucked it up, so I was like, fuck, I'm discussing another video today and whatever, and then whatever. But the reason I'm bringing this topic up too, because last year I had a fucking scare, dude. It was one of those things where like you fucking whatever, right? This is a fucking channel. It's called No Filter, people, so you gonna hear some damn dirty words. If you don't want to hear that shit, you need to take this shit on somewhere else. But still, like last year, I'm not gonna get into the grunts of details about it. Like, all right, we get down dirty, whatever, we fucking whatever, and like the condom, like a piece of condom fucking kind of fell off, not all of it, and I pulled the fuck out. I caught that shit early, but man, that shit was like, I was like, dude, I'm fucking scared as fuck. I never been to the clinic that Monday. I tell you, this is why I'm doing this video too, for like you MGTOWs out to tell you that sex is a fucking scary ass thing, man. Like you sitting there. And like usually you see you gotta go to a clinic, you make fun of that shit. Yeah, nigga, you gotta go to the clinic. But when your ass is in that clinic, I never forget it, man. Like I was in that clinic, dude, watching the video, and it was like a fucking, had this movie about HIV, and this chick get HIV and like they fucked unprotected, and the dude got the package. I'm watching this shit like, man, I never thought in a million years I'll fucking be in a situation. And after that condom bust dude at the situation, I'm thinking to myself, I hope she didn't pop a fucking pregnant, dog, because the last thing I'm fucking need is a fucking baby in my life. But the reason why I'm thinking this topic is so important, not just for MGTOW related, but for men in general, and I agree with you, MA. I think that like celibacy, if you go do celibacy, I think you really need to I think discipline. I think the reason why I advocate celibacy, start off small. I say try to go 2 weeks without sex. So try to go a week or 2 weeks without sex. And if like you really can discipline yourself enough, like I always talk about this doesn't help celibacy either. Porn. Like if you watch a lot of porn, the chance of you being celibate is a whole fucking different thing. It's like I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's like the chances of you doing it, you probably end up going back to the whole idea of I gotta fuck every chick I see. But the reason why I'm bringing it up, man, is I feel like we need to really have a felt in discussion. A lot of the times, because in America, like one thing I fucking hate about in this gynocentric society, it's like everything is nowadays. You see in commercials, everything is about sex, 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 sex. Even rappers advocate the shit. And it's like, me and you, I mean, we talked about doing podcast about doing music and hip hop and MGTOW perspective, seeing hip hop from a MGTOW perspective. But but it's like, what I'm saying, like even to the point where it's like rappers, society's constantly telling men, or you see a guy like you mentioned in the stream you had yesterday was saying for MGTOW about how a man can shoot up a gym with 20 women, and the first thing they'll say, well, a nigga can't get laid. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's your first reaction to a guy shooting up a gym with 20 women. Oh, he couldn't get laid. And the reason I want to bring this topic up too is because one, I hate that fucking dumbass narrative, because one is bullshit. Because the thing is, the reason why I hate that dumbass shit, because even I heard that shit when I was getting frustrated with women, like when I was my blue pill days. Like, man, you just can't get a female because you fucking can't get laid because of so and so. You can't get laid. Listen, I'm like, yeah, like getting laid is the fucking the pivotal point of my life. Like, really, dude, I can get more shit done not getting laid than anything else. But the reason why I want to discuss this, because I feel like I fucking hate it. Like, you see a guy be virgin, like a guy, you see a woman that's a virgin, they advocate that shit, like save your body. Well, bitches don't, bitches being virgins nowadays is slim to fucking none. But still,
yeah.
Is
that even a thing?
Yeah, it's a fucking thing. But saying like women, like girls at a very young age, especially if the father there, or mother there, save your body, do this and that, this and that. When it's for guys, lose your virginity. You even got you can have blue pill friends that advocate, like I was talking about when I was a virgin. When I was a virgin at the time, I waited 27 years, dude. I went 27 years without fucking. Like, that was a fucking monument to go for me, and I realized I was so fucking happy when for those 27 years I didn't have sex and I got more shit done. Yes, I was kind of there was a lot of time, frustrated times.
See, I was a late bloomer too. I was about 20, man, but my circumstances were way different. And it's all about focus and obsession. So even though I was a late bloomer, I was obsessed about it, fucking obsessed, right? And I used to lie my ass off, be telling all my I lied so well about getting pussy when I was like a teenager and shit, that all my friends would come to me for advice on sex shit.
Mm-hmm.
Women, fucking dudes, it didn't matter. It all come to me because I was reading up on it. I was obsessed with it. All every avenue of information I could get, I absorbed it. But fucking I was a late bloomer. I was terrified of that shit. So it was a form of celibacy, but not really. See, that's the thing. And this is what we're really talking about. It's about focus, right? If you're celibate but you're still obsessing about it, it's not, then maybe it's not something you should do. So why would you advocate for a mental condition of obsession? I mean, this is really a very personalized thing, and not all cats are gonna catch on. Not even some red pill cats can even catch on to this, and it may not be for them. However, if you can get to that focus level, and sometimes it really comes down to the initial step is the delay of gratification. If you can do this in any part of your life, it's dope. Like, even try it with food, right? Like, go out to a really dope restaurant or cook yourself something if you're a good cook, right? And then the delay of gratification when it comes to food is that you set up and ritualize that shit, right? Set everything up, all good to go. And then when you do taste it, you savor it. That's kind of like a delay of gratification with something simple like food. Do it something different. Like, say, like you like to drink. Don't drink 3, 4, 5 times a week. Set that aside, ritualize it, savor it. And then the baby step, if you're trying to get to celibacy, like a lot of other addictions, let's look at pussy as an addiction, would be to delay a gratification as much as you can for little lengths of time, right? Don't set this goal on like, I'm never gonna get pussy. I'm always gonna deny pussy whenever the opportunity drops in my lap. Man, you crazy. It does not necessarily work like that. You got to do the baby step thing if you're even interested in this idea, right?
Yeah, I mean, but before, like, you know, for me, for 27 years, I'd say for 27 years, like, I kind of did it out. I kind of was trying to do that self-discipline thing, to discipline myself to be like, man, I can do this shit. I can do this shit. And then I turned 27 and I finally caved the fuck in and said, you know what? I just want to get this shit over with, man. It's one of those things where it's like, and the reason why I say, because like I talked about in the previous stream about it, I tried, like, the reason why I regret losing why sex is overrated. And I was trying to get into the grunts of that. I was trying to discuss, like, you know, me losing my virginity. And it's like, I fucking regret losing it, man. Like I know a lot of guys, you know, shout out to the world viewers watching this thing, but like, you know, when I lost my virginity, dude, for the first time, it felt good. The second time did not end so well because half the condom busted. So I have to fucking stop. I stopped that shit immediately. Got tested the day after, the next day, and that shit came back negative. Thank fucking God. And I said, after that shit came back negative, I told myself, no more fucking more, dude. I'm celibate, man. I'm done, man. I mean, dude, like, I know a lot of men, you know, they have one pregnancy scare or condom bust, and they'll go right back to that shit. But like, the reason why I think, you know, why I say MGTOW also saved my life too, I relate in celibacy to MGTOW, is that when MGTOW teaches you, it's self-discipline, man. It's disciplining yourself enough to say, you know what, a condom bust, that should be a telltale sign, dude. Slow the fuck down. And man, you know what I'm talking about. Like, you know how many.
Yeah, no, I've had it all, man. So, and you know, there's some other things, like there's definitely STDs, some of which are lifelong, some of which you can clear up. I'll tell you one thing that's really common. Dudes don't talk about it almost ever. There's a different kind of burn. It's called a UTI. Other shit. You can catch it from other shit, right? Just not washing, a variety of reasons. However, every time I caught one was going raw dog and a bitch that was probably needed a douche or do some shit, or her pH balance was off, and that shit. But here's the thing: I've never experienced pain like like fucking piss and blood, and that's what a UTI is. You're piss and blood, homie, and that's not a joke.
Dude, I tell you, from fucking one experience, and I had to fucking stop fucking, and I said, I'm officially fucking done. When it was like a week, 2 weeks after that shit, I had a burning feeling, and I could barely sit down. And it was not one of those burning feelings where it was like it was like a feeling where you can it goes away, comes right back. And then when it officially went the fuck away, I went to the clinic again. They tested me, the shit came back negative. And I told the doctor said, man, look, he said, look, dude, he's like, this your second time in this clinic, man. I said, I advise you right now to either stop or double bag that shit. And I don't use double bag reference. If any MGTOWs out there, I don't condone. For me, I stay away from sex altogether because that shit dangerous. But still, like, if you gonna do that shit, what's that shit? What they call it? The dental floss, whatever. Like, if you gonna do that shit, double bag it. Put 2 condoms on. So goddamn it, one bust, you got another one on. But man, by the time I got done with that shit and that burning feeling went the fuck away, I said, you know what, dog? I am officially fucking done, man. And I said, this shit ain't no fun, man. And man, you know what I'm talking about, man. You been in that clinic before. You sitting there, you seen other dudes, you seen women and shit. You be like, man, what the fuck am I doing here, man? What the fuck was I on? And it's like, God.
I got a UTI once, and I just didn't have the option. Like, my week was set up like it was. I think I caught it like on a Sunday night. I had it going on a Monday, and the whole week I was doing like double backs, weird shifts, 12-hour shifts, a little bit of time off, and then another 12-hour shift. Other people was calling in, like it was just, and the whole time, like I just couldn't. If I had left, I would have lost a job. So I'm literally at work for like 12 hours at a time, and I was unsupervised, so in and out of the bathroom every 2 minutes. You know what, man? The craziest thing, and I'm gonna get detailed with this because just to drag it home, like you treat your shit like like when the toothpaste gets low and you gotta roll the shit. You do that because when a UTI it's like it's tricking your senses. You're trying to get out this infection, right? That's why you have the sensation. And you're trying to roll that shit out. Like you're trying to squeeze it out, like, but it won't come out because you're infected. You got bacteria up in that bitch, right?
Ooh. Dude, even speaking on even oral sex, oral sex, like the whole point when the guy was telling me was like, so besides penetration, did you give oral? I'm like, was you giving oral? I was like, yeah, I don't give females oral. Fuck that shit. Hell nah, man. But like when she gave me oral and dude was like, we gotta check you, you know, penis, we gotta check it, whatever. I'm not gonna say sack, whatever. I'm trying to keep this shit PC, man. Cup, not to fucking turn people out, discuss people out, but like still, like
no, it's called no filter.
yeah. Let's say penis, nigga. Fuck that shit, okay? Goddamn it, penis, man. Penis. And the dude was like, man, like you got to check my balls, like man, bruh. I'm looking at this shit like, man, I ain't never doing this shit ever again, bruh. Fuck this shit. Hell no. And you know, I feel like the reason why this topic is so fucking important, MGTOW or not, dude, men discuss this shit, okay? Like, look, I know men in America. It's been wired in our DNA from time we was boys from time we was a kid, from a baby to a kid to a preteen to a teenager to a young adult to a grown ass man. Like, it's been wired in our boys to fucking fuck everything. But dude, when you have a fucking condom break and MA, you know what the fuck I'm talking about. The two, yeah. And anybody that's watching this, you know what the fuck I'm talking about. You in that fucking clinic and you watching a fucking movie about that shit and you looking at your life like, what the fuck am I doing here, man? I can't believe I'm in this shit. The whole point, and I was talking to this one dude. And,
you know what a humbling moment should be even before the clinic, right? So if you had a condom break, sometimes that shit, you'll be going in, right? You're on that animal level, so you don't notice for a minute. When you finally notice, you're like, oh shit, you stop. Yeah. And then the bitch looks at you and she's like, you gotta take it out. So you all up in it with your fingers, all up fucking knocking on the bitch's cervix and shit, trying to get really deep, trying to feel for this shit. It's the most embarrassing shit for her and you.
It is, bro.
And it's like, it's a humbling moment because you realize just how corny and stupid and basic sex can be. Like, what?
It is. And it's all this shit. I don't realize, like, my father told me some real shit a long time ago about like sex. That shit is personal, bro. That shit is some personal shit. And even though I don't condone marriage, I say fuck marriage and fuck tradition, wife and girlfriend, all that other bullshit and family, all the shit going on. I understand why people say get married. I don't condone it, but I understand why people traditionally say get married. But even that, it's not even say if you get married to one person, guess what happened? She can be fucking her ex-boyfriend behind your back and you get the package. So I mean, it's not even guaranteed with that shit. But like I said all the time, sex is a personal fucking act. Fuck with the rappers, fuck with the media, fuck with these people try to tell you. Like even when you watch porn, for prime example, and you see them dudes you go run on porn stars, you be like, man, look, she fine as fuck, nigga, but she ain't worth me going raw on that, bro. Fuck that shit. That shit's some scary ass shit. And like you said, that is a humbling moment. Like when you have to pull out and the chick say pull out and you going full animal savage in that shit, like you like, what the fuck is going on here? And you gotta pull the fuck out, like, man, you humble like a motherfucker, dude. That's some crazy shit.
That's one thing I don't understand is that I see even in this day and age with all this education, with all this information, and even, you know, when guys do talk, like just regular cats, like 2 blue pill cats, like cats are actually saying, oh, yo, the pull-out method is credible. You know, like with going raw dog pull-out method. Like, are you out of your goddamn mind? These motherfuckers don't understand a thing when it comes to biology and anatomy, whatever.
Yeah, and some people, what guys don't realize the fact, the reason why I feel like this topic is so fucking important is that, man, we need to start, you know, if you know what I'm saying, like when guys say, if you just pull out, you ain't even give it. What if you do pull out and the chick still get pregnant? I mean, you gotta understand, like that was my fucking thought alone, not just me. Oh my god, I might have the package, but she might pop up pregnant, and she could give me a call like, I'm pregnant, and luckily she never was. I fucking thank God. And I put after that burning feeling went away for a couple of weeks or so, like you said, you was bleeding and shit. But I had a hard time sitting down. And when I looked at God, I said, look, I'm not really religious like that, but I do believe in God. But I looked at God.
I was praying. I'm like, yo, deliver me from this pain. I
prayed to him that one night. I said, God, you put this game pain away. I'm fully in your hands, man. I'm officially fucking done. There's nothing. I like I said before, dude. Like I'm one of those people where I ain't gotta make the same mistake. I ain't gotta make the same. I can make one mistake and learn from it and never go back to it. Cause to me, dude, every time you stick your dick in a bitch, even if you got a condom on, even if that shit secure as fuck, even if the date on the condom is up to date. it ain't a guarantee that shit can fucking still bust, man. Like if you put it on the wrong, it's like, and the one thing I often say I hate about sex when it comes to people, when it comes to just sex in general, a lot of men fucking brag about fucking bitches. I hate making, I don't like discussing race on my fucking channel, but like black men, we are the fucking worst at this shit. For us, it's like we bang bitches, like we take that shit as, oh yeah, it's a pride of honor that we fuck. Like I was talking to one, I'm in the back room, whatever. This is a story, whatever detail. And the dude was like, he just got out of jail. I think he spent 5 years in jail. And he said after he got out, he fucked 30 women in 1 week. Now I don't know how the fuck is that possible, but I said I ain't gonna put it past you, bro. This dude was like, and the dude, because it was the other dude back then, he was married. He was like, man, I just got tested because I just wanted to make sure, I just want to make sure that I just want to know my results. The dude was like, and the other guy was married. And me was talking to him. I said, dude, 30 women though. He's like, yeah, man, them bitches was fine as fuck. I said, did you use a condom? He's like, no. I'm like, what the fuck?
See,
like,
I mean, this mentality, right? Oh, she might want to turn that down a little bit. I can hear my echo.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, let me adjust it. But like, yeah, still like,
even though brothers are a little bit more vocal about this is a ubiquitous phenomenon across all different cats, like braggadocious shit. And it's weird. It's like if the validation just to bone abroad isn't good itself. And it's because if it was, you know, it would curb itself, but nah, it's like, and then it's not good enough to just bone one.
Yeah.
You got to have access to like 5 or 6 at the same time. And you got to run through them.
Yeah.
But here's the thing about it is, if it wasn't about validation, then why the fuck you run telling that? Why are you run telling that?
Yeah. I mean, you got to be careful with that shit. It's like, I never understood, even before I even had sex, I never understood bragging about how many bitches you fuck. It don't make you no better person. It's not, you ain't getting no done. I can see if you started a business and was a $1 billion business, or you brought a brand new car, house, got a great career. Brag about that shit. That's shit I'm bragging about. But you bragging about you fucked some bad bitch last week in the club. Like, nigga, I don't give a fuck about you and your fucking validation. Like, that's what I'm like. For me, it's like, I never understood the whole point of bragging about how many bitches you fucked just to get the point across. Like, I'll never forget it. Like, I was like a preteen teenager, 16 at the time, and I watched porn for the first time in my life. And I never really like, I watched it, but it was never one of those things where, oh my god, man, I gotta fucking have it. Even when I was a horny teenager, I was always thinking about sex, which is part of the teenager growth thing, whatever. But like, when you fucking get older, man, you start realizing, because I turned 29 this year. The older you get, the more you realize, man, that sex shit, the whole point about, you know, women in general, that shit is overrated as fuck, dude. Like, I talked about, like, I had sex for the first time, and like, I'm one of those people where I can fuck one woman out of every year, and that's how I did with 2015. That's my motto. If I would do it this year, I just fuck one chick and that's it. I can't fuck 10 different women. I can only fuck one woman out of a whole year. You know how much discipline that shit takes, man? Like, just to fuck one woman out of every year, out of every month that passed, whatever month I decide to fuck a chick. And I said, you know what? I'm just gonna fuck one girl, and that's it. Like, you know how much discipline that shit takes? Like, a lot of men can't even go one day, they'll fuck a chick, the next day they fucking another chick. Like, nah, man, I can't do that.
You know, it's advantageous, like, even for the cats that are caught up in a relationship or in a marriage, and they're still, you know, they're kind of like on that purple pill, red pill shit. Here's the thing. There's another incentive to try to slow your roll with your own urges, right? Because I will challenge anybody that might be listening that is still married or still in a relationship, or even with a fuck, but well, you might fuck it up with the fuck buddy. Anyway, try this.
Fuck buddy.
One of the biggest power plays a woman has in a relationship is the access to the sex. Flip that shit. Deny a bitch repeatedly. Yeah. And guess what happens? Power is restored to you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And this is only a temporary kind of thing, because it's a temporary or midterm thing. Because long term, she will lose her mind. She might step out on you, because bitches are not used to this. They're like being denied, right? But short term, you will see immediate results. Just because, like, one, they're like, what? Like my thing that like I own this. I own that dick. I own this pussy. I own all this sex shit between us. You don't have a right to deny me. What the fuck? But when you do it, like it's an interesting phenomenon. You start to realize what's really at play with these sorts of relationships, even marriages. Like, so if a man can get to the level where he can, just, be cool on his own, or just not that big of a deal, he restores some dignity and power within that relationship because he can send a clear message. Hey, you ain't gonna fuck me like this. You ain't gonna have me going out doing stupid shit or having me behave in a certain way just to get access to pussy. It's not about that for me. If you can take that stand, you'll see a difference in this relationship. The only thing is that it can backfire because there are some bitches out here that'll be like, oh, really? I'm gonna go fuck your best friend, then fuck you. Like, I mean, it's not a flawless thing, but it's a good experiment just to kind of see how things work. So,
but like what people need to realize though about sex, that shit is personal, man. For every person of me. And what guys don't realize, every time you stick your dick in the bitch, protected or not, that shit can go fucking fly left, man. I remember this solely that moment that condom, the piece that kind of fucking fell off. And like that, like they always say, it doesn't matter whether you fully protected and the piece of condom fly. So the moment that flesh hit that chick's skin, you don't know what the fucking happened. So it's like when people try to say, man, sex, this shit is natural. Yes, it's natural. But see, here's the thing. What those guys, them blue pill motherfuckers or purple pillers, or what these dudes that brag about how many bitches they fucking, what they don't want to tell you is all the time they went to the clinic, all the time in the bathroom shaking their fucking leg, not knowing they got some, not knowing they got the package or not, or all the time they got some chick pregnant and she at Planned Parenthood, or she's shaking his boots, or like for me, I would never want to be this moment.
You know what that's related to, man? It's about a lack of dignity. So even cats with mad arrogance, mad confidence, because they get so much validation from getting pussy, they lack dignity because they don't even motherfuckers that work out that are on that health food shit can still engage with this reckless behavior, and they're like, they don't give a fuck about their body, right? Because why would you spend all this time and dedication and discipline working out, eating right, and then you go out and just getting mad fucking ass left and right with random bitches? Like, this is reckless fucking behavior. Like,
that's reckless as fuck. That's reckless as fuck, and I agree with you, man. That shit is reckless as fuck. I don't give a damn. I'm a man myself, dude. Look. I got a niece, I got a mom, I got a sister and everything. I love them personally. I hold them dearly close because like my dad's no longer here. So, I hold them dearly close to my heart. But like, even with all that bullshit, dude, like that shit is mad fucking reckless, dude. I don't give a fuck how you justify it. Like, like I always say this to me, I don't like to fucking play double standard here. It's like when women get sleep with 50 dudes, it's like she's a hoe. But you can call a dude the same thing, because sleeping with 30 females, dog, I don't give a fuck what you is. That shit is mad fucking dangerous, man. Because a lot of these females, I'm gonna fucking tell you, this ain't even about a race thing. This is just women in general. Most of the time when females fuck, they don't even get tested. The only time they really get tested if it's like, okay, if it's one of those things where they just something fucking happens, so that they just decide to get tested. But like, I had a friend of mine, I'm not gonna say his name to keep his name differently, but he was like, whatever. He was talking to this chick, whatever, and they were about to fuck. He was like, before we do anything, we gotta get tested. She was like, nah, I ain't finna get tested. Which means is she knows she got some shit, but she ain't trying to do that. I'm like, nah, man. Nah, bro, fuck that shit, dude. I don't understand it. Cause like for me, even when I was like my blue pill days, when I was a blue pillar, and I had that whole, man, I gotta get this shit over with. And the moment I lost that shit, cause even I tell you flat out, dude, when I was like celibate for 27 years, and after 27, I lost my virginity. I was, to be honest with you, MA, and a lot of men don't talk like this. I regret losing that shit, man. I regret losing it. I know a lot of people like, man, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, dude, I regret losing that shit because one, even though I was kind of frustrated too, sexually frustrated, because I wasn't getting no ass and chicks was making fun of me because I was a virgin and shit like that. But like, I was mad at my motherfucking self, but like, I was mad at myself that I fucking gave in to the shit. Because once I lost it, I'm like, this is it. Like, any guy.
Well, see, that's the funny thing. A lot of the time that the first time can be underwhelming, but instead of being like, okay, I got it, been there, done that. I'm gonna go on with the rest of my life, take one day at a time. Rather than have that mentality, like fuck that shit, I'm gonna double down, and then they get addicted.
Yeah.
Not even with the cum, man. The cum is just like a bonus. You're getting addicted to the validation cycle.
Yeah. I mean,
Addicted to the novelty of each and every woman. It's like, because when you meet a chick, it's almost like there is like some concrete shit in the back of our mind. This delusion, this hunt delusion, right? That like, you know what? If I can get this certain kind of bitch, this badass bitch, or this cocky bitch, or this really nice sweet bitch, we look at them, and we don't talk about this too, because this kind of, you know, might even give some credence to some accusations on men. But to a certain extent, it is true. Like, we have this conquering mentality. That's part of the biology at play, right? It's not that you actually want to conquer the bitch, because that's not a real thing. You don't conquer people like that mentally or physically. But what's happening is like your body just wants you to get that seed out there.
Yeah.
That's all it wants you to do. And so you're going to process that mentally in a lot of really strange ways.
Yeah.
Right. So.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, people gotta understand sex. That shit is personal, man. That's some scary ass shit. Like, bro, y'all don't understand. I'm talking about the worst thing ever. The worst thing ever a guy could fucking experience is hearing 2 words. This was my biggest thought when that comment bust. I'm pregnant. Yo, like any man, know every man probably been through a situation. If you've been in a moment, you going full on savage in that shit, and like on that shit, and next thing you know, you at her crib, but she at your crib, and she be like, okay, you buy the pregnancy test, and she pissed on that shit. That was my first thing thought to my mind, is like, she would have called me and she was like, I think I'm pregnant. And then you have to go, like, that was my first thought ever coming to my mind. Like, the moment like they condom bust, the whole bunch of negative thoughts come into your head, like, if this shit.
Yeah, the gravity of the situation kind of finally hits you. The shit that wasn't really on your mind was in the recess of your mind, because you don't want to hear that shit. You want to think about those realities while you're trying to get in, right? That's not a thing.
No,
that shit doesn't exist. There are no risks. I'm like,
what these guys understand is, like, I'm not saying nothing wrong with it. Like, if you protecting yourself and you doing what you have to do, like you constantly doing your recent checkups. But dude, I don't advocate sex. To me, I think celibacy is the only way a guy can really protect himself. Cause like all them times when I was a virgin, and all those times I was a virgin, and people was asking me, you know, my friends make fun of me. I got make fun of that shit because I was a virgin. And I hated it because I was going through one experience, especially, you know, being 21, 23, being a young guy. You know, you're still trying to find your way and your path and all of the shit. So you like, well, it can't be that bad, and it's like whatever, so and so, and it's like I fucking hate it, because like I look back into it now, like I talk about, like I'm gonna do a video about it, and I'm pretty sure I'm trying to get you in on it too, where it's like peer pressure to have sex, because I'm gonna start discussing this more on my channel too, about like peer pressures and the things that, like, we so quick to talk about, like, you know, when a woman's a virgin, she's told her body is a temple. But when a boy is told to lose your virginity, and God, when the friends make fun of it, what, Renee? Go ahead. You go ahead. I mean, what I'm saying, like, when a guy is made fun of for being a fucking virgin, don't you think we need to just have these fair discussions? We should be telling the boys the same thing, instead of, you know, trying to tell the girls, you know, their body's their temple, but you tell the boy, go out there and fuck these chicks. Like, you even see it, like you said before, like, I hate it when guys, you hear a guy get mad and some shit go down, and it'd be like a guy, like a TFL, like the truth of the TFLers out there, the truth of women people out there, which I fucking hate that word, truth for women. Like, look, there's nothing wrong with being alone, man. Fuck that shit. But it's still like them TFLers out there, they was like, oh, those guys can't get no pussy. I'm like, really, dude? Out of all the concerns in the world right now, like, that's the first thing you gonna say to somebody else? Like, I also I forgot what clip it was. I had found the clip he was talking about with Bill Burr talking shit about MGTOW. I'm really gonna rip it, give him a new one, dog. Cause fuck you, Bill Burr, you fucking sellout, you fucking dumbass. And when your wife take your ass to the clinics, I don't fucking feel sorry for you. But going back to the topic, it's like, my problem with, my problem with this whole thing with, like when the guy talks about celibacy, we quit to call him gay, or we quit to say, oh, you a punk because you don't want to have sex. Maybe he got reasons why. Maybe he grew up in a religious background. I don't know, but it's like, my thing has always been is that with celibacy is that it needs to be discussed, man. And it discusses me that we quick to talk about celibacy on women's side, but we don't want to talk about it for men because, we want men to be these ATM machines, ATM machines, utilities, and it's constant just all we just put on earth to here is fuck and produce babies. That's it. And I'm tired of that mentality because one, it's like I'm trying to wake up a whole bunch of people, not just MGTOWs, but really, I'm really just trying to uplift brothers as MGTOW because really I can give a fuck about. Well, let me some matter of fact, hold on, let me send them the link, MA.
All right, I got you.
Yeah, send them the link.
Sometimes we don't talk though. If you don't talk, we gotta kick them.
Yeah.
That's the way it is.
Yeah, but it's like when you get into this conversation, it's like my problem with them is like I have my problem with society nowadays, constantly telling men you gotta fuck women to feel validated. I disagree with that because that's a dangerous, like you said, that's a dangerous, destructive way to live. It's like, so you mean tell me I only feel validated if I'm sticking my dick in the bitch? So I can't what? I'm a fucking comic book creator. I create characters. I create and write characters. Okay, like I get validation for the characters I create when I'm out, I'm out doing me, focusing on myself, like I'm trying to lose weight because I'm not my leg, I'm getting tingling on my fucking leg right now. So I'm trying to be healthy and shit, like drinking water. I try to cut back on my soda intake, but I'm trying to get healthy for me, not for no bitch, not for nobody else. But my problem with these assholes who want to sit here talk about you a punk if you a fucking virgin, like, dude, well, for this is my advice to all you MGTOWs out there. You still celibate, you a virgin? Fuck them haters, man. Fuck them, man. Look, flat out, this is the channel called No Filter. Fuck them, dude. You know why? Look, be proud you a fucking virgin, man. You know why? You can focus on other shit. And even though you gonna have them urges, like in MA, I'm pretty sure you've been there before. You gonna have those fucking urges. You gonna want to fuck some shit because you see it, or you may watch porn, or you may be out with a chick and she wears some leopard print pants and you be hard like a motherfucker. Like, the thing is, the problem with this mentality is that men need to understand is that working on yourself is more important than you getting some ass, man. And that's what this channel is about. That's what this topic is about. It's about celibacy is not just about disciplining yourself to say, you know what, celibacy is about focusing on you, and if you choose to fuck that, I mean, but protect yourself at all costs. But it ain't even a guarantee. Even if you protect yourself, even if you have a condom that's up to date, and to guarantee that shit works, that shit can fucking bust. So like I'm saying is the problem with these Americans that I wish society to be different. Like saying, you know what, we need to instead of us trying to shame these boys or when a man flips the fuck out and do some crazy shit, instead of they being reaction is, oh, he didn't get laid, so he hated women. I'm like, no, he don't hate women. He just, it's like, look, stop trying to validate yourself because 1 second that's some pure bullshit to the fuckery. And I hate that dumbass mentality because one, it's like it's a sad day in hell where the only way a man feel validated if you stick your dick in the bitch. I'm sorry, man. I'm tired of that shit. I'm really tired of it. And for me, I really gonna talk more about it. Is that for me, I'm not just gonna talk about women on this channel, but I'm talking about like society standards, like the pressures and things that men have to go through. Like
it's a vulnerability. I mean, this dynamic of male sexuality is a vulnerability. The cool thing about it is that, I think most men have the capability of, restoring some dignity and going about all that a little bit, better for their own selves, not for anybody else. I mean, you ain't got to do anything for anybody.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you first and foremost is just understanding, what recklessness actually is. And there's two parts to this. Is it reckless to you and your persons, your body, your personhood, right? And or is it reckless to other folks? That's another shit that doesn't even get discussed. Like, and I can attest to this because in my womanizer days, right, I was so addicted by this validation that I did lose morality. I used to fuck dudes' wives and shit.
Damn.
Right? And I did it a few times. And I didn't really give it a second thought. In fact, I was so twisted. I would allow some of that darkness, knowing, that I'm like, knowing that like my my actions have these reverberating consequences to other people's lives. Like if I was different to it, I almost kind of like dug it because I'm like, yeah, I'm the man. I be fucking, you know, I could fuck your bitch. You know what I mean? That when you get to that level, you lost your way, man. You lost your way as just a fucking human being at that point. Like, what the fuck? What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead.
And that's the dangers of that's the dangers of that shit. Like for me, the reason why I'm scared to go back, the reason why I don't want to have no more sex no more, because I'm scared. That was my biggest fear. That's why I waited 27 years to lose my virginity, because I scared if I lost my shit at 16. And it was an article, it was some type of study, I forgot, and it was talking about the difference between when a man loses virginity at 30, or when he's older, his mid to late 20s or 30s. When a man loses his virginity older, he tends his mind to go more clearer. But for say, I lost my virginity at the age of 14. What, 3 years may pass, at the age of 17, I get a girl knocked up, which means it's like it was talking about when a young boy, like you still young as fuck, your mind's still developing, your mind's still growing. You know, you don't even have facial hair on your face yet, so you're still trying to develop what is manhood, especially if you never grew up with no father. You know what I'm saying? But when you grow up in that world, like, okay, this is the world, this is dynamic of what I want the field to be. The moment you wake up, the moment you start realizing, asking yourself is, okay, this will needs to be. But say for instance, I lost my virginity. Say for instance, I lost my virginity at 14. I lose it at 14, 17. I get a girl pregnant. It's kind of like teaching. It's like trying to get a baby to walk and talk for the first time. You know, like you teaching a baby walk and talk. Like all this time you've been trying to get this baby to walk, and then now that this baby walking, this baby's getting into trouble, and you be like, man, damn it, man, I should never teach this baby how to walk. He's like, that's the same thing with 14-year-old boy having sex for the first time, whether it's with an older chick or whether it's with a chick his age. When you lose your virginity at the age of 14, it's like giving somebody a brand new car and not expecting them to wreck the car. Like you give them a brand new car and they wreck it the next day, you be like, well, one, because they never had experience of owning a car. So what the fuck do you expect? It's like that's what it's like. He compared it to a 14-year-old losing his virginity. It's like a brand new toy. He don't know how to handle it.
Hey, yo, do you remember the film Don't Be a Menace to Society While Drinking Your Juice in the Hood? Do you remember that shit?
Oh yeah, I remember that shit. I actively remember.
All right. Do you remember how they had the father that like was younger than the son, and they had a conversation, and he was like, "You get some pussy yet? Hell yeah!" And then dude was like, "Are you using condoms? Oh hell no, nah. Homie, don't never use condoms." Like they were making fun of this satire about how just stupid we don't prepare men with knowledge. We don't prepare them with like reality. Like there is this sentiment even between older males and younger males, like, hey, yeah, man, just get that pussy. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Just do that reckless shit.
Yeah, you have to be careful with that shit, man. It's like that shit is mad different. Like, and that's the thing, and that's the reason why I hate engaging in conversations when you talk to a young guy, MGTOW or not, and you be like, man, and what's the one that the question is, have you fucked before? Have you ever had sex before? It's like I don't like engaging in them conversations because one, I would like, for me, if I'm talking to a young person, I'm talking to somebody 18 through 21, or somebody that's somebody that just became a young adult. The last thing my mind would be thinking like, yo, how many bitches you fucked yesterday? I'm like, what you want in life? What's your goals? Like that's my mindset now. Like I'm more about what the fuck I want on my life, not how many bitches I'm fucking, how many bitches I'm getting. It's about self-validation for me. And what I think about celibacy, while I want to talk about this topic more, is that we should as men know your fucking worth. I said this, my father told me this shit a long time ago when I was a kid, and I never understood this shit. But now that I'm older, I turned 29 this year, I'm realizing the fact that I know my motherfucking worth, and me sticking my dick in the bitch ain't gonna help it. It's gonna make it a lot worse, because one, I don't need, like I always say this all the time to people, I don't need to stick my dick in the bitch to prove that I'm a man. Okay, I don't. So the problem I have with these people is that these people, it pisses me off with this blue pill mindset. This blue pill mindset these assholes want to have is that everybody has a different opinion on the subject, and it's like, okay, cool. Don't get mad at me because I want to say fuck this shit. I want to be my own person. I am my own man. This is what the fuck I am. To me,
so
I don't need
the whole point of the celibacy, it's an idea and an option. It's not a mandate, right? Nobody of age or wisdom would think this should be a mandate. It don't make sense. Like, it doesn't make sense for the fucking species. It doesn't make sense for the reality of how men operate in the world. It doesn't make any kind of sense on any level to preach the shit as a mandate. However, a lot of cats, I think, need to be reminded or aware of the option and be all right if they want to explore it. And that's the kind of thing. It's almost like, for lack of a better term, it's almost like giving permission for certain cats to be like, you know what, that's cool. If you want to go down that route and double up on your own self-actualization, on your own development as a person, you don't have to worry about that other shit. It's not that fucking important. Don't let the world tell you that it's so important. That's all we got to do.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's what this stream is about. This stream is also the stream in the video is about. It's about men understanding the fact that you ain't gotta fuck a whole bunch of women to feel validated. I'm learning this as every day is a process. I'm not gonna lie to you. I live in the fucking Atlanta, bro. And every time I'm on the train, I'm not gonna fucking lie to you. When I see a chick, you know what I'm saying? I feel some type of way about that shit. I'm not gonna fucking be like, man, fuck these bitches, man, all that crazy. No, I'm still a man. I still feel those urges. But the difference between me, because ever since I took that red pill, one thing I learned the fact that even though me having that urge, I'm pretty sure you guys want that. And Benjamin, Benjamin, you there? Whatever. Anyway, whatever. Like, yeah, put up like, oh wait, whatever. But like when Benjamin. Whatever. Like it's, you know, when you get that urge, what you do is you find something else to think about. Cause like if you sit there, like I'm talking about this, you know, I'm out in public, but like when I'm talking to you, MA, stand for MGTOW, it's in you, MGTOW Indian, like the whole alert squad. When I'm talking to you guys on MGTOW, like I feel safe because like I feel like I can talk to you guys, I can relate to you guys a lot more. When I'm out my blue, when I'm out, I see so much blue pill shit going on, man. I see females wearing scantily clad clothes. I'm like, fuck, man, god damn it, why I gotta fucking be this way? But it's like that's normal for like, you know, because like you can't like the knowledge, because I'm talking about MGTOW outside of, you know, outside of YouTube, because outside of YouTube I don't talk about it because, you know, whatever assholes and that dumbass article that article you Stan Free was reading about, they was shaming MGTOW and everything, like whatever, man. Like I just like, man, they just don't get it. Who gives a fuck? But still, like, my problem with this mindset has always been is that I want to wake men up, man. I want to get these young guys. Look, my channel is about self-discovery. It's about getting men to realize, MGTOW or not, you know, but for mostly for MGTOWs, but like MGTOW people that's already MGTOW, people that's want to enter MGTOW, it's to let them know, like, know your fucking worth, man. Look, you ain't gotta fuck a whole bunch of bitches to prove your fucking point. Look, I talk about, I'm a person where ever since the age of 14, I always loved that monk mindset. That's why I love your avatar, your little monk avatar. I love that type of culture, dog. I fuck with it heavily, dude. I watch documentaries on that shit. Like I love comic book movies when they go to monasteries and shit like that. Like I'm a fucking fan of that shit. Like I just want to live on a monastery one day and just leave this shit behind. Like I think like that. Like I read books on Dalai Lama and all that crazy shit, the art of happiness.
Yo, I was real close. Like even when I was blue pill back in the day, like in my early 20s, around the time right after I got pussy, incidentally, isn't that crazy? I actually got heavy into actual practicing Buddhism. Like I used to do chants and all stuff. And I did have the notion of like, you know what, if I can get it together, if I can get the funds right,
yeah,
I wanna do a trip to Tibet, right? And it never happened because I kept fucking and I kept doing other things and doing a bunch, you know, I was fucking with hip hop shit and I was fucking with bitches and
yeah,
you know, a lot of these other things. I don't regret any of the hip hop shit. Regret a lot of the bitch shit. But it never happened. Like, and if that could happen, and it can't happen realistically now because I'm a dad, right? So I gotta do the dad thing for a while.
yeah.
But yo, if I go to travel, man, I'm definitely fucking with India. I'm fucking with Tibet. I'm fucking with China. You know, I want to peep these monasteries out for real, like, you know. And it's not an over romanticization.
Yeah.
I want to see the reality of like the work and the boredom and the mundane aspects that we're not privy to. I want to see what it's really like. You know what I mean?
I can relate celibacy living on a monastery. Because when somebody like for me, I from the age of 14, I don't know what the fuck that shit was. I was watching it when my dad was a big he was a big what you call it National Geographic type of guy, and they was talking about Buddhism, and I'm sitting there watching it with my dad. My dad kind of he kind of gravitated towards. My dad was like a very laid back, chill type of dude. He was very content. Like I saw someone like, man, that shit is mad cool. He can think like that. And I'm watching this shit one day. They doing martial arts. They got this 8-year-old kid punching water. I'm like, this is fucking stupid. And the more I start watching it, I'm like, hold the fuck. That shit sound dope. Not just what they was doing, it's like how they were disciplined. It was like they ate 3 meals a day, on the monastery. They praying. If they doing praying, they doing martial arts. They eating healthy and shit like that. Like for me, I always gravitated towards that mindset. Like for me, I live in Atlanta. I'm been trying to. They got this monastery in Atlanta. I think I might visit like next week or something like that. But like, I want to talk. I talk about like being content. Like I'm a content motherfucker. Like I'm so laid back and chill. And don't get me wrong, I listen to hip hop like J. Cole and Kendrick, Wale, Meek Mill. I can't listen to Drake. That nigga too much of a simp, man. Fuck that dude. I can't listen to his music, bro. Drake is a whole different fucking. He fucking said he's the reason why I stopped listening to his music. I fuck with the old Drake, 2010 Drake, not this new passion fruit dance hall bullshit this motherfucker be on nowadays. But like I was talking about the Buddhism, and like you said before, like even before I even started having sex, I was always gravitated towards that culture. I got this book called Living Buddha, Living Christ, and I'm reading that shit. I read that shit on the bus, dog. I've been reading that shit. Like, man, that shit is like life, bro. Like that.
Hey, yo, I'll drop a book recommendation right here. Like one of the coolest things that I ever read. It's a conversation between a physicist and a Buddhist, and they literally compare shit. And I know I'm gonna get some shit from Seth on this one, but it's called Quantum in the Lotus. It's about a quantum physicist and a Buddhist having a conversation, just like a regular conversation, unabridged book. And the whole book is a conversation, and it's funny because there's overlap.
Yeah.
So there's some metaphysical. They find metaphysical common ground between some newer understandings of how the universe works and what like these ancient Buddhist Tao kind of were hip to already. And it's a phenomenal book. I recommend it highly for anybody remotely interested in either subject. So yeah.
I mean, and thinking about celibacy is like I relate, living on a monastery to celibacy. That's some discipline for your ass, man. Like I admire those people because I know some people look at monks and be like, oh, they just punk a bunch of chumps and they just dressed in yellow robes. Let me tell you something, man. Them monks, they more disciplined half these motherfuckers who want to critique them. Like I love that culture, man. I don't know what it is, and for me, like I come from a background. Most of my family is a Christian. So coming from a background where my family's 100% Christian, I believe in God, but I'm not super tight in that whole thing of if you sin and you do this, you're sinning and all the other crazy shit. But for me, I love Buddhism because one, that discipline right there, man, to live in the monastery, to cut themselves off from the world, from being abstinence. And the reason why I say it's not unrealistic for me because I went 27 years without having sex, and I can have sex with one woman and not fuck another chick for the year. So for me, I'm not saying it's unrealistic for me, but for me, like I said before, I gotta send my money up one day. Maybe I won the lottery, whatever. But if I won the lottery, something like that, I'm getting up and going to Thailand, bro. Visiting a monastery for 2 months.
Hey,
come back and fucking be.
Hey, no filter. Let me give you a crash course real quick in something. So that link that I posted inside the chat that I know you can see, click that. That's the YouTube end of what everybody sees. This is how you see the chat. Mm-hmm. Let me know once you're there, because once you're there, immediately pause the video so you don't hear yourself. Let me know when that happens, though, and then I'm gonna show you something else too.
I see it.
All right. So all right. Once you're there, you should be able to see the chat on the right. But then I highly recommend dishing out the hammers, which is making moderators. So my recommendation would probably be me, Kuhlman, and John Kramer right off the bat. And it's how you do this is you you just click next to their name. There's little 3 things. And then you should have an option to, at the end, make moderator or add to moderator, something like that, and do that. So
yeah, let me make you one. Did you get it?
Yeah.
It
Let me see.
says you're moderator. It says you're moderator now.
Yep. All right. So, and then it's always cool to have some backups, especially with somebody in the room, because it's easy to get distracted with the conversation.
Yeah.
I would almost everybody fucks with John Kramer on the moderation level. He's a good moderator. So I would make him a moderator. And Coolman as hell is he's always fucking with cats. He's a cool cat, and he knows.
Ed John Kramer moderator. Ed John Kramer's moderator.
Yeah, I'm just recommending John Kramer and maybe Coolman. So
okay. I got you. Yeah, but I like one thing I really
one of the reasons why I had you do this is because you got a troll up in here. This Mike Peterson motherfucker is a troll.
Yeah, I don't like.
So really, I'm gonna put him in a timeout.
Yeah, like, cause I really like when I get my stuff, cause a lot of times I just do I just see the black screen with my icon on it, and I really don't even check the chat like I should be checking it. I need to be checking it more, cause like I used to do the videos and stream and stuff like that. So like I check it, and I'm like, okay, whatever. Cause I really get for my channel ain't really that big, but I can still get DDoXed like a motherfucker, cause you know how motherfuckers is nowadays. But like I don't worry about that shit, cause one is yeah, but I agree that I should have them trolls a lot more. I feel like I need to be on top of it, but yeah. But I add you as moderator. I'm gonna add more people to moderators too. So I might add Renee to the thing as well as a moderator too. So yeah, I'll try to get MGTOW.
It's up to your discretion. At some other point, like maybe in a hangout or something, I can show you how to go in, because you can cancel moderators. You can do a bunch of stuff on the back end, but we can get into it later.
Yeah, I mean, I really for me, it's I really want those things. But from what to get back on topic, I feel one thing I love about celibacy, for men, and the reason why I advocate, I say this: be realistic with the shit. Don't be like, man, I'm gonna go a whole year without fucking chicks. That's unrealistic, because I think that people set themselves up. I feel like when it comes to celibacy for men, I feel like why this is an issue, and I feel like this issue needs to be discussed amongst men, because we need to really uplift these boys, especially you. I mean, you know what I'm talking about, man. Especially in this feminist society nowadays, where feminism runs amok, and emasculation for men is constantly being told, and the media is constantly trying to tell men what it is to be a man, and you gotta have you gotta have a wife, you gotta have a girlfriend, you gotta have babies and kids and crazy shit. You gotta fucking follow tradition. And a lot of times, a lot of people don't realize the fact that it's like programming. It's like you watch enough TV. That's why I say I don't watch enough TV like that. I watch social media like Netflix and Hulu and a Fire Stick, but I don't watch regular TV like that. I may watch Arrow, Flash, Supergirl, stuff like that, legend stuff, superhero stuff, but I don't watch reality TV. I don't watch certain things because programming, it's even certain rappers I can't even listen to because they be on some bullshit half the time. But I was saying this topic is so fucking important to me, because I want young guys, young MGTOWs that's entering MGTOW, or people that's already experienced MGTOWs, to understand the fact that we need to know our fucking self-worth. Celibacy is not just about being disciplined enough to say, you know what, I don't want to have sex with this chick, or deny.
So check it. Yeah. A lot of cats, when it comes to this topic, are going to want they're going to comment or derail it, and they're going to talk about, well, you got to supplement, right? So they're going to take it away from other ways to validate internal validation. They're going to take it away from other focus that you can have in life, and they're going to bring it back into sex, and they're going to try to be like, oh, well, fucking sex dolls and fucking masturbatory aids and fucking porn and this, that, and the third. You know what I mean? Putting all that shit on blast, I think, is a waste of time. We already know TFM be doing reviews of sex dolls and shit. If you into that, I mean, that's your stop, homie. I mean, it's already covered. But when it comes to the topic of celibacy, I think if you do want to talk about it, we got to talk about why, and then a lot of the whys are risk management, but also more important than the risk mitigation or elimination is the ability for focus and self-actualization. So getting back on that, the best way to speak on it is that when you're not doing when you're not chasing pussy and you've eliminated that largely from your life, what are you doing? What benefit does it serve you? What's your next move? And that's what it's almost like. That's what we ought to focus on, is the self-actualization part, what that looks like to us in our own personal life.
And that's why I want to bring a topic. It's okay, it's you decide to basically say, you know what, I'm not gonna have sex at all, or you kind of balance between whether I'm gonna have it or not. But I feel like, to me, even I admit it, like, I watch porn from time to time, and it can be addictive if you don't get that shit under control. That shit can fucking be fucking dangerous as fuck. But even I acknowledge the fact that, look, I'm not perfect. It's every day is a damn day that is struggle for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's me being honest. Just flat out me being honest. Even though I've been MGTOW for years, and even though, like, yeah, I watch porn to get some steam off, but like, for me, when I'm not, for me, I think the one reason I'm giving my reason why I became celibate. One, I grew up with both parents. My mama still lived. My dad's no longer here, but I grew up with both parents. And I kind of, like, even though my parents never really, even though my mom and dad never really put that whole thing of wife and kid on me, I can kind of sense it in some of the stuff that my dad would kind of tell me. He was kind of blue pill. Like, he wasn't no hardcore blue pill like white women or everything and whatever. But like, I kind of had that mindset because, one, I'm a kid that I'm a comic book dude. I'm a geeky guy. I'm a geek and a nerd. Like, I don't want to show my face because I want to get D-Docs here. But like, in my room, I got nothing but comic book shit. I probably got 1 or 2 posters of chicks on the wall, but like, that's a bachelor pad. I mean, it wouldn't be a room without you having no chicks on the wall. But like, most of my shit is 90% comic books, Funko Pops, and Batman action figures on the wall. Like, my room is like a fucking toy room compared to what it is. So, like, I'm saying, like, my thing has always been with celibacy. What drove me to become celibacy, even when I was like a young kid, I was always that mindset of discipline, like learning, like striving for more, because I always wanted more out of my life. And this before I wanted to go to college, just before I realized college was bullshit. Going to it was bullshit, especially with the way college is nowadays. But when I was young, I wanted to go to college. I wanted to go to DeVry. I wanted to like be major in computers, web design, all the crazy shit. But I was talking about like what drove me to become celibate. Why I always wanted to become celibate is, one, I'm a loner. So me being a loner, even though there was times I hated being alone, I've been alone most of my whole life. So for me, being celibate is not necessarily unrealistic for me, because I was like, okay, you know what? I'm a loner. I can do this. I can do this. Now, don't get me wrong. I had those sense and urges like anybody else would have, but I think when it comes to just this topic, and I think everybody need to ask themselves is, why are you celibate? It can be for a reason of personal reason. It can be from a personal reason where you want to get things done and you don't want to make it about women. Whatever your reason, and I agree that, I mean, I'm glad you brought that up. That like, what would drive a person to become celibacy? But to me, what drove me to become celibate, and why I practiced it at one time, is because one time I feel like celibacy I'm at peace. I'm truly at peace. And a lot of times people don't want to say, oh man, celibacy is one of those things. You're at peace. I feel at peace. I get shit done. Like, I talk about 90% of my characters I create come from me being a loner, not just me being a loner, but me being a person where I'm alone. I got time on my hands. I don't get bored. So that word boredom does not exist in my category. I find shit to do here. And two, I don't have to worry about trying to please some female sexually. I can fucking validate my damn self. And I really want men to understand this about celibacy, why it's so important to me, for men to just, the whole ideal of is discipline. Disciplining yourself enough to understand that as a man in America, what society tells you what is the norm to me. Like for me, like me having sex with, like, it's like, if this to me, this, I'm not the type of dude where I can fuck one chick and then the next day I go to fuck another chick. That ain't me. It ain't me, ain't part of my personality. Now, I will say this maybe because I don't got that much money, but if I won the lottery, if I was a celebrity, if I was a rapper, if I was an entertainer, if I was an actor, I think it will be a lot harder for me to be a monk or practice celibacy, because one, I got means and resources, and I got something that these women will want. So it's like, okay, yeah, and it's like your whole life, say for instance, because I was always, I'm not here on this channel like, man, I was getting pussy before all this crazy shit. No, man, I was a geeky guy. Girls didn't like me. You know what I'm saying? I was that corny square dude that everybody considered a lame and square because I was into computers and other crazy shit. And like, yeah, I put friends on the lot. So like, yeah, I'm not here to fucking be like, yeah, man, I was getting pussy before all this shit. No, like, that's why I said it took me 27 years to lose my shit. But I lost it because I wanted to. But after that second time I had sex, I realized my sisters were for me, that how good I had it when I was a virgin. And the reason why I want people to realize that being a virgin, and this is my advice for any guy that's watching the stream, or just anybody that's subscribed to this channel. My advice to you guys is that being a virgin, it's nothing wrong with that shit. And like, you know, like I know guys get shunned for being a virgin, but fuck them people, man. Because at the end of the damn day, like you said, it's risk management, and two, it's risk management, and two, is discipline. So it's like, I mean, what would you rather have? What would you rather be going out there fucking a whole bunch of females and going to the clinic and get tested and realize, or get a chick pregnant? So it's like, I mean, I hate to fucking use old, but that's the things that when you fucking, I tell this for any dude, if you choose to lose your virginity, this shit got to be in the back of your mind. I don't give a damn what you is. Even if you in a room with a chick and things about to get hot and heated, y'all about to fuck whatever. Like, you can't tell me when you put that condom on, the first thing in your mind is that this shit busts. And you don't think it, because I believe what you speak to existence can fucking happen. But like, what you speak can really happen is that the moment you speak this shit to existence, the fact that, look, shit can happen, man. Shit busts. Like I said before, when I was fucking the chick, and that shit bust. I didn't expect for that shit to bust. I thought it was, you know what I'm saying? I thought it was all fine today. And I caught this shit early. But just imagine, I mean, if I did catch it, it would have been one of those things where I'm like, fuck, man, I fucked up royally, you know?
Arriving to this option, it can, you know, a lot of different things can go into it. And it is kind of, it's like you said before, you know, sex is mad personal. And non-sex can be mad personal. Celibacy, the abstinence can be mad personal. For me, one of the things I did on my road to self. So when I first got red pilled, my reaction was what I call red pill indigestion, right? So I took a lot of the shit to heart, but then I was like, oh shit. I was looking down the barrel of the gun with pussy, no pussy for the rest of my life, or no marriage, the death of romance, no real companionship. All of these sort of things, like, you know, looking through the matrix, not digging this shit. I don't want to live in Zion. Like, if we're gonna use the analogy all the way, fuck Zion. Zion's fucking dirty and nasty. It's fucking cold and shit. Fuck all that shit. And so what happened was I freaked out, and so I basically puked up the red pills, created my own purple pills, overdosed on them sons of bitches, and then went back out. Fucked a bunch of broads and put myself at great risk. What I realized in that shit on a personal level is that I have an addictive personality, and I've entertained this one addiction for a very long time. It was women, companionship, validation, pussy, all of these things interwoven. And so what I had to do is like, okay, part of mitigation for me is from me. Like, so I need to remove certain things from my life so that I can stay focused, because I have such a enduring addiction going on with that, right? So that was part of my actualization. So this kind of makes it more pragmatic for some men. Like, maybe you might be in the same boat out there listening, where you are addicted and you cannot see life without pussy. If you're in that, but here's the thing, that might seem desperate and like super wild and crazy and just like a bleak fucking look into the future. If it is these things, you might be similar to my mentality, especially if you had a lot of access to pussy before the red pill deal. And that's why I came to it, because part of it is like, I'm trying to get away from that addiction, because I do want that a better focus, and I do want that serenity. I don't want to indulge and do all the same mistakes that I made. So a lot of it kind of is thrown back into me. You know, it's not, I don't necessarily need to blame bitches or society for those realities. Some of it comes back into things that I can control. And so if I can control, the first thing to do is to remove certain temptation and certain, you know, access to things, women, people, places, and things, kind of a situation, so that I can double up on what I need to do as a man, and what I need to do as a father, what I need to do as a thinker. You know, like, that's a big deal for me. Like, I like sitting down and meditating. I like the introspection. I like learning new things. I like absorbing new information. You know, all these kind of things. I like walking in nature. All these things that would have been, you know, I would have been distracted from if I indulge that unquenchable thirst for pussy, right? So for part of it, for me, is very pragmatic. It's not just oh, I'm done with pussy. I don't have urges. I don't care. Whatever. No, it's not. It's not really that black and white. It's more complicated than that for me. So I don't know. I would put myself on blast with some of my motivations there. So making, yeah.
I think I can understand where you're coming from, because even just to explain it, it's not black and white. But if you want to give somebody an answer as to why, it's got to sound black and white, like no way in hell, usually most of the time.
Yeah. So Benjamin, what's your thoughts on celibacy?
Yeah.
I mean,
I kind of come from kind of the same experience you do, No Filter. You know, I don't really have much success, but at the same time, not having success has been like, well, kind of an eye opener on how like little I need it on a regular basis, probably. You know.
So what's your background on celibacy? Because I mean, everybody has a different story of like what like they view on it. So like, did you grow up in like a religion, anything like that? Like when it comes to celibacy, because I know a lot of people have different, different backstories or different opinions and back or how they became celibate or
Well,
practice.
I didn't come through it or come to it thinking that that's always what I wanted to do, but it was more like it just kind of came more about through just not being the attractive one out there, and just realizing that after a while that the one time I did have it, it wasn't as good as I thought.
So you was one of those people where like you fucked one chick and you realized it was not how people talked about it.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, so you was like you kind of like me where I had it like I had it the first time, and I was like, okay, this ain't how people talked about it. Because you just if you think about it like celibacy before a guy loses virginity, you listen to sex so many times, you're like, hell yeah, that shit sound good, and then after you get done busting your nut and you come whatever, you be like, that shit overrated, and that's why I always say this to me, my opinion. It's gonna piss off a lot of blue pillars out there, but sex is fucking overrated, man. That shit is bad overrated. It's overrated because people don't realize. I talked about this even my second time, like when you talk about that burning feeling, and, being that burning, having that burning feeling, like sitting down, and I couldn't even sit down for 2 weeks, and that burning fucking feeling, that shit did not feel fun at all, man. That shit was not fun, man. And I was like, I don't know how God do this shit, man. That should be like a hump. Like if you at a clinic, and you can't even sit down because your balls is fucking burning, like telltale signs say, man, slow the fuck down, man. What the fuck?
But yo, a lot of cats are glutton for punishment, and they truly believe, the validation and busting that nut is worth all that hassle. It's similar to like an alcoholic, right? An alcoholic can drink so much on certain days. The next day, or even 2 days, motherfucker's throwing up, got the shakes. He's all kind of fucked up, and he says, "I'll never do this again." And as soon as he's healed up and better, he goes right the fuck back out.
Like a drug addict.
There's an addiction element to this.
Like a drug addict, man. Like a fucking drug addict, dude. That shit's some dangerous ass shit, man. That's a dangerous ass way to view shit, man. Because to me, I can't do that shit, man. I'm sorry, man. Like I'm one of the people where I make one mistake, I would never make the same mistake twice, man. I ain't gotta go through this shit, man. It's like when I look at like I relate celibacy, I relate sex to marriage. Like how many times you gotta go through the ringer, man, to realize that shit recognition. I always say all the time, like for me, what's it called? When when you having sex with a, whether it's personal or non-personal, that shit is a highly fucking dangerous risk. It's dangerous as fuck. And it's like people don't understand. It's like for me, I ain't playing that game, man. If somebody told me I had if I went into they were telling me before I had sex with shit, I have an 80% chance of getting a shit pregnant, and they told me and even with a condom, my chance was 80%. And I did the shit and I have 20% chance. I have a 20% chance of that baby not being mine. You know what? I would say, you know what? I ain't finna fuck this shit. Why? Because like, no, that's some dangerous ass shit to be dealing with, man. I'm not finna fuck with that shit. That shouldn't be fucking around with. It's like I agree with you as 100%. Like I look at I have my male friend, my friends, friends I know personally, and most of them got kids. Like one of my homeboys, whatever. He had one of my friends, like one of my friends, he has what 5 kids by 4 different women. He's constantly doing child support, and he just found out he about to have another baby with another chick. I said, dude, what the fuck are you doing, man? What the fuck, like, dude, like I said, I guess 5 women for you enough, huh? He's like, man, I love pussy. I was like, you know what, dude? And I looked at him, I said, I'm so fucking glad I ain't fucking you, dude. God damn it, dude, it's so fucking sad. And it's like, I hate to see, like, and now I'm talking about that dysfunctional ass behavior bullshit. It's like instead of you trying to learn from yourself, you double down on that shit. And I remember at the last kid he had, the 5th one, he was like, man, I ain't about to have no more motherfucking kids. And he don't believe in condoms. I said, dude, I don't feel sorry for you. You know why? You want to go through this shit right here. He's like, he complaining talking about my baby mama's having me stuck in court. She's paying me. I'm paying ridiculous amount of child support. I said, well, maybe maybe you motherfuckers use a goddamn condom, motherfucker. This problem exists. Or how about slow the fuck down? You know, like it's like, look, I told him, look, I ain't here trying to tell you how to live your life, but damn, dude, slow the fuck down. If you gonna fuck chicks, okay, dude, protect yourself at all costs. God damn it, dude. Like when that condom bust for me, I said, I'm officially fucking done. I ain't going back to this shit. I'm sorry, man. Look, there's nothing to me. I don't give a fuck how fine a female is. That female, look, no pussy is worth me fucking getting no chick pregnant, getting the package. And like you said before, MA, some of them sexual transmitted diseases, them shits will never go the fuck away. I remember I was sitting there, sitting in the chair waiting for the dentist, waiting for a doctor to come in, waiting for one of the doctors to come in and tell me if I was positive or negative. And I was watching some shit, and it was I forgot what it was. It was talking about you know, when you have sex and your balls are burning, you get that tingling feeling when you can't even sit down. And I thought you were fucking around, and I was like, man, fuck this shit, man. Nah, man. I can't do that shit. That's some scary ass shit, man. I can't do that shit. That's some bullshit in itself. And to me, and if you a dude, and you know what I'm saying, even for you, if you're a mental, you do that shit, man. I say do that shit at your own risk because that's some scary ass shit. And people want to do it, go ahead, man. It's like playing Russian roulette with your dick, man. Look, if you want to go ahead, do it with shit, but understand, don't get mad when the consequences come out and don't come out the way you want it to come out. Like I can't do that shit, dude.
Another thing, like in the context of a couple different relationships that I had, is like when you first meet, you know, you have to take everything a woman says when you're talking with her in the beginning, in the courtship phase, in the game phase, whatever you want to call it. You gotta take it with a grain of salt. But a lot of bitches come, especially these days, right? They come off like they cynical. They come off like, oh, you know what? I don't want kids. That's stupid. I never want to get married. Yeah. But it's interesting because if you actually wind up in a relationship with a lot of these women that claim these things, and for whatever reason you're not feeling it and you start to withdraw a little bit, yeah, suddenly the tone switches. Like, what have you ever considered marrying me? Or have you ever thought about us getting married? Have you ever thought about having a baby with me? Like, bitch, what are you talking about? When we met, you was selling me this wolf ticket like these were not things that were even on your plate. Now that you know I'm backing off a little bit, you trying to trap a motherfucker, ain't you?
Yeah, man. I mean, and that's what I'm saying. For me, it's like that's why I said ever since I became MGTOW, bro, I said fuck that shit, dude. That shit is like that 2016 moment, man. When that condom bust, dude, I said I ain't going through this shit no more, dog. Look, I tell you, dude. Look, sex. If you gonna do that shit, guys, look, for me, if any MGTOW that want to go out there and do this shit, like that's why I say, look, angry MGTOW, I don't hate the dude. I don't got nothing against personal against that dude. When we advocate hookers and shit like that, nah, man, fuck that shit. Hell to the fucking nah, man. I can't advocate that shit. And on my channel, dude, I advocate men protecting themselves. I advocate men just understand the fact, know your fucking worth, man. That's what I'm about, man. It's like, look, fuck that trying to get your dick wet. Fuck that trying to prove that you're a fucking man. Like, dude, fuck that shit. I ain't got time for that shit. Like, you can do that shit, but if you're gonna do it on your own terms. Understand, like you said before, MA, some motherfuckers double the fuck down. I looked at my friend like I said, dude, are you trying to do this shit on purpose? Are you trying to ruin your life? Are you just doing it on purpose? He was like, man, I love pussy. I looked at the dude like, man, I said, man, you got a fucking problem, man. God damn it, dude. Like, but I said, look, I ain't gonna judge him for it. I'm saying, dude, like I said, look, that's what you want to do, what you live your life. But I said, I can't live my life like that, man. His sole purpose is every time me and him talk, the first thing he always asking me, you been fucking bitches lately? And look at him like, dude, that's the first thing you're gonna fucking ask me. You into a room. I'm like, really, dude? I'm like, dude, like, you do understand there's more life besides getting ass, right? I'm like, he was like, I'm like, you? He was like, man, well, I fucked this, you know, I was fucking this bad Latina bitch last week. I'm like, dude, was like, so besides fucking, what else do you do? I fucked this bad Latino chick last week. I'm like, what
I
the
be
fuck,
fucking.
man?
When I'm
Like,
not fucking, I'm thinking about fucking.
like, goddamn, dude, it's like, goddamn, dude, I understand. You can't beat that. You can't control how you was manipulated, but still, like, you can't control your nature. But goddamn, dude, like. He says he spends what he said. I spend 80% of my time fucking and 20% of my time on me. I said that's a terrible way to fucking live, man. I said you gonna really. I said, and you know what? And I told him, I said, you know what? He was crying to me the other day on the phone, like, man, I'm paying ridiculous about child support, man. The court for I'm like, you putting yourself in a situation, asshole, by doing the shit. Like, you double down on the shit. It's like this reason why I may sound harsh to anybody else. I don't want nobody to get married, but like, fuck marriage altogether. But it's like when I see a guy get married and he gets married to a chick, and you know, whatever, so and so, the first marriage don't work out so well. He paid ridiculous amounts of alimony to his first wife, who still ain't married, first ex-wife, she still ain't married. So he gets married. He said, you know what? He decided to give himself 2 years to fucking recover from that shit. He meet a chick and he'd be like, oh, I'm in love with this girl. She divorced his ass. So he's paying 2 women and 2 ex-wives alimony. And motherfucker, he said, you know what? I'm do this shit again. It's like, dude, like I like baseball, they say 3 strikes and you out. With the first strike, nigga, look, if I got married, which I'm never gonna fucking do that shit. But if I ever got married and my first wife took me to the cleaners, took my house, took my car, I ain't doing that shit again, man. Look, fuck that. Hell no, I ain't doing that shit. It's like these people, I don't understand dudes who feel like pussy, you know, getting pussy is the end goal of life. I'm like, there's more to life besides doing this shit. What the fuck?
Yo, check this. Let's tie it into like a story a lot of cats might be able to kind of grasp.
Yeah.
And let's analyze it, right? So everybody know, well, almost people, even people that don't even know hip hop or rap, know the name Eazy-E. Most cats know that he died. Most cats know that he died of AIDS. Some cats think it was, you know, conspiracy shit. But if we take the shit at the age he died of AIDS at face value, and we look at that shit, right? There was like at that time, a lot of his homies, some of his, you know, even some of his enemies that then, you know, shit, my homeboy's gone, that turned back to friends, all that shit. It came out of the woodwork. Some of them made songs, they made public speeches and shit like that, and they all talked about like the AIDS thing. They gave a little shine to that phenomenon that was rising at the time, and they also was like, "Yo, wear Jimmys." It's all about Jimmys and shit, right? However, nobody had the balls to be like, you should wear Jimmys and maybe not fuck like 3 or 4 bitches a day.
Yeah.
Like, that wasn't even a thing. 10, 15, 20, 30 years later, we got motherfucking rappers now talking about eating booty.
Yeah.
We got motherfucking rappers talking about going raw dog on strippers.
Nah, man.
We got rappers talking about dropping mollies and bitches' drinks because that's cool. All kind of fuck shit. Fuck boy shit, right?
I can't do this.
What the fuck happened?
Yeah, man. It's funny because like me gonna have an in-depth discussion on music and hip hop mid-top perspective, because I really want to fucking go. I really want to go on Drake. I want to go on all this simping bullshit and all this shit that go on into this culture. It's a drip, and I agree with you. Like, for me, I would think that the case when I was watching Straight Outta Compton Director's Cut, that I love that fucking movie, Director's Cut, the Straight Outta Compton. That's my shit. But like Straight Outta Compton, and motherfucker was coughing and shit in the scenes and shit like that. I'm like, dude, that should be a telltale sign of brothers like, man, don't be doing this shit, man. And if you gonna do this shit, protect your damn self, like, dude. And like my situation, like, I love the scene where Jerry Heller was talking to him. He's like, dude, it's like, you know, like, using condoms. Nah, man. He's like, I don't believe in that shit. What the fuck? Like, man, dude, I'm sorry, man. Like, I don't have to experience that shit to go through it. It's like my problem. Like, I agree with you 100%. Like, hip hop, from that perspective, celibacy wise, like, hip hop really is anti-celibacy, because like they tell you, okay, yeah, put on a Jimmy cap and all the crazy shit, but they don't tell you, yo, like, how about don't fuck 3 to 5 bitches while I'm on tour, like what the fuck is going on here? I'm sorry, man, I can't do that shit, man. That's some scary ass shit to me. And like I said before, I look at the child support, and the reason why I also talk about for me, why I'm kind of celibacy too, with that shit, the bias court laws, family court laws, with the whole child support thing, that shit, child support as a whole is another system that's really fucked up and rigged. But the thing is, the reason why, in a way, I kind of feel sorry for guys. Like, I feel sorry for guys, but in a way, I don't, because like all this fucking knowledge about sexual transmitted disease, HIV/AIDS, herpes, all this shit that's out there that can fucking ruin your fucking life, and you still going out here doing this regular shit. Like, I'm sorry, man, you can't, like, look, somebody told me the chances of me getting a sexual transmitted, I'm not doing that shit, man. I'm sorry, man. Look, I'd rather jack off, nigga, than deal with that shit there. It's like, at least with jack off, you get some gratification from the shit. But still, like, I'm sorry, man. I can't put up with that shit, man. That's some scary ass shit. Like, when Easy coughing through that whole movie, I'm like, nah, bruh. I'm like, nah, man, fuck that shit. Because even the thing for me, but the reason why I often say this too, because I want to talk about experiences too, is that even if you got a girlfriend, fiance, wife, and guarantee you safe that way either. Guess what happened? Your wife, the guy's wife, could be fucking behind his back. She could be fucking some dude, whatever. Like it ain't even guaranteed with that shit, because let's be honest. You know how they always want to say men ain't faithful, or men are not men. That's not in committed fit. Men are not faithful. Not faithful in these committed relationships. A lot of these hoes. Yes, I'm saying hoes out here. Bitches, hoes, and bitches. A lot of these bitches, man, they fuck just like the everyday dude, man. A lot of these females in marriages right now, especially like I was watching the Grizzly MGTOW video about women in the military. He said a lot of those wives are whores and stuff, shit like that. Like, come on, dude. Like, nah, man. A lot of these women in these marriages, man, they the biggest hoes in town, man. Look, and like them Christian girls, I talked about this one chick I was talking to, whatever. I didn't have any experience with women, but like the Christian girl, she was like this was my blue pill days, and she was talking about she holy and everything else, and then like she wanted to fuck with me, and this was like my days, and I was like in my celibate mode. I was like, I'm good, I don't, whatever. And then she sit there one time, like it was the chick, she invites me over to her house, whatever, because her dad brought up a house, whatever, and and she's butt naked in the room, and I looked at her and I said, nah, I can't do this shit, man. I walked away out of the room. And the situation for me has always been my room was, even when I was on my blue pill days, like I talk about the first time I actually had a sexual experience that almost led to a sexual experience, like 14 years old. And there was this girl named Demetrius. I'm just gonna say her name was Demetria. And like, okay, whatever. She stayed in these little parties. She stayed in this little beat up projects in the hood, whatever. And like whatever, so it was like the day after school. It was the last class. It was the last class. We was in middle school. So whatever, she invites me over to a crib. She invites me over to her place. But the whole plan was I was supposed to go over to her place and we were supposed to fuck. And then the whole entire time, the final day in the classroom, she was like, "We're gonna fuck when we get to the place." And the thing was, I guess something came over me or something. I woke up and finally realized the fact that, man, I ain't ready for this type of shit. I talk about this all the time, like, like I talk about this also to my advice to MGTOWs who is having a struggle with being a celibate, who want to practice celibacy. It's a struggle. Is that you gonna have that urge of you want to fuck, and then there's a moment when you don't want to fuck because you're scared of the diseases, the packages. It's a lot of things that you got to go into when you have sex, and that's why I want this topic to be on this. That's why I said I was supposed to be a video, but now it's a stream. But I want this stream to get into a lot of mental heads, or a lot of men heads. Understand this. There's a lot of things that go into sex. It ain't about just y'all fucking. It's about, you got a lot of things. Inmate, man, it's a lot of things that you gotta have. There's a lot of things that go on. When I was 14 years old, I told myself, I knew at the age of 14 I was not ready to have sex. And she was like, "What else?" She was like, "Whatever." And when she was like, "Well," but I was about to get on the bus with her, and she was like, "So you coming tonight?" I was like, "No." And she was like, "You're gonna be gay for the rest of your life," because I denied and rejected her. So I had experience. I kind of had that experience. I was 14 years old. So when I became an adult, I'm like, okay, whatever, so and so. And I heard that whole thing from even, women that, that made fun of me because I was a virgin, like, "Oh, you're going to be gay because you celibacy." I'm like, I practice celibacy for reasons to learn self-discipline. Two, is that I am not ready for sex, man. And you gotta know ready for shit. And my advice to also guys out there that's dealing with their struggle with celibacy is that know when you're ready to have sex. To me, my advice, lose it when you're older, man. Lose it when you're 21. Go ahead.
Part of something that we don't easily see as older cats is coming up is that the young cats, they're already cynical. And when they look out into the world, when they look out into their schools, to how the chicks operate in their schools, in their neighborhoods, what they see, and they look out in the greater world, when they look out in the media, they see bullshit, fuckery, lies, deception. They're already cynical. So when they even think about the concept of sex, they're like, this shit ain't sacred. I might as well do it. It's the same thing as like eating a burger. It's no different. So I'm going to get into that because I like burgers. Fuck it, right? It seems very inconsequential to them. There's nothing sacred. There's nothing special. And because of that mentality, they don't think about the risk or the consequences because they just think everything's stupid anyway. Yeah. Because of the world that's presented before them, coming of age, and probably one of the worst fucked up. I mean, I don't blame young men at all. Like, I don't blame them. I definitely don't envy them for a lot of shit that happens because just imagine, man. Can you imagine coming up? Internet's already invented. All the fuck shit's already invented. Everybody hates each other. Relationships are fucking dead. They don't really happen no more. Everybody's cheating. Yeah. You know, everybody's lying to you. Everybody wants you. You know, man, you're supposed to get a fucking degree, but you're not guaranteed a job. Like all these fucking realities. I'm not even talking about like 17, 16, 13-year-olds are already hip to this shit. Yeah. They're already.
I mean, and that's the thing about that. That's the thing about being when you're a person, when you're dealing with a reality world. Like I thought when I was like 14, I think about to my life how I was 14. I was so young and naive. Like I was talking about, I wanted to go to college, bro. Like I think about it all the time. When I wanted to go to college, I was like, man, I want to go to college. Fuck yeah! And then I look at it now, like 20 years down the road, 10 to 12 years down the road, it's nothing but social just warriors, safe spaces, social just warrior, rape culture, all this other bullshit. Duke lacrosse boys get false accused, the rape. Chick and lied on them. Like, I'm sorry, man.
Let's look at that real quick. Let's try to get back into the head of a young man, right? So peep game on this shit, right? Imagine you coming up where all this shit is like real prevalent, like the whole rape culture, the feminism, all these really weird messages. But when you actually go to interact with the bitch, right, and you fuck her, and then like if maybe like you get on that savage, that animal mode, and then you realize the reality says that, oh shit, this woman like me likes that animalistic shit, right? And then you go back out and hear the message that you're a fucking deviant, you're a rapist, you're this and that. How confusing is that shit? Because the world tells you women are one way, and then when you actually engage with them, it's something totally different, and it's got to flip your dome. It totally has to flip your dome, right? I can't. Yeah, it's crazy.
That's some scary ass motherfucking shit. Like, I was so not motherfucking naive to the system. Like, I didn't think about it. Like, even when I was my simp days where I let women run over me, friends on me, all this other crazy shit. And I didn't realize, like, okay, like this bullshit going on was bullshit. But even when I was 14, the last girlfriend I had, I realized the system was bullshit. I was like, man, something ain't right here, man. I'm sorry, something is not fucking right. I knew something was fucking off here. But like you look back on it, I'm like, now that I'm older, I look back on a lot of shit. I not just look at women, not just sex and shit like that. I look at life different. I look at how like the whole American dream, like house, white picket fence, wife, kids, Benz in the driveway. That's some bullshit to in itself because it's like that's what they want you. That's what they want to tell you what is supposed to be the American dream, but it's not really the American dream. Is that's they stand of the American dream. But like really, you know what's really true happiness for me? It's like the monks that live in a monastery that say, you know what, they cut themselves off from the world. They abstinent. They just live on a fucking monastery for the rest of their fucking life. They have to eat 3 meals a day, learn martial arts, and they just discipline themselves enough to say, you know what, fuck technology, fuck the women. I'm gonna walk away and discipline myself enough. Like to me, that's my fucking journey for me. That's my goal. You know what I'm saying? Like if I, you know what I'm saying, that's what I try to say. I want to save up enough money to get up and go to a country one day and just like, yo, experience shit outside the box. For me, like now that I'm older, this reason we'll talk about I don't care about sex. I'm about bettering me as a person. And that should be every not just MGTOW, that should be every man's objective. Not to make your girlfriend happy, not to make your wife happy, not to get your dick wet, but it's to better yourself as a human being. It's like, there's nothing wrong with sex, but just understand, like me and MA always saying, it's a personal fucking risk, non-personal to personal. Like, the moment you stick your dick in a bitch, you don't know what's gonna fucking happen. You could be full savage with that shit, and guess what fucking happens? That shit blows up in your fucking face, and you find out that chick pregnant. She pissed on that damn test. Guess what happened? You have no rights as a man, so she gonna force this baby on you. And guess what happened? Even if you fail to tell the bitch flat out, that's the reason why I stopped fucking. If a chick tell you, I don't want to fuck it, I don't want no baby. Guess what happened? She gonna say fuck you, and the courts, her and the courts gonna make you pay that shit. So it's like, to me, sex is a personal fucking thing. It's a risk. It's a risk you take every time. Even having a girlfriend is a fucking risk nowadays. So, like, what's the point of my human being is? What's the point as a man to sit there and fuck a chick and brag about it? It's like you ain't getting nothing from it. All you doing is all you just trying to validate yourself. Because the thing, if you really think about it, I'm talking about real men. My father told me this a long time ago. It was like, real men don't validate themselves about how many bitches they fuck. Real men validate about the things they want to accomplish in their life. Like for me, and I'm getting older, and I talk about it all the time. About, like, even I'm gonna do a video about getting older. When you get in your mid to late 20s, and I'm 29 this year, and when you get older and you start thinking about how you was when you were a young man, like when I was 14, I was naive motherfucker, man. I was like young and dumb. I was like I was like any other horny ass teenager that was going through shit. I wanted to fit in with the cool kids, a party. Like I wanted to go to college, all this other crazy shit. But now that I'm old, I'm like, fuck college, fuck tradition, fuck wife, fucking a kid, fuck having a fiance, fuck that shit. This is about me. This is about me building my damn self up. And MGTOW for me, why I love it, to me I love the ideology. It's saying is that it's about men bettering themselves. That's why I talk about for me ever since I became a MGTOW. MGTOW saved my life, man. And if I never heard of MGTOW before, I'd probably still be that same 23, 21-year-old frustrated, mad at the fucking world because bitches ain't giving me no attention, and not realizing the fact that even the times where even before I lost my virginity, I said if I had found MGTOW when like 21 years old, I probably would never lost my virginity, because I think I would have been more happier. Even I admit, like, even though I only had sex 2 times, for me, the reason why I say, and the reason why I don't want to go back, I can discipline myself enough. Like, don't get me wrong, I still get the urges like any other man would do. But I feel like the thing is, we have to, as men, learn self-discipline and learn self-control. And the thing about that is, it's so fucking hard to do it, though. But like you said, I'm put myself in the mind of a young man. You go in colleges nowadays, rape culture. Like, I understand why guys go MGTOW, and that's my problem with these people. Like, we was reading an article yesterday, and that dumbass Vice article pissed me the fuck off when I read this shit, because like they want to shame MGTOW, even teens going their own way. It's like, so you want to shame men for waking the fuck up and saying, you know what, the system is rigged. Like to me, if I was a young guy graduating from high school right now, graduating from high school as a senior, I'd be scared as fuck out of my mind to go to college. You know why? Because guess what happened? A female, even if she on some bullshit, even if she false accused you of rape, guess what fucking happened? She said you did the shit, and guess what fucking happened? They ain't gonna look into it and say, well, is she telling the truth or not? Guess what happened? You kicked off the fucking campus. You charged. Even if you acquitted of that shit, guess what happened? They don't call you a fucking rapist for the rest of your life. So you know what? And you want to blame us men for saying, you know what? Fuck this shit. I'd rather go celibate. I'd rather go full-blown monk and not fuck with these bitches at all. I don't blame these motherfuckers for saying, you know what? And that's why I say I look at the monk culture, and I feel like monk culture, even though that monk lifestyle ain't suited for everybody, I can relate to 100%, because to me, that's the only way I would want to live. I want to be at peace with myself. I don't know about every other guy, but I want to be at peace with myself. Fuck that shit, for real, man.
Man, I want to see what that looks like. I want to see what no filter looks like. So high energy. Like you got, I made a joke about it in the chat, man. You got the energy of 10 MGTOWs on iced coffee, which is kind of because I'm always on iced coffee. So I thought I was a little bit high energy sometimes. Hell nah.
Yeah.
You got that uber fucking energy, man. Like, it's needed too, man. Cause like, I feel like you speak on a level that's perfect for a lot of cats. It fills in the gaps that a lot of the old grumpy MGTOWs, the aesthetics, the elders, and the boisterous motherfuckers like SFM. Like, we all got our lane, but you came in with this new lane, man. You keep doing you. I think you add a lot of value to the shit, for real. So
Thanks, man. I try to be knowledgeable as I can, because I do ramble a lot, but that's part of my channel, and I feel like, I'm not Stardust Barbarossa, so I try to be my own individual. I had the word individual. I try to be my own person, really. Because, like, I mean, I could be on dropping 7-syllable words and give people vast knowledge. It's like, here's the thing. I admire Turtle Finger Monkey, Stardust Barbarossa. Like, I admire them for it. And the thing is, the reason why I don't mind my channel after them, because I'm not Turtle Finger Monkey, and not Barbarossa, and not Stardust. So for me, it's like, I'm not angry MGTOW 101. And the reason why I feel like I think people fuck with my channel, or you guys fuck with me on a heavily, shout out to all the viewers. This is the most views I ever got for like a stream ever. But like, the reason why I think I try to be real, and I hate, I always talk about the one thing I hate, because I see it all the time. Like, I hate that asshole feel like he graduated from college, or he feel like he has it all, he feel like he knows it all. Like, I'm still learning as it go my way. But the reason why I tell my story, or the reason why I put it, the reason why I do the way I talk, the way I talk, or the reason why I talk about subjects I talk about, it's like when, learning to be a loner, or, like expand your horizons, like those streams right there. I try to tell people, it's like, this channel is not just about waking men up and telling men, you know what, fuck marriage, you don't have to do this shit. You ain't gotta follow what society tell you what is the norm. But it's like, this channel is about men growing and evolving as a person. And I feel like the reason why I use this channel, I use an outlet, because a lot of times, because I have other YouTube channels, I don't even use it. The only time I use it is probably when I comment on other YouTube videos, because I have had that channel for years. I only had the channel for a couple of months, a couple of weeks, whatever. But like with this channel, I have more, and it's funny because I'm glad you brought it up, because like I have more viewers, I have more channel, because like my other channel is a comic book channel, and like I talk about comic book shit on there, and it's like, but on this channel right here, when I talk about MGTOW, it's like I have like 108 viewers right now, 108 subs. I have more subs on this channel than my other one, and I realized when I gave up on that other channel and I just created this one, because really I'm telling you, I'm flat out, MA, what made me want to start this channel. I've been wanting to do this channel, but I was going through names. I was like, I'll call myself Rebel MGTOW, MGTOW Rebel. It was either Rebel, it was Knowledge, it was all kinds of, it was Red Pill, a lot of stuff that I really wanted to call myself. And I was like, you know what? Because my personality is so, I'm so much of a person where I tend to go off the tangents. If I call myself No Filter, it'll be a lot easier. That's why I keep my avatar the way it is, because one, it's like I keep my face covered, because one, like if I get DDoS, I don't want to I want people to figure that shit out. So that's so and so. Like, no, I don't fuck with that shit, but heavily. But like, there's a point where I was telling people, like, man, you know what? The reason why I call myself No Filter is because one, I wanna talk about, I want to talk about the shit I want to talk about, and no longer be hindered by, and not have this PC bullshit. Cause like, to me, I fucking hate liberals. I'm not a conservative, no, I'm independent with my views, so my views on women in general are completely fucking different. But the reason I call myself No Filter is because now I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck about female validation. I don't give a fuck about getting my dick wet. I don't give a fuck about trying to impress females nowadays. Like, here's the thing. I wear the same shirt every day. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, I'm into anime. I'm into a whole bunch of shit that don't bother me. Like, because even, MA, have you ever noticed this shit? Because, like, you into comic books, MA?
Yeah, kind of. Coming up, I got into it for a spell. I guess I'd have to say I'm a layman. I dig a lot of shit on the periphery, but I'm not heavy into it. So
well, you're not heavy into it. But have you ever noticed, like, when have you ever noticed, like, if a group, you get a group of 5 guys, no matter what race they are, they get them in a room, whatever, they come into the room, they talk their comic book shit. They're like, yeah, man, I love Deadpool, I love Logan, I love all these comic book movies. And the moment a bitch walk into the room, they be like, yeah, Deadpool was cool. But the moment, but before that female walked into that room, they was geeking the fuck out about that comic book movie. They know the movie. You notice that? Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, this is one of the reasons. I mean, a female among men, it always changes the dynamic. It's just what it is. It just always happens. It happens without fail. And that's why some of us, like, as far as like the online MGTOW shit, when we do some hangouts and live streams and stuff like that, that's why we're like, hey, let's just keep. And I mean, you can come out the woodwork and be like, oh, you guys are just creating an echo chamber. Goddamn right we are, because when you let a bitch enter that space,
Yeah.
everybody changes their tone, and sometimes they don't even realize they're doing it. Not even the most brilliant, self-aware, situationally aware men can even notice the change. And one of the biggest ways to see this is how they'll start to defer to trying to make her laugh. That's
Yeah.
the number one sign. Like everybody's just geeking out. And when they geek out like on some shit, like, oh, they go hard. They're like, hey, you like this shit? Oh, no, that's just cool. Blah blah blah. Like they do all that. It's all rapid. It's all organic. It's all legit. Bitch enters in. All of a sudden, everybody's just a little bit cooler, a little bit more reserved. And then when they do talk, it's to her, and it's trying to get her to laugh because they want that attention.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's the thing I noticed about me, because I'm a geeky dude, man. All my shit is comic book shit. I'm in Sailor Moon. I watch Dragon Ball Z. I watch all that shit. I have fucking, when I'm out in public, I have nothing but comic. I have a fucking Joker shirt on right now, but like a Lego Batman shirt on with Joker face on it. I have fucking a Batman backpack. I wear nothing but superhero shit, superhero socks, and all the other crazy shit. I'm out in public. I'm a geeky ass dude, man. If a chick approach me, you got there, I'm gonna be myself 100% all the fucking way, dog. Cause like the thing about me, and not just what celibacy has not taught me, not just self-discipline, it talks about being my damn self and learn for me to be myself. Like I say this all the time. My father gave me some of the best advice when it comes to women. Like, if a woman can't love you, the bitch ain't worth your damn time. He didn't put it like that, but like that's how I put it. But like he said, a woman ain't worth your time. If a woman trying to change who you are as a human being, like I'm a comic book dude. My room is nothing but full of comic book shit. I watch nothing but comic book movies, comic book shows. So if you can't relate to me on that level, like I don't fuck with you like that. You know what I'm saying? But like I noticed one thing about me: when you be an individual, celibacy does also it makes you a unique person. So it makes you unique in your own way. It's kind of like when you see somebody alone. It's like when you see a man it's kind of like this. I kind of like this all the time. I use this as a prime example, right? It's like you got that one geek in school, and that all the other guys trying to get all the pussy, whatever. But you got that one geek. He wear the braces and the glasses. The guy don't get the girl. The girls make fun of him. The jocks throw him in the fucking stuff him his ass, locking him, flushing down the toilet, break his glasses, fuck with him. The bully always trying to get money out of him. That motherfucker, that quiet, reserved motherfucker, that dude gonna end up not only being that dude gonna be a unique person, because one, he's isolating himself from the pack. It's like that's one thing about MGTOW. That's one thing I really learned about MGTOW. About when it's like when you read the Vice article. I read the Vice article yesterday, and I'm like, no matter how much bullshit they talk, shame us. No matter how many times they talk shit about us, saying we're part of the problem, all of the crazy shit. But if you know it or not, this is normal. Like what we're doing is not normal. Okay, like for a man to say fuck this shit and walk away from the system, like when like after my last sexual experience, and I said, you know what, I ain't having sex no more. I'm officially done with this shit. Like, do you know how hard that shit is? Just for like, I mean, for me, like you always say, that's a humbling experience. That should be most humbling experience for a guy. A condom break, and you go into the clinic the next day. That should be the most humbling thing ever. But like I said before, bringing it back to celibacy, most
Would
guys.
you feel susceptible? Like, so, like with all your interests, say like you went like, let's flesh it out. Like, say you went to like a convention, whether as a fan or maybe like you trying to rock or trying to get some shine on your own work, right? Now, fucking, let's do that. Let's put it that. Like, you're behind the booth, you're at a convention, and like a broad walks up. She's fun. I mean, she hits all your criteria physically, and then she starts. And then she's got that geek speak down pat, and then she starts dick riding on your shit. Do you feel like you would be susceptible to those charms and whatnot at this point in your life?
Oh, that's a deep ass question. I never had nobody ask me that question. To be honest with you, I don't know. I don't know. I think that's a good question you asked me. I think I could fall victim to it. I think anybody could. Like, here's the thing. Like you always say, I say this, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this in the most fucked up way. Women are chameleons, right? So it's like, even if they may say it, like I talk about how, like, what if you think about, like, if a woman says, like, say, I'm gonna the comic book shit. I'm gonna use a scenario, right? I'm a comic book artist, and say she says, oh, no filter. I love your work, I love your filter. I love your solo series you wrote for DC or Marvel, or my own comic company. I do want my own comic company one day. And she's like, well, I love your work. and she's like, and I asked her, and she kind of, and she, I think she just like, I love so and so solo series, and I kind of get into it, like we talking to her, and then like whatever, we may talk for a couple of weeks or a month, whatever, so and so, and we go on a date, and it's like, and eventually, I think I can fall, I think I could. But I think because I'm so knowledgeable of like how women are and how they really, it's kind of like I was watching Turd Flinging Monkey. I'm gonna bring it back to that scenario you just brought back. You know what the question you asked me? That Turd Flinging Monkey, we saw how the guy was like, he met a woman that was 30, and she, you know, she would pretend like she was like one of them unicorns. I'm not one of them. I'm a good catch. And then she got baby out the dude, and then she stopped giving them sex. But like going back to what you were saying, I think I could. I mean, I think any man could fall victim to it because it's always going to be that temptation to go back to the plantation. But because I'm so much of a loner, I stay to myself. I would see through the bullshit and be like, okay, what's she up to? Because to me, that's how I think. Well, that's how I think when I see females trying to get into me. Like for me, it's like I had like in the beginning of this year, like January, February, this chick was interested into me, and you know, she whatever so and so, and I was like, whatever, she, you know, she finds out to cut off communication with me, and I was like, whatever so and so. I kind of fell back into blue pill mode. I'm not gonna lie to you. There's I always said before, as a man, you're gonna have those modes where you're gonna go back. But not like talking about full blown jump into a relationship, go back. It's gonna be modes where you just gonna see a female, and like every man's like this. Any man said they ain't like it, you see a female out in the public, they look good, you're gonna be like, well, fuck, she fine as fuck. I want to fuck her. I want to be with her. But you know how women are. So like going back to what you were saying, and that's a good question. You asked me that. I think I could, but like I don't know until I'm thrown into a situation. Because I say I couldn't, but I probably could. Because it's like you understand, like women are like terrible comedians. Like they pretend like they give a fuck about you, and the moment you live it, the moment you move in with them, or the moment you get that girl pregnant, or the moment you get down on one knee, pop that question. Or say for instance, I'm just gonna speak hypothetically. If I did, I met the girl, things going all good, find the dandy, and then I finally feel like, oh, I love this girl. We live together. I get married, and then a year, 2 years into a relationship, she showed true colors. And I'm like, damn, I saw the red flags was there. But you know what? To speak on what you were saying, I think that women do that shit. The red flags are there, man. I think that especially when you like a MGTOW, like I've been MGTOW for years, so I'm kind of been always brushing up on the knowledge. I'm always watching content about it. But it's like I talk about like the red flags are there. It's like before you date a person, like if a woman flat out tell you right now, like if you go on a date with a woman, she says, if I can't have you, nobody else will. That motherfucker crazy, right? But the thing is, most guys, because they're thinking what they think, they ain't thinking, well, if I break up with this chick, she ain't gonna fucking do it. Next thing you know, she shooting at your damn car window, or she throwing a brick through your car window. You like, this bitch crazy. Well, she was crazy from the start. She just not showing the true colors. But it's always red flags in there. Even if that woman be like, yo, even if one walks into me in my booth and say, you know what, I love your solo series. I'm like, you up to something, man. Because ain't no, like, come on, man. Let's be honest. Bitches don't even give a fuck about comic books. There is a small percentage of females who do. But, like, women don't give a fuck about comic books. Such as like, women don't give a fuck about video games. The only reason why they give a fuck about them is because, one, is like, guys, that's the medium that most guys play on nowadays. Either comic
check it. Hey, are you familiar? She's a YouTuber, right? I used to be subscribed to her about a year or so ago. Comic Book Girl 19. You know who I'm talking about?
Who is it in?
It's her name is Comic Book Girl 19.
Oh, I remember her.
She always got some fucked up hair. She's all right in the face, all right in the body.
She always doing cosplay. She always doing cosplay.
She don't no, but she makes all. She's constantly making comic book related YouTube content, and she lands big interviews like with directors, with comic book creators, all kind of shit. And it's like the bitch just came out of the woodwork. She was a fairly pretty bitch, says I like comic books, and she gets mad love. She gets mad sympathy just for being a bitch.
But you gotta be like, I always say, you gotta be careful with shit like that. That's why I say, like, for me, I could fall victim to it, but for me, it's like something will go off in my head. Like, all right, if I really ask this woman, you know, whatever solo series, all right, what issue did this character die, and it's her issue. and she can't really give an exact issue. Like it's like you gotta weed. You can. It's like when you dating. It's like you go on a date with a first chick. You go on a blind date, or you going on a date with a chick, and you ask these questions like, okay, so and so. Like she says, I love video games, and she says, oh, I play Angry Birds on the PS4, and we all know Angry Birds is a mobile game. So like, what the fuck, like. You know what I'm talking about, man. If you bitches do that shit all the time, and you be like, okay, you love Angry Birds, but she's like, said Angry Birds now on the PS4. Oh, I thought it was. You know what I'm saying? Like it's all you can weed them out. But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Most guys, because they blue pill, most guys who are blue pill, they're gonna ignore that fact of okay, this female flat out trying to pretend like she's interested in what you interested in, but she's doing it to gauge your interest. Because once she got you, there's no like she got you, she got your interest, and that's that point where you become so enamored with her to the point where you ain't even thinking about like the whole point. Like I talk about all the time, like the reason why I stopped dating a long time ago, the reason why I stopped dating is it's like especially in the community, I had to make everything about race. Like black bitches are the fucking worst, man. It's like women nowadays treat shit like a damn job interview. You know what I'm talking about, MA? They don't even act like you watch the.
I'll tell you right now, like straight up, where I'm at right now. If I were to move, because I used to live, I lived in Oakland for a while. I've moved. I've been all over the place. San Diego, which was mad diverse, but Oakland's primarily, it's black folks, right? If I were to move to like back to a place like Oakland, parts of New York, Atlanta, oh shit, I would be. See, here's the thing. For whatever reason. And I have a good idea, but I'm not going to talk about it, right? I'm not going to propagate that swirl shit. But, black women respond to me for a variety of reasons. And so that constant amount of attention, I would have to constantly check myself if I lived like in an ATL or in Oakland. You know what I mean? Because some of these bitches got game. Like they really got game. Like they know how to lead in, like, because they've been taking notes on like the natural swag a lot of brothers been doing for like the last fucking 50 years. They've been taking notes, and now they're spitting that back out to everybody, brothers and the swirling shit, the white boys. It doesn't matter. Like you really gotta watch it. I mean, like this is what SFM talks about. He talks about like they are hunting you. Like they literally are fucking hunting you.
Yeah. Like the reason why I stopped dating too, because bitch, she got a job interview. Like back in the day, I say fuck chivalry, but like back in the day, you get no person to ask you, oh, what's your name? What's your hobby? What you like to do? And then they say, if you don't mind me asking, what you do for a living? Nowadays, bitches be like, well, what type of car you drive? You live with your mom? Do you have your own place? Do you have a car? How much money do you make? I'm like, bitch, what? When did shit become a job interview? What the fuck? Like, I'm sorry, man. And that's the reason why I don't fuck with females on either. Like, even college girls, they be doing that bullshit. I don't do that shit. I can't do that shit, dude. I'm sorry. I can't, because for me, that's dangerous. Like you said before, like, I ain't gonna lie to you. I've been on the train, whatever. I have been on the train. Like, I was on the train 2 weeks ago, and it was like this fat black chick. She gravitated towards me and she was like, what's your name? And I'm like, Chris. Oh, I'm just gonna say Chris. I'm not gonna say my last name, just say Chris. And she's like, well, she was like, here's my number, give me a call. And I just wrote the number down. I just put the number program that shit on my phone, never called the bitch. I never called. I was like, and then she calls me. I gave her my number. She calls me and she's like, well, you never called me. I was like, well, I've been busy, whatever. Well, I was lying to the bitch technically to get off my back. And she's like, well, if you don't mind asking, I was thinking we could go bowling. I was like, I'm helping the best friend move. And she called me, and she still calls me to this day. She's like, well, we could do something. So I'm like, nah, man.
Let me show you a story, and it was a sister, and it's not really about the race, but it's an interesting story, right? So I was working security at a hotel, and they hired this a sister to work nights, right? Mm-hmm. So by definition, my role was partially to protect property, her, and the guest. So right off the bat, I'm at that level, right? So anyway, me and her, like, there was a lot of, like, at hotels overnight, there's a lot of dead time. Like, there's just nothing to do. It's not always that busy. So we would talk constantly. And the first month or so working with her, we developed this rapport. And my Mac mode was strong. And she would let me Mac over and over. And she She played coy about it. She flirted back a little bit to keep it going. Lo and behold, about a month after this, and she was fine, by the way. That goes without saying. She was actually pretty damn fine. One day, some bitch walks in who was also fine. Walks in and they talk for a little bit, blah blah blah. And then as the bitch leaves, like they made out, like these two chicks. Like I flip my dome, I'm like, what the fuck? And then I after that the bitch left, I'm like, why did you tell me you were lesbian? You've been letting me flirt with you for a month straight. And she was like, well, all girls like attention. Like, why would I stop that? I love that type of shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's fucked up. She's like, it's all good. You don't have to quit. I still like it. And then like, all right, so she dropped that shit on me. My mind was blown. I'm like, God damn, this crazy bitch. And then like I don't know, a week or something out later, she was like, she would hand around shit. And she was like, she goes, I'm mostly lesbian. But if a guy like you played his card right, I might let him in. And I'm like, this bitch is straight up playing. Like this bitch is, yeah, she's dangerous. And yeah, she was dangerous. She had all kind of.
What's that song? What's that song about poison?
Yeah.
I love that song, man. Every time I see bitches, I don't like poison. I hate this.
Girl, hey, poison.
That shit, hey man, you know what? When I was younger, when I was listening to that song, I'm like, this song dumb as fuck. And now I have that song. Every time that song come on Spotify, I play that shit, blast that shit heavy on the gas train station. Poison. Dude, man, that shit, man. I tell you, dude, man, look, I had my fair share, dude. For me, bitches don't give me attention no way. So for me, shoot, hey, they doing me a favor. Hey, don't bother me at all, man. Shoot, man. Damn, dude, that's crazy. But that's what I'm trying to say. Like, women are like ultimate comedians, man. You can't. Here's the thing, man. It's crazy to me because I don't trust females like that anyway. So for me, it's always been one of those. It's always been one of those things where for me, I have always said this. I talked about this a long time ago. Like for me, like I've been a loner, man. So I'm alone 90% of the time. And for me, it's like if I had a woman, to me, this is me flat out being honest. And I relate celibacy to it. If I had a woman around me 90% of the time, bro, I would go fucking crazy, man. I would go fucking crazy, man. I would be like that. I would like that patient in insane asylum. Like I would be like joking the insane asylum, in the Arkham Asylum, and just start killing motherfuckers for no apparent reason. I would, man. Like that's why I relate relationships, like being in a relationship with a girlfriend is like being in an insane asylum. But instead of you being a straitjacket, it's like okay, you out there having freedom, but you really ain't in freedom. You really in a straitjacket, but they thinking you free. But you really in a straitjacket. Like I can't put up with that shit, man. That's some scary ass shit, man. Like you got this woman around you 24/7, nagging you, telling you, pick up your drawers, do this, do that. Like you like you want to get up and go somewhere. Oh, you want to get up and go bowl. You want to game with your friends. Well, I suggest we go to the movies, or we should go shopping. I don't want to go shopping. Well, you know what? To make you fucking happy? Nah, man, that is a terrible way to fucking live, man. And that's why I always tell people.
Oh hell yeah! Or the other shit. She'd be like, "Hey, I'm hungry. Are you hungry? Yeah. What do you want to eat? Oh, what do you want to eat? All right." So you talk about 20 minutes back and forth, and then she says some shit like, "I don't know. You decide." And the moment you choose some shit, she's like, "Nah, I don't want that."
What the fuck?
I ain't never trying to re-experience that shit. And here's the thing: I'm not talking about one girlfriend. I'm talking about almost every single girlfriend I ever had. Yeah. It was that it would take a minimum of a half hour, an hour, just to decide where to go. And you're usually wrong. Like, bitch, why do you ask my opinion if you already know where you want to go? It's because she wants you to dominate and lead. And then when you actually try to do that shit, they're like, nah, that's not what I want. I'm like, no, fuck that shit. I don't miss that shit at all.
At all, bro. Like you don't understand, dude. Like, and for me, and that's what I'm saying. I don't understand why men want to get married. Like, why would you want to get married to one person for the rest of your fucking life? Like, do you know how that's like living in hell, bro? Like, I call marriage like living in hell, bro. You marrying the devil. you don't think she the devil at that moment. You know, she, you know, like the whole point, I was watching the show, like I was talking, it was, oh, I don't watch them shits no more. When I was like a blue pill type of guy, and I did date this one girl, whatever. Like, well, I did date this one girl, and like I was 20 at the time, and whatever, we watched a show called Bridezilla, and she was, we dated for like a year, 2 years, whatever, and we talked, and whatever, we was talking. And she was like, she was asking me, because I was 20 at the time. I wasn't even full blown legal age at the time, but I was like full not legal adult, whatever. And she was asking me, she was like, so what you think about marriage? And it was like, I was a blue pill type of guy. I was like, I want to get married. She was like, tell me more. And I'm like, well, I can see myself wife and kid and white picket fence and house and everything. So, you can picture marriage. I'm like, I can't pitch, and this was actually working. I was working at the time too, so I was making real good money. I was making $300, $400 a week, now 25 as a dishwasher. So I'm making real good money. So like, okay, cool. And it's like, okay, cool. And I was a dumb motherfucker back in the day when I was 20. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I was dumb as fuck. Okay, I'm not gonna be like, yeah, I was smart. Like, no, nigga, I was dumb as hell. Okay, I had my blue pill days. I spent my blue pill days. I went through that shit. It was living fucking hell. I ain't trying to experience that shit no more. But like I was telling her, she was telling me, and she was like, okay, cool. So it was Bridezilla. And then like the whole time I was watching Bridezilla, but I was at her house while watching Bridezilla. It was a white chick, whatever, it was a chick, whatever. She was sitting there and was the groom. It was planning a wedding. So it was the groom and it was the bride. And she was the guy, I think the chick was what? The chick was what was it? The chick was planning the wedding. So it was this little flower arrangement thing to pick the flower. You know the flowers they throw after they get done wet, and she throw it to one of the bridesmaids and they catch that shit. And it was like $10,000. The guy made a six-figure salary, and the roses he wanted to get for the wedding was 5,000, like 5,000 piece, whatever. He was like, I can afford 5,000. Anything else beyond that point, I mean, whatever. And she was like, I want 10,000. I want $10,000 more. He was like, it's just fucking rose. It's not like it's fucking a wedding dress or anything. Well, I want $10,000 one, and he was so much of a cuck. He broke the fuck down and brought the rose for $10,000 one. And the whole time, you know why? Because brides, they focus on the bride and then they focus on the groom. The groom, what is it? Not the groom. The groom is he was getting the tuxedos and everything. He was getting some tuxedos that he can afford to rent. The woman, the chick had she had this expensive wedding dress, and the bridesmaids, her bridesmaid wedding dress was white. She was a bitch to her bridesmaids. She was like, and this was why I say fuck marriage. After watching that shit with my girlfriend, I was like, fuck no, I ain't doing this shit. Man, this shit dumb as fuck. The girl was like, I don't want your color matching in my drapes. And it's funny because the whole thing was, I'm like, and she was like, and I was looking at my girlfriend at the time, like, she's a bitch. What the fuck? It's her day. I'm like, bullshit. He paying for the damn wedding. What the fuck? And she was like, so you mean tell me if we got married right now, if we got married and you was making a six-figure salary and I wanted to get some $10,000 roses, you wouldn't do it? Fuck no, you ain't doing that shit. Fuck no. And this is before I woke the fuck up. I'm like, this is some dumbass shit. And she's like, well, it's not. It's her day. You need to understand. It's her day. And I even hear Steve Harvey and these blue pill motherfuckers say that shit. Like, fuck that. Look, if I spend $1 million, goddamn right, I have to say so on that shit, man. Look, if it was up to me, I said, bitch, we'd be married on basketball court in my damn Kobe Bryant basketball jersey. Goddamn, if it was up to me. What type of shit is that? I was like, look, that man's paying for that wedding, motherfucker. He gotta have some say so in it. It's her day. It's not his day. I'm like, fuck that. Look, man, and that's when I realized. I looked at her. I said,
you know what though? Game though, it really is her day, right? And it is his worst day. And he gotta pay for it.
Damn it, man. I'm like, God damn it. I was watching that shit and that girl looked at me. My girlfriend got mad at me. She got mad at me for like 2 weeks. It's like, how dare you? She's like, so you mean tell me right now? What the fuck do you mean? It's his day. I'm like, it's his day. He's paying for that shit. Like, he's going in debt. And this is why I tell guys, marriage is fucking pointless and fucking stupid, man. Did you watch that video, Tosh.0 video of when I forgot what year it was, that it gets way worse video?
I didn't fuck with him too much. So no.
You said video. It was a video that was talking about like marriage. It was actually like five dudes one black dude and five white dudes, and they was talking about marriage, like it gets way worse. And dude was like, he said some shit that pissed off. The black dude was like, he said he said what is it? He said when I met my wife, she said she hated her mother. When we got married, I can't keep that old bitch out of my house. That shit got me rolling, man. That shit got me rolling like a motherfucker. And then he had said other thing that he was like, my wife want me to go back to school to pay for become a nutritionist. Is that even a thing? Man, I'm like, oh man. Oh my, that shit. I've been watching that shit lately. That shit, I need to laugh. I play that shit, man. That shit got me rolling like a motherfucker, man. That shit is funny as fuck, man. And like, I watched that shit. Man, that shit got me rolling like a motherfucker, dude. And that's why I try to say celibacy, dude. I gotta say it's important, man, that men learn self-validation, man. Because if you don't know that shit, man, you'll go fucking crazy, dude. For real, dude.
I think that's enough, you know, like finding self-validation, you know, doing a little introspection. It may not lead to having to eliminate sex entirely for you. I mean, it doesn't really have to. But it will fucking validate you. Obviously, it's implied, right? You will find new value in life, which is dope, right? I mean, it's not about, for some men, it won't be about completely removing of, you know, themselves. So if we're not talking about removing, let's talk about adding then. And it's the same thing, man. Fucking self-validation adds to you. It doesn't take away. If you choose to take away that part of who you are or expressing that part of who you are via celibacy, I mean, cool. I encourage it. Here's the thing, though. Realistically, you know, a lot of these young cats can't even comprehend this shit.
Yeah.
And maybe we can. Every time I talk about it in this way, like every once in a while, I feel like I hit the nail on the head a little bit, but then I kind of check myself and I'm like, you know what? Yeah, maybe. I mean, all we can do is try. All it has to be, like I said before, is an option. It's not a mandate, right? Because I gotta keep saying this is because I knew I literally was looking down a future when I first saw Red Pill, and it was a terrifying thought, not ever be touched by a woman, to not conversate, to not have companionship, to not bust a nut, to not make a woman bust a nut. All this shit went through my mind, and I kept obsessing about it. And this is the pitfall with an idea like this. You got to come to terms with it on your own, right? There's no other way to do it. It can't be, you know, it can be recommended. And if you grab a hold of the idea, then it's in your court. And you got the ball and you got to handle it. Like, you can't really teach celibacy. You can just illustrate that it's an option. You know what I mean?
And that's why I say for guys, when you if you're going through a divorce and the divorce final cleared, or you going through a breakup, man, take like a year, 2 years off, a year and a half off. Like learn to just like be with yourself, because for 1 second, it's like the moment you spend that, say for instance, a guy comes off a divorce after being married to wife for 20 years. That's a long time you live with one person. So like, you take a year, 2 years off, and you kind of like, you learn, you know, self-validation. Like, I mean, and it's like some dudes who, you know, they will probably give themselves a couple of months to get into a relationship, because that's the common reaction for any married man, because you've been married to a person for so long. It's like, well, fuck, I gotta be in another relationship with another person. But the reason why a lot of times I feel like this is one thing I notice about, you know, not just guys in general, guys in relationships. If you think about it, if you ask those guys deep down inside, like if you ask those guys, would you prefer to be in a relationship? They'll tell you, if they was blue pill, they'd be like, yeah, the woman is everything. But the vast majority of those guys will tell you relationships are a waste of fucking time, man. They are. Like there's nothing. It's like, to me, I always say this, like, there's one thing I never understood. What's the point of getting a girlfriend? Like, what, just so you can have somebody to talk to? I'm like, you can talk to a therapist about your fucking problems. That's the fucking case. Go what? Take time. I go to therapy. You know what I'm saying? I talk about my problems all the time. Once I leave that fucking session, I'm good. Like, I'm saying, like, my problem with men nowadays is that men nowadays don't know how to be by themselves. And that's why I wanted to bring this topic up of celibacy. Celibacy is not just about being disciplined to say, you know what, to not be, not to have sex, not to be intimate with the opposite sex. What the fuck, not intimate? To have sex with the opposite, fuck intimate, fuck that shit. That's some love bullshit. But like, have sex with the opposite sex. But like far as like learning to understand the fact that learn yourself. Learn more about yourself than anything else, because the moment, and so when you do decide to go out there and be intimate again, or you know what I'm saying, and here's the thing, I don't want people to ever feel like if you a virgin and if you did lose your virginity, guess what happened? We all gonna lose it at one point. But guess what happened? Just because here's the thing, I had sex 2 times and I have not had sex at that point. After 2015, 2016, I have not had sex at that point. So for me, but I still feel like that guy, 27 years old, disciplined enough to do other things. But I'm learning discipline through that point. But I think I don't want guys to ever feel like, man, yo, if I lose my virginity, I'm gonna lose part of my humanity. I say this to me in general for guys out there that's struggling with that shit. Just get it out the way, man. Like, and if I had to get it out the way, protect yourself, get it out the fucking way, get it out the way, so you don't have to worry about that silly shit later. Because the more you hold on to that shit, the more you listen to rap music. Like what you were saying before, like later on, like later in the stream, earlier in the stream, we was talking about, you know, rappers in the whole, put Jimmy Cap. But it's like these rappers never tell you, yo, focus on yourself, get yourself together. It's always, even back in the day, I was a fan. This one was my blue pill days. Like LL Cool J, I Need Love song. I fucking hate that song, man. Fucking hate it with a fucking passion. It's like, what the fuck? Why, really, dude? Like, this is some bullshit in itself. But going back to what I was saying, I think being celibacy for me, what it means for me, it means me understanding my urge, the fact that I'm going against the norm. I'm fighting against the norm. And that's what celibacy means to me. Is like, it means to me is like, it means that I understand my worth as a human being. And to me, and me getting my dick wet don't make me feel validated. And if I would do it, it's like, okay, I'm just doing it to prove a fucking point. To me, I don't need to fuck a whole bunch of people to prove my point. I can fucking I create characters. Where I get my fulfillment at? No, it's not me getting my dick wet. It's me creating my characters. Me being in my room, being on my laptop, typing on my laptop, creating a character. You know what I'm saying? That's what I care about. I don't care about all this other silly shit that comes in that with sex. I don't give a fuck about that. I can give a fuck about it personally,
Yeah, you kind of reminded me right before you hit me up, man. I was gonna go live, and I was gonna get into some old school SPI type stories to try to illustrate just how far that rabbit hole goes down, as far as the blue pill simping, putting yourself at risk, being reckless, not caring, being immoral. Like, because a lot of my tales reveal all that shit, right? And I think they hold value because it's basically saying, hey, grass is not greener on the other side. And the other side, for some men who either have limited experience or feel like they can't have access at all, is that the grass is not green on their side because there's a whole wealth of problems you're not even comprehending, not even thinking about remotely. I mean, this is real life shit. And just like you said, you don't know what could happen when you stick your dick in it.
I mean, you risking it every fucking time. You can be fucking your wife. You can get fucking HIV. You can get AIDS from that point. So it's like, it don't matter whether you engage, you in a relationship, or you just fucking a chick on some friends with benefits type shit. I don't recommend that type of shit, because that's some scary shit too. Because guess what fucking happened? You can fucking friend with friends with benefits, and guess what happened? She ended up becoming the mother of your damn child. So it's like, you need to understand this. That I always tell people all the time. That's why I always tell guys all the time. Like, find hobbies. Like that's what I mean by, that's why one of my latest streams I did called Expand Your Horizons. It's like, try different shit. Like I want to learn archery. You know what I'm saying? I want to learn archery. I'm learning. I create characters. I walk. I do all kinds of crazy shit. I find other ways to think about it, because the situation is 100% true. Is the more you think about women, it's like I talk about all the time, where even I gotta admit that, like, I kind of got an addiction with the shit, but I gotta try to dial it back a little bit. It's like porn. There's nothing wrong with watching porn. But it's like, if you watch it enough, I talk about this all the time. Like, this is with celibacy. Now, you can relate to porn, watching porn to celibacy. If you watch enough porn, it will affect your thinking. It will affect how you view shit. It would affect how you look at things.
Yeah. I don't know where it came from, but I just had this idea of a social experiment, right?
Mhm.
And I already have my hypothesis. Why? I'm hearing the recording. I don't know if I'm turning it up or not.
Go ahead.
Muted? I don't know. Let me turn myself down. I don't think it's double feedback, but it could be.
Can you hear it?
No, it's good. It's good now.
Okay, go ahead.
So, yeah, I just imagine a social experiment. I already have a hypothesis, but I'll go through the experiment first. So, all right, get around a group of dudes, then like at a restaurant or something like that, or like where they're drinking like soda. It doesn't matter, right? Have a random strange bitch, 5, 6, average looking bitch, come up, or even a hot bitch, doesn't really matter. Even a hot bitch come up and then just take from his drink it, set it back down, walk away. Most men, right, because of the evolutionary feature of disgust, which we all have, like the whole thing of disgust, this was an advantage to us to avoid stupid shit like shit that might have bacteria, disease, when it comes to like grotesque shit. Like we hunt, right? So we're used to like even when we were hunting deer, like if you came across a deer and its brains and shit are splattered out, you'll feel disgust because it's been exposed. It probably has bacteria. The first thing you're gonna do is be disgusted by it. You're not gonna go reach in your hand into the skull, pull out the brains, and smear it on you like a dumbass. Right? It's an evolutionary reason why we don't do certain shit. Some of that we see in modern ways, like, well, you don't share fucking drinks with strangers, right? So the social experiment would be, all right, so bitch comes out, she takes a drink, and then later send that bitch back out to the same guy she took the drink from and just straight up offer him some sex. He'll take it. He'll probably be disgusted by the drink that she sipped, but he'll probably be quick to sipping, getting in that ass.
Yeah.
So there's a disconnect, and there's a fracture. There's something fractured in the modern, or not even the modern necessarily. Something off about the male brain. Like, how is it? Like, my hypothesis is that most men reject the drink but would take the sex. What the fuck?
Yeah. I think, and the thing is for me, what I learned for me, what I generally learned about situation for me, even when it comes to celibacy, one thing I generally learned about myself is the moment after that situation happened. I had time to think about it after that sexual contact happened. And I thought to myself, okay, you know what? I can double down on this shit and fuck another chick, or I can really slow the fuck down and say, you know what? I ain't going through this shit no motherfucking more, dude. I tell you, that shit is mad fucking embarrassing. And that's my problem with like guys when that's my problem with guys in general when they talk about sex. They always talk about the fun part, like, yeah, man, the bitch had a fat ass. See, but what they don't want to tell you is this: they don't want to talk about the package they got. They don't want to talk about them having a baby by a thought or whatever, what the fuck you want to call that shit. Like by some lazy bitch or some bitch that was crazy as fuck. Like they don't want to talk about them getting some crazy bitch pregnant. They don't want to talk about paying ridiculous amounts of child support. They quit to tell you, yeah, I fuck bitches. But like, yeah, dude, it's fucking bitches worth you getting thrown in jail for child support, miss one child support payment. To me, and that's why I say to me, I'm scared for me, it like in the way I want kids. But if I would do it, I probably would adopt because I feel like adoption is the best way to go for, especially if you a MGTOW or you a single man, if you just don't want a wife or kid and none of that shit. Like to me, the reason why I'm scared to have kids, and I'm pretty sure you have the same thought, is that I'm scared to have kids because the child support laws are fucked up, man. And celibacy, that shit can protect you from a lot of things. Here's the thing. See, the dudes that brag about how much pussy they get, here's the thing. Those guys, that's the reason why I always ask them, okay, because like even the dude that was talking that I was in the back room with, and he was talking about how many bitches he banged. I said, how many kids you got? He said, I got like 5. And I said, you still fucking bitches raw. I said, dude, you do understand you could die from that shit, right? He's like, come on, dude. He's like, man, why you gotta fucking be all buzzkill with the shit? I'm not being a buzzkill. I'm just saying, dude, that shit is not normal, man. I don't give a fuck if you a female and you fuck 30 dudes. If you a guy and you fucking 30 women in 1 month, that shit is not normal, man. That shit is out of control because one, it's letting me know like, okay, you ain't got no control. So if a female walk into your room butt naked, you just gonna fuck her even if she got a package. So it's like, let me know like, and I was asking him, I said, so the chicks you bang, Do they ever get tested? Like, do you know they got something? Like, do you know that they have a sexual transmission? No. I'm like, well, why would you stick your dick in the bitch raw, knowing 9 times out of 10 you got 5 kids already? He was like, man, I get pussy, man. What's like, man, why you gotta be all buzzkill about the shit? I'm like, dude, you, man, I looked at him like, man, you got a problem, man. You need to get some help, man. For real, dude. That shit is not normal, man. And fuck that player shit. That's why I say I hate these these PUA, these pickup artists. I hate these dating motherfuckers like Steve Harvey, Steve Williams on YouTube. All these Negro management motherfuckers be like, man, you know, y'all niggas need to get some game. Like, yo, like get game can protect us from HIV or
yo, another one. It's not just STDs. It's not just the false rape allegation thing. It's not getting a woman pregnant. There's another thing that we don't often talk about, which is actually a lot more common than you would think, and that's the other dude.
Yeah.
Right? You never know. Like, so here's the thing. Like I said, take everything a woman says when you meet her at face value. Just because she says she ain't got no boyfriend doesn't mean she ain't got no orbiters. She might have a stalker. She might have an ex that's her, and that motherfucker catch you slipping. Yeah. And you're not even, because you just think you a badass, you're not paying attention. You could get caught up in some fucked up drama shit or death. Like, this shit happens all the time. How many fucking murders are because of some bitch related shit? A lot.
If you really want to be honest, think about how many niggas in jail right now because of a bitch, because the bitch told them they wanted the bad boy, that nigga ended up going to jail for that shit. So I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, it's damn if you do, damn if you don't policy. It's like, that's why I try to tell people all the time, sticking like fucking, like when that dude said he fucked 30 women in one day, I'm like, you out your goddamn ever loving mind, man. That means selling. Like, I mean, that's you need to give yourself an hour or a couple minutes to do this shit. Like, nah, I got to fuck another chick. I like, dude, that's some dysfunctional ass behavior, man. That's dysfunctional as fuck, man. I know some people want to rationalize that shit, like, man, that what men do, we conquer. They ain't conquering, motherfucker. That's putting yourself at risk, man. Look, one thing I learned, I always tell people all the time, man. And that's why I say I can't listen to some of these rappers, because some of these rappers, they full of shit a lot of times, like popping Molly and sipping lean on other crazy shit. I'm like, that's the last fucking thing. That's the last thing we need to be hearing right now. Like, no, like, I think about, look at all the NBA, NFL players that get caught with strippers and shit like that. Like, I'm sorry, man. These bitches ain't worth that shit, man. That's some scary ass shit, dude. Some scary motherfucking shit to be dealing with. Because people nowadays be like, oh man, you know, we need to understand the culture, and y'all, you know, it's like when I was reading the advice article yesterday, these men just taking their balls to go home. I'm like, and how's that a bad thing again? It's like, we're realizing the game is rigged. Why would you want to play a rigged system? It's like going to a casino. A casino was designed to take your fucking money. Why the fuck would you take? It's like if I won $1 million and I said I had to go to Vegas and say, you know what? I read all the books about gambling and all that stuff like that. I'm like, hell yeah, I'm gonna take my $1 million to go to Vegas. And I bet 500,000 on black. And everybody winning on red, but my dumb ass thought, because I read all the books in the world, I owe the fucking casino $500,000. Now I got two choices here. I can either go to that casino, take my motherfucking money, and walk outside the casino and keep my $500,000 while still owing that casino money, or I can bet another $500,000 and owe the casino $1 million. So it's like, you got to understand, man. There's more to this issue. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, sex is like a casino, man. You don't know what the fuck you gonna get out there, man. You don't know what the fuck you doing. You taking a risk. You may fuck your first sexual encounter may be great. The 6% may be shit like mine was. So it's like, yeah, it's fun and everything. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun when you're doing that shit. When you in that clinic, man, that shit is no fun at all. And I don't understand, like, dudes who just do that shit. Like, and guys, like, and you know the reason why this may sound harsh to a lot of people, man. But I don't feel sorry for those dudes that be in those clinics. A lot of those times, like, if you use no condoms and you don't believe in using no condoms, I don't feel sorry for you. But the ones I do feel sorry for is the ones that use condoms and they get shit. Like, okay, they actually trying to protect themselves. But like I talk about all the time, like all this knowledge we have about sexual transmitted diseases, AIDS, and all this other shit, and we still fuck raw. I don't understand that shit. I will never understood it. Like, with that condom bust for me, that shit was that shit crushed my dreams, Jack. Fuck that shit. That was some scary ass shit.
No, I've said this before, going back to the whole condom thing, man. So what is it? What do they claim? Like 90, 98, some crazy high number effective, right?
Yeah.
If they're put on right. The problem with this is that when you in that moment, you're not a functional motherfucking human being in this moment when you're trying to put this fucking condom on. Like, the most simple thing on earth becomes very fucking complicated when you're rock hard and you're ready to go. And this is a real thing, right? So it's not fucking a flawless, fucking protection method, because it's not easy. It's not foolproof enough. And a lot of times, speaking from personal experience, I know other cats have mentioned it, it's easy to put them shits on wrong. It just is, because you're so excited, ready to go.
Yeah, I think that's what I did. I think for me, because I had time to think about, maybe I put it on wrong. Maybe I thought I put it on wrong, and then the condom fucking busted. Because I know the first time I did it, it was a condom I had for like 3 years. It was an old condom. It was an old expired condom, and that shit never busted. It never busted. So in this one, and I think, what kind of fucked up to me too, I really had time to think about it too. She brought the condom. So it was a chick that brought the condom. So it's like she brought the condom, not me. If it was me, it would have been a whole different thing. And I was like, you know what? If I'm gonna fuck a chick, I'm bringing my own condoms from now on, man. Cause them shits there was a whole different thing. It was the whole.
Yo, check this. Anybody out in the game that's still messing around, I'm gonna give you one. Maybe you've never thought about this, right? But you'll every once in a while you will come across a bitch who, who's a vet with the one night shit, who's promiscuous, and she seems classy about it, because you go up in usually her house, right? You go up into the bedroom, one of her dresser drawers or one of her nightstand drawers or something like that. She's got a whole thing of condoms, right? You know what you should be thinking about in this scenario, even though like condoms are right there, like, oh shit, I'm good to go. Don't have to worry about going out. It's dope. What you're not thinking about, like, think about this. It's like, what you're not thinking about is that there were more condoms there before you arrived. Some of them were used. And in a given session, maybe like they did their first session, got done, and then like fucking this motherfucker took it off, or at either with her slimy ass hands or his slimy ass hands. You don't know if they washed. Grab another condom and touch one of the other condoms that was unwrapped. And now you about to use that condom that dude was fucking with.
Ooh.
I think about shit like that because I guess I'm a germaphobe. I guess it helps being a germaphobe with this shit.
Dude, and it's funny because even the thing was so fucking weird. It's like my first time I had sex, like that condom, I used it like 3 times. Like she gave me fellatio, I'll put it right back on. I know that you use fresh new condoms when you fuck a chick, but that shit never busted, and that's so fucking weird. And then she brought the condoms, and that shit bust in the middle while fucking a doggy style. Like, what the fuck, man? Nah, man. And from that point on, I said I'm never, like, for me, it may sound harsh as fuck, but to me, dude, I'm gonna bring my own condoms from now on. If it gets to that point, if I ever decide to be intimate, start having sex again. But to me, dude, sex is a fucking personal thing, man. That's some scary ass shit, and I don't understand how niggas do the shit, because that's some scary ass shit. I don't give a fuck what it is. When you in the clinic being tested, dude, for STD, and you don't know, and you get it, like you said, you was burning, you were coughing up blood and shit, and that, like, when I was 2 weeks, my balls were burning. I barely had I couldn't even sit down right. I'm like, nah, man, this ain't no normal feeling, man. I ain't supposed to be feeling like this. And I said, that shit went away. I prayed to God that shit went away. And I said, God, I'm in your hands from now on, bro. I'm officially fucking done, dog. I ain't about to do this shit. And if I do this shit, I'm double bagging that shit. Now, I'm double bagging that shit. You're like, what the fuck is a double bag? Put 2 condoms on there.
Double bagging, dental dam, saran wrap.
I put 2 condoms on at one time, and she was like, why you put 2 condoms on? I'm like, don't understand, don't ask no questions. We get down there, about to do that. Nasty, goddamn it. Fuck that shit, man. Hell nah, man. That's some scary ass shit. And for me, it's like, I'm sorry, man. Like, I'm sorry, dude. Like, I don't understand why dudes would be fuck multiple chicks like in 1 week. Like, I would never understand, like, you fuck one chick and now you gotta fuck another chick, a different chick the next day. I'm sorry, man. That's some dysfunctional ass behavior, man. And people try to rationalize and say that's part of man. They ain't, man. Like, and that's my problem. When I was younger, I'm pretty sure, man, you thought the same thing. When we was kids, it was always, it's a man's DNA to procreate. 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 It's a man's DNA to procreate and, have babies and all the other crazy shit. And that's the young motherfucker. That's the young mindset you had when you was younger. Yo, it's your job to go out there and hunt for your bait and all that crazy shit. But you think about that shit when you get older, you be like, man, what the fuck was I thinking? What the hell?
It's funny. So from the moment I can remember, learning what fucking sex was, talking with, homeboys and shit, bullshitting about it most of the time, right? Like one of the biggest things you hear is like, oh yeah, I'll be fucking multiple bitches in the same day, this kind of shit. It's mostly braggadocious, bravado. A lot of it's lies. But the interesting thing about this, from preteen, teen to young man to straight up adult, I've heard the same things. Like, yo, I fucked two bitches, and every once in a while, some smart ass or some interesting question pops up, and like, well, did you even take a shower between the bitches, yo? And mother would be like, hell no, I need to do that. Fuck them bitches. So and we just accept this at face value, like, ah ha ha ha, right? We just shooting the shit. Doesn't matter. It's inconsequential. He's probably wolfing anyway, probably lying, whatever. But what actually he did reveal, whether it happened or not, is that the way he was so like candid about the shit, he probably would, right? So, but let's take this a step further. Why do we automatically assume that women would wash between dudes in the same day or whatever the case may be, right? 3 dudes, I don't fucking know. Yeah. Think about that, man. You can't trust other people to help you out when it comes to fucking dignifying and respecting your body. They're gonna lie to you. Yeah. They're just straight up gonna fucking lie to you. You're not I don't know, man. So condom or not, man, there's a whole bunch of other shit. It's a big area, a lot of splish splash. I mean, I don't know, man. I know this creeps out fucking JK because he's a germaphobe, but men need to think about this shit. More men need to become germophobic because this is not a joke. Do you really want somebody else's DNA all over you?
And that's the thing that's the thing for me is I'm trying to educate the youth because I'm up there in age with you. How old are you, MA?
37.
37. It's like I turned 29 this year. Like I'm getting older. So for me, I realize my knowledge is I'm starting to, even though I'm still young as fuck, I'm learning something throughout my life is that my mindset when I was young, I'm trying to any young men child that's entering it, or you've been experienced, or you 18, 19, 21, 23, whatever, man, get the fuck out of that. I gotta fuck bitches mentality. Because I mean, if you're gonna do it, but understand, do it at your own fucking risk. I'll probably say like you protect yourself at all costs. Never, if you're gonna have a chick come over or you come over to a crib, you buy your own condoms, man, because condoms nowadays, man, when that condom bust for me, dude, I was scared as fuck out of my mind, man. Like, cause the thing, when she brought it, I never thought like, okay, maybe because like, and the thing about sex, the reason why condoms, like even with condoms, not a fucking guarantee. Guess what fucking happened? You can have a condom on, and that shit never busts, and guess what happened? The chick can still pop up pregnant. So it's like, and condoms not even a guarantee. What they said, 98, it's 90, it works 98% of the time. I mean, it's still a high number, but still, like, you gotta understand with condoms, even if that shit don't bust, that you can pop up pregnant, or you can get a disease out of the situation. Because
and yo, check this. Here's another thing that's not talked about enough. So there's a lot of bitches, and I don't necessarily think they're lying, but apparently either because they don't understand their own pH balance, they don't understand their anatomy, or they just have some crazy shit, right? A lot of these bitches be talking about, oh, we can't use latex, right? Fuck? So it's latex that is the superior in effectiveness. If it's other forms of like plastic composites or it's sheepskin, that effective rate drops down significantly, right? So, and there's a lot of bitches out there that be talking about like, oh, we can't use latex. It makes me break out. I'm sensitive to it, right? And so then some of them be like, oh, we can't even use the alternative plastic shit. You gotta do sheepskin, which is nasty. It's fucking weird. I don't like sheepskin. It's fucking just nasty. But here's the thing, that like effectiveness of sheepskin, it ain't shit, man. It's not shit. It hardly even can prevent pregnancy, much less STDs. Fuck that noise.
I never experienced the diddle damn shit where you gotta fucking put plastic. You gotta fucking put aluminum foil over your shit. Cause hell no, man. God damn, man. And it's funny because I heard friends tell me that shit that was like, really, you put aluminum foil over your dick? Like, yeah, like, dude, that's still not stop. It's still not guarantee that shit get pregnant. Like, what the fuck, man? What the hell? That's some dumb shit.
And that's some broke ass shit. If you've got to use fucking saran wrap, motherfucker, you need to go to Planned Parenthood or get a job or some shit. Something's wrong in your life if you got to use fucking Saran wrap.
No, my friend told me, because like one of my friends told me that shit. I'm not saying his name, but one of my friends told me that shit. Like he was fucking the chick, and he was like the condom bust because he had four condoms in his pocket and 3 other condoms bust. I said, dude, maybe that's a telltale sign you should stop. He said, no, she's like, remember you get some denim damn shit. So he got some aluminum foil, put on his dick. I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Yeah, he actually did.
If you're trying to cut her and himself up, aluminum foil will crease and create sharp corners. Man, that motherfucker's stupid as hell. That's the stupidest shit I ever heard in my life.
Luckily, nothing ever happened. Like he didn't get affected. His female pussy didn't get affected. But still, like that's some dumb shit. And I was like, dude, it was like, dude. After the first 3 condoms broke, that should have been telltale sign and said, nigga, get the fuck out of there. What the fuck are you doing? And he was like, so he said some shit. What crazy was, he was like, the first 3 condoms was like, it was the chick, because he didn't bring no condoms. He forgot to bring them. And the chick's like, I got condoms. And I said, man, that should have been telltale sign right there. That's why the condoms broke right there. He's like, females, look, this is one thing I know, well, not female I was fucking with. The vast majority of women, when they break condoms, just imagine if I was a rapper, right? And they in say for instance, I didn't have condoms, or at the time, or the store was closed, whatever. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, I got a groupie over, right? And it's like, and the chick was like, well, I got a condom. It's like something just go off in my head and said, nah, man, I don't trust this motherfucker, because she on some shady shit. But you be like, man, okay, cool. And like, okay, the condom break, and you be like, fuck. And it's like, nah, man. And the thing is, because I had a friend of mine told me this shit, because he was dumb enough to fall for this shit. And this is why I say I'm so glad I'm not blue pill no more. He was talking to this one chick, and she was like, I'm allergic to latex. He was like, I can get sheepskin. I'm allergic to sheepskin. And she was like, well, and she just flat out told him, she was like, well, I don't want you to use a condom. And my friend was like, okay. I like, dude, like, you know what? I just looked at him. I said, you know what? If she pop up pregnant and you get the package, I don't even feel sorry for you, man. Because you just dumb enough to fall for this shit. I'm sorry, man. That's some scary shit. Like, I don't understand it. And that's what I'm trying to say. When I tell people, that's dysfunctional behavior, man.
Yeah, you know what, man? That's bad dysfunctional. You know what? I think we're starting to kind of vet out like a pattern here. I don't. This is not naivety or just mere recklessness with some of these females. Some of these bitches know, right? Because they know they can as easily get a free or discount ass abortion, or they can have a kid and you're fucking, done for life. Yeah. They know they have this option, so they're willing to be reckless with this situation because they got all the fucking chips. They got the ace card. They control the whole situation. So they don't like this whole idea that you're gonna put a barrier between them and their power. Boom. Some of just be foul like that. And a lot of dudes, this is the most reckless shit I've ever seen. I see it all the time. Is this raw dog shit?
Raw dog shit.
Oh man, he's do raw dog, man. And like, motherfucker, like when you literally will ask them, okay, well, fuck it, even if your raw dog, pulling out method, which is completely ineffective because a pre-cum motherfucker learns some shit. Even if that shit doesn't happen, what about fucking STDs? No, man, she's clean. I know how to. I can tell if a bitch is clean. Crazy? Are you out of your goddamn mind?
You know what's even more scarier, dog? Even oral sex is not safe no more, dude. When the dude told me you can get fucking herpes from oral sex, I'm like, fuck, man, this shit broke my heart.
You can get the majority of diseases through oral. The majority of them, not just herpes. You can get HPV, you can get HIV, you can get all kind of shit. I mean, think about it, man. If the bitch brushed her teeth too harsh that morning, and she sliced open a little bit of her gum, and she's got HIV, and she's sucking on your dick, and she's doing it too hard, or she does it hard, or something like that, and you bleed. It's a little tiny vessel burst, right? You don't even feel the shit. Boom, you got HIV, yo.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. Like, that shit is scary. And I will never understand this whole idea, the situation. Let's sit there, let's tell motherfucker put the Jimmy cap on, but instead of like, I feel like, I didn't know it because the doctor, when he told me, when first time I went to the clinic, he told me, he was like, man, did you get oral? I was like, yeah, we did, it was penetration. It was like, yeah, it was okay, cool. But it was like, was it oral sex? It's like, yeah, you do understand you can get. And this is my first time ever being in the clinic. I never been to a clinic before, so I didn't know half this shit anyway. And then I remember walking out that motherfucking thing. I got out that motherfucker like 5 o'clock in the evening, and they gave me all this package about herpes, syphilis, and all that shit. I was reading this shit on the train. I'm like, what the fuck did I just get myself into, man? Fuck, man. And I was so mad. And that was that whole point was those 2 weeks, my balls was burning and shit like that. And from that point on, I said, fuck oral sex, dude. Like, fuck this shit. I don't even want oral, goddamn it. Like, if I fuck a chick, fuck oral, nigga. I ain't taking that chance. Hell to the fucking nah, man.
Hey, you know what?
Nah, man. Go ahead.
We got so they need to redo the whole man the mic echo. I don't know what's happening.
Let me fix it. Go ahead.
I hate hearing myself. I hate my voice. I want to knock that dude out.
Go ahead.
It just occurred to me. Do you want to decrease teen pregnancy, spread of STDs, all that shit, especially with the youth? Get a MGTOW to do the curriculum to rewrite sexual ed. First thing we would do is we'd separate it. Fuck that co-ed shit. Because all you're going to do is have a bunch of little bitches and dudes laughing and giggling about every fucking thing you say. So take the boys out, separate room, and you drop the MGTOW style fucking wisdom on them when it comes to safe sex and all this shit, right? The whole abstinence feature of the shit would be some real talk. Not like this passive, like, abstinence is the best policy, but we know you motherfuckers ain't going to do it. Like,
and that's why, that's why I say, like, with the celibacy for the young teens growing up, like, I feel like it's a little fucking outdated. You always see celebrities talk about, you know, HIV get tested. Like, these motherfuckers ain't getting tested, especially these bitches, man. These motherfuckers ain't getting tested. They gonna keep fucking and fucking and keep fucking until they catch some shit, and that's they realize that's the only time they really give a fuck about it, until they catch some shit, or they get some chick pregnant, or some chick gets some fucking disease from some dude, whatever. And it's like, my problem with sex, like, my thing to me, I feel like to apply this course, I think that sex ed, I agree, sex ed need to be brought back to schools, but it need to be reformed. And you know what? I think they did it back in the day. They don't do it no more because they don't want to fucking wake men up. Because I would do it MGTOW style if I was a teenager, and if I had to redo it, I would call a reform where you get sex ed and they bring back the fucking videos showing like herpes, or herpes on the man's penis or something like that, herpes on the chick mouth, whatever, and show the size effect, show what herpes look like. I've been lied on motherfuckers, but not fuck at all, man. Cause I remember when I was in sex ed. This was like way back in the day when I was in middle school at the time. And Luther J, I was in my middle school, whatever, and they separated the males from the males from the females, and like we had 2 different teachers, and it was sex ed week at school, whatever. So we get whatever. So the females talking to females about situations, and I never forget it. My sex ed teacher, he pulled his video out, dog. This shit he showed, and the guy, it was a doctor. He came there. He showed the videos of what herpes looked like, and the chick had herpes on her mouth. He said it was a real actual patient, but we couldn't show the face. He just showed herpes, and that shit that shit was swole as a goddamn pineapple. And I was asking the doctor, I was like, "What's that?" They was like, "Well, that's herpes." What? He's like, "That's herpes." He's like, "Yeah, if a female give you fellatio, you see that's herpes." I said, "I ain't fucking no more after that, bro." I saw that shit. And I'm like, no, I can't do that shit, man. That's some scary ass shit. He's like, man, no, that's herpes. He's like, bruh, nah, man, I can't put up with that shit. That's some scary shit, man. Scary as fuck. What?
All this falls out the brain. I mean, so much of this information falls out the brain, and we know why, man. Heat of the moment, you lose your goddamn mind. It's a lot like, it's similar to martial arts. It's not impossible to utilize martial arts in an actual live street fight. Yeah. Stakes are high. You don't know if the motherfucker gonna pull out a knife. You don't know what's gonna happen. Don't know if the homies are gonna jump in.
Yeah.
It's possible to use martial arts in a street fight, but it's difficult, right? Yeah. Once again, I mean, it kind of goes back to the celibacy thing, man. Fucking knowing all these risks. Fuck it. Elimination is a good policy, especially, man. But I don't know. It's such a difficult. For me, the way I've done, and I'm monkish, by the way, I got to put that out. I'm monkish. I'm aesthetic-ish.
Yeah.
When it comes to this,
I'm still like I'm reading books about it. I'm still in the beginning phase of becoming a monk, but like I'm somewhat there, but I'm not like that all the way like living on the monastery yet. But like I'm somewhat there with my shit. So for me, it's like I'm like with you, man. I'm sorry, man. That shit is some scary shit about, man. You gotta understand, man. Sex is personal, man. Like it's like back in the day, like it's like if you fuck the chick raw with no condom, the worst thing you would get probably is syphilis, right? Nowadays, it's like you can get any disease from oral. And when that guy told me that, I really was looking at the doctor. I looking at him, he was like, "They're looking in your face. You seen shot." So I thought that when you get oral, that you protected from this shit. It was like no, because if you brush what you call it, if you brush your teeth hard enough, or if it can cut the skin, which means is you can get a burning feeling. And like I looked at him. I said, you know what? I'm done after that shit. And that's why I said, me and you, MA. I guess me and you think alike, bro, because for me, I had to stop after that shit. Because for me, when the dude told me, because when I got oral, I tell you flat out, for the first time I had sex. The first time I had sex, I was getting oral, and nothing ever happened. Like it's my first time happening, and it kind of went well. Like it was not one of those where it went so well. I had to go back. But it was one of those things where I went back. I said, you know what? It was like it went so well. I was like, well, I can do it the second time. The second time, people, I say the second time end up being the worst, because guess what happened? You already had it before, so you know what it feels like. But like the condom bust and man, I'm like, I'm never going through this shit ever again, man. That was some scary.
man, this entire thing, everything surrounded by sex and reproduction is a war.
Yeah.
Every aspect is a war. So there's a whole nother, like when it comes to the STD things, you need to understand that the bacteria and viruses that account for all these STDs, these are life forms. They're trying to live, and they've evolved in such a way to ride on your junk and try to get a ride to propagation, right? They are trying to survive. This is life doing what life does. This is a force. The force of life is stacked up against you.
Yeah.
The odds are not in your favor. Okay. And then let's go back again to life, right? That sperm and that ova, their whole job is to propagation. And the way we got to set up that propagation means invariably in this day and age, your demise.
Yeah.
You can't just walk away from that shit no more. Like even the cats, the deadbeat cats that do try to walk away, it's far more difficult to do that than it ever has been before. Like back in the day, it was a lot easier, especially out of town when she wasn't a local. You fuck some random bitch and you just fucking leave. You don't even know if the bitch is pregnant. You just fucking bam, you gone. Who gives a fuck, right? Can't track you down. They ain't got no databases. Who gives a fuck, right? So even if you were that kind of deadbeat kind of motherfucker, that Rolling Stone, there was less consequence. But that shit ain't the case no more. Every move you do is tracked. That bitch find you. You can fuck. Bitches show up 10 years later. Boom. We've among 100 men that I fucked that month, you the father, and here's the proof.
Yeah, man. Nah, man. And that's why I try to tell people, like, for me, it's so important for men to understand, like, yo, know your fucking self. Like I often say this to me, like, for me, this is how I think. This is how I think. If I want, like, I'm gonna be flat out fucking honest. Now that I'm a red pill motherfucker, and I'm so much of a person, I'm so in tune with myself. I know myself. I know when something don't fucking feel right. Like I always tell people all the time, don't react off first. It's like don't act off first glance. And let me explain to you what I mean by don't react off first glance. Here's the thing. It's like you in a room, all right, say for instance, a chick bites you over to a crib, whatever, right? She bites you over to a crib, she fine as fuck. All right, cool. You've been talking to this chick and you MGTOW, but you kind of red pill, but you kind of into this chick. So you like, man, cool. And it's like you walk into the room, she was like, come to my bedroom, I need you to fix the light. You open the door, she butt naked. Now, if you're a blue pill type of guy, you're reacting and you like, well, I fuck this chick, not think nothing about it. But when you a red pill type of dude, and this is how I truly generally think now when I approach women in general, it's like my thing is, if it doesn't feel right, I talk about it all the time. That urge of knowing this is what I'm talking about. What celibacy does when I was celibate, when I was celibate for those 27 years. I tell you one thing, I knew something was off. I knew something didn't feel right. So I never reacted on it. I never acted on it. So it's like when I was ready for it, I was like, look, I just want to lose this shit, get the shit over with. But like I talked about this in general, like if you react, I talk about the importance of when you know yourself and you walk into a situation, and you walk into a room butt naked full of females, with a female's butt naked, you got two choices. You can act off that instinct and be savage with the shit and say, fuck that chick right there. Or you can be like, you know what? Be strong enough to walk off and say, you know what? I don't want to fuck. You know what I'm saying? But you know what? It's hard for the everyday average male to do that because it's wired in our brain to conquer. And that's what this channel was about. I'm trying to get men out of that conquer mindset. You know what I'm talking about, man, where we got
yeah, like that shit is reinforced, right? How many stories, romantic comedies, sitcoms, books, all kind of shit, like all kind of different areas of culture, you know, stories your friends might even tell you, like reinforce that idea, like one, like in a relationship context, the one that got away, or you remember that one broad you passed up, that misconnection. They've got a whole subgenre of that in classified as and shit. Like a bitch that you saw for half a fraction, you thought you got sprung or fell in love with the bitch, and then you writing, you thinking about this bitch for weeks, days, and months. You saw her for a half a fucking second. Come on, man, get the fuck out of here with that shit.
I'm saying, and that's the danger I'm talking about. For me, I'm trying to get young guys, especially young guys out there, man. It's like I want young guys to find MGTOW on their own, where they got to go through some shit to get through it. Because that's how I found MGTOW. I had to go through some shit through myself. But like, I'm trying to get guys out of that conquer mindset. Even you, an older guy, you're an older cat in MGTOW. You've been in MGTOW for years. I'm trying to get guys out of that. Yo, I got a conquer mindset. You hear that? And that's why I said, why did it say fuck you to a Negro manosphere? Is I did that. I made that video to Angry Man and all these motherfuckers that talk about MGTOW like I got a problem with it. No, whether you know it or not, whether you know, we're answering to a situation. We're trying to reprogram the program from the time when we was a kid, from when we were a baby to a kid to a preteen to a teenager. We've been trying to reprogram that shit that we've been told ever since a kid. Get a wife, get a kid, all the other crazy shit, conquering shit. Guess what happened? That conquering mindset. Let me tell you something. I look at the child support situation right now with child support and the ridiculous amounts, the ridiculous laws that comes with child support. You know what happened? You know the reason why these laws are out of control right now, because of that conquer mindset. Because this man been fed that bullshit that
that's that arrogance, that vulnerability. Like when you think, it's like when I first heard it, because of the way like he was all boisterous about it. I first heard it, I didn't really hear it. I just thought he was woofing when the SFM did his hunt theory. Second time I heard it, it clicked. I'm like, oh shit, this motherfucker's right. He's super fucking right. And the way that he does it, you know, he's got it. The way that he bellows that shit out. You are the hunted. Like, I think it's effective because not even the first time he did it resonate, but the second time it did. And part of that was because I really had a think about it. Right, that's the value that he offers. You know what I'm saying? But going back to the actual content of what he was saying is that we are vulnerable because we are so arrogant to assume that we're doing the hunting, and that's how they catch us every fucking time.
Yeah, and you got to be careful with that shit. And people don't realize that when you put yourself in that perspective, that I'm saying is very dangerous to have that mindset. When I was a blue pill guy in high school, and I'm going back to that conversation we had earlier about, going back to our younger selves, I was a blue pill motherfucker. Like, that's the type of mindset I had. I gotta fucking start a family. I have to do this. I have to do that. And that's why I say fuck tradition. Because celibacy, what I learned through my years when I got older as an adult, is celibacy. It taught me to love myself. I ain't talking about the love masturbation, love yourself. I mean, that can be good too, to blow steam off. But still, I'm talking about love yourself as you know yourself, but you know yourself, then you better know yourself better than you would know anybody else. So it's like, something is off here. Like I talked the story I told, early in the stream about like being 14 years old, realizing being in the room and that girl realizing the fact that I was not ready for sex. Like, but name how many 14-year-old blue pill guys right now, 14-year-olds right now. And be honest with you, I don't blame them because it's wired in their head that you got to conquer this shit. But what happened was that conquering mindset hit with the traditional, the Negro manosphere and the traditionalists and these Vice and all these motherfuckers who want to bash MGTOW. What you don't realize is the fact that you're reinforcing the whole thing that's making men prisoners to a system that's fucked up in the game. Like basically, you're reinforcing everything was wrong with society nowadays. It's like I always talk about this all the time. Women nowadays don't even have when a woman gets married to a guy nowadays, women nowadays don't even have to be a wife no more. She can deny him sex. She can do all this shit. The moment that man step outside their marriage, which is, I believe there's better ways to deal with it. Don't get fucking married in the first place. But like the moment that man step outside their marriage, oh, he was a scumbag for doing it. But they look into it and they be like, well, the wife did not haven't fucked him in 2 years. I'm like, I understand why he would do what he do. But I'm saying, like, my point is, like, women don't have to be traditionalists, but men have to do it. And that's why I say fuck that conquer mindset. Because when I was younger, man, that's all I believe, that it's my job to provide for my family. It's my job to fuck these hoes out here. It's my job. And I realized that mindset was not only dangerous, but it was like, yo, it's going to create a narrative, and basically it's creating a society now that we got now. Look at child support laws. Look at divorce court laws. I mean, look at family court law. It's biased against men in general. Men complain about how child support is a fucked up reform to it, but guess what happened? The government not going to reform child support laws. Why? Because they benefit from it just like the women does. So the question is, my thing is, that mindset, the moment you give into that bullshit mindset of, oh, I gotta be a fucking I gotta be a hunter, I gotta go out there hunt, I gotta hunt for my prey. The moment you start giving into that shit is the moment you create a problem for your situation that should not be there in the first place. And that's why I think people hate MGTOW. People hate MGTOW because we say fuck you to that shit. Because one, it's like we realize it's a fucking facade. It's like when Morpheus, turns the Neo's like, look, you can take the red pill and see the world for really is, or you can be in the blue pill and stay stuck in this world that's not really fucking real. And he took that red pill and he saw shit. He saw a world for the fuck how fucked up it is. Like, that's the same thing with MGTOW, and that's why it's making up. And like, and I relate MGTOW celibacy. It's like you going your own way. Some MGTOW still choose to have sex, some don't. But it's like me and you, I chose to stay away from women altogether because, one, I feel like if you ain't my mom, my sister, my niece, or women in my family, I don't give a fuck about you. I don't want to be around you in the first place. I'm sorry, I don't. It may sound harsh to a lot of people, but to me, I am well aware of it. And to me, I think celibacy, to me, has saved my life in so many ways because I know myself better than I know anybody else. And to me, I feel like it's so important that us as men, we understand that and not fall victim to it,
Hey, yo. I got to step away for a second. I got to use the restroom and coffee, and then check on some. I might be gone for like a few minutes, but when I come back, you want to keep going, and you want to switch gears and get metaphysical.
Yeah,
I think I got an idea sprung to mind about something that we don't talk about a lot, but it does relate to celibacy, men, young men, all that shit. So you're down to get a little.
I'm still here, but
whoa.
Okay, what
shit just happened. Hold up. Let me check to connect. Did somebody else come in? Trying to talk?
Yeah, that was Ben. Yeah, his microphone was fucking up, whatever.
Oh no, it was it might be his connection or something. Yeah, Ben, whatever just happened right now, you sounded like right out of the Matrix, like like the digital garble shit. So I don't know what happened. Sometimes just muting and unmuting works. Sometimes disconnecting and reconnecting works. Sometimes you got to reset the phone if that's what you're on. But anyway, I'll be right back. Just talk shit, man. Here's the thing. I'll give you a hint. I'm gonna bring Spider-Man into it.
Okay, go ahead.
Talk about your feelings about Spider-Man, and then I can segue.
Okay. Hey, you right on my alley with that one. So, Benjamin, you there? Benjamin?
Yeah, it's just taking me a minute. Are you hearing me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay, let me turn myself up. Just so I can hear myself, I guess.
Going back to me, man. What's up? You on a train?
Nah, man, I'm in a cafe.
Are you in a cafe? Oh, okay. Good. So, like, going back to what you were saying. You got headphones? You got some headphones?
What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. I guess my entry into the audio is kind of fucking up.
Yeah, because I hear people in the background. I'm trying to hear you, but it's the people in the background though. Whatever. All right, let me go. Let me continue the conversation. Wait till Emily come back. But like I said before, man, originally people this stream was supposed to be video, but it ended up becoming a stream because my boy Emmett came through. But anybody in the chat want to come join? Give me your name and I can add you to the I can add it. I can give you the link. I can give you the link if anybody want to join the chat. Anybody? Weapon? Okay. Well, Benjamin? Go ahead. Hello. Anyway, let me go. Let me get back to my topic. Well, yeah, originally it was supposed to be, guys. It was supposed to be a video, but it ended up becoming a stream. But we read about some of my points. I think this topic is very needed. It just was supposed to be another stream, but I think this topic is very needed, and I think I really want to do this topic because I felt like I don't like the way this society is going. I mean, everything is always about female validation. It's always about a man trying to prove his manhood, through sex. And I feel like we need to, as a culture, as a race of men, MGTOWs, you see a young person, what I'm saying, try to educate them, not on MGTOW or whatever, but like educate them and get them going and make sure and try to, make sure they on the right path and not, have them fall for what tradition is. And I think the problem is a lot of the times we live in a world today where you back?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I think
Go ahead, Benjamin.
Yo, Ben.
Go ahead. Ma. What was the question was going to ask me before you left?
So that's not a question. So I think I'm actually going to make a vid on this, but I'm going to talk about it now for the sake of redundancy and just to kind of play with the idea, bounce it off other people, those in the chat and in the room. So let's talk about Spider-Man, and one of his biggest is, besides the web shit and all that, Spidey senses, right? So of all of his shit, that's actually become the most iconic. Like, it's become an icon of a feature about Spider-Man, like Spidey senses. We use it in conversation all the time. Like, even people that don't like Spider-Man or comic books use it, right? So, but what they're talking about is intuition, and the idea of intuition has been around for a very, very, very long time. However, at some point, intuition was kind of thrown or attributed to mostly being a female thing.
Yeah.
And I think this has been to the huge detriment to men, and especially young men when they're going through experiences, because, and we can get in the conversation on what is intuition. Is it woo-woo shit? Is it just situational awareness? Like, I mean, it could be a variety of things. We don't even really have to get that deep. We don't have to fucking define it to that level for it to have value or use it as a vehicle to discuss. And so that's what I want to do right now. It's like, all right, this intuition thing, man, it's really fucked up that we don't talk about intuition as men, that we don't compare stories or notes, and that we don't even think of this as a thing for us. Because if we actually did, I think men's spidey senses go off a lot, but we've been conditioned to ignore them, and we get in trouble.
But you know what? I'm glad you brought that up, because to me, I feel like, I'm gonna use Spider-Man as a prime example. With Spidey sense, he senses trouble. He senses trouble when there's around. And I think, going back to what you said, use Spider-Man as a prime example. I think, when I'm gonna use Spider-Man, Spidey sense to date a little bit. You know how they always say, before you date or marry a person always show the true colors before a relationship. They show the true colors before a relationship, even if they seem like they acting. Yeah, you know how they
they're supposed to, but shit, sometimes true colors don't come out for a decade, man.
I mean, but I'm saying, most of the time, if you dating a female, like the females, even if they on some pretending shit, like they actually give a fuck about your hobbies, right? Like female, like the red flags are fucking there. The red flags are fucking there. The red flags are there. Like, I'll give you prime example, right? Say if I go on a date with a girl And say, for instance, I'm a well-established comic book writer, right? So I got I make pretty good money as a creator. I don't make a lot of money, but I make pretty good. You know, I got a house, car, and everything, house paid off, car, and everything. And the girl asked me before she even asked my name. She says, "How much money do you make? Where do you live? How much money you get? Where do you live? Do you live with your mom? What type of car do you drive?" And to me,
fuck all that shit.
instantly that should go off in the brain's head. Like if I'm red pill, so I would catch on towards it. But if a guy with blue pill think that shit, be like, well, I do this and that because he's blue pill, because he's so numb to the shit. Like, okay, like it's okay for females to ask this question. Like back in the day, if you look at dating back in the day, even though dating back in the day was a waste of time. Back in the day, they used to ask your name, your hobbies, and then say, if you don't mind what you're doing, you know, what you do for a living. It's like that was a conversation going on. Nowadays, it's like Steve Harvey. It's like Steve Harvey behind stupid ass talking about.
Check the insipid nature of this, right? So a woman in this line of questioning, you know, it's obvious she's about what's your status, what's your resource, what can you do for me, right? They've even made songs about this shit. What can you do for me, or what have you done for me lately? All that shit, right?
Paying the bills, man.
And so that line of questioning, she's revealing that, you know, she don't give a fuck about who you are. She cares about what you got and what you can give her. But, you know, in a blue pill, even a fucking pimp or even the PUA kind of minded cat would be like, well, fuck it, I'll just lie to the bitch. Throw on a little charm, make the bitch laugh, get up in that pussy, and then run out. Here's the thing, though. In her brain, in the way she operates, if you lie about that shit, fuck her, she thinks you violated, that you were, that she's going to think that your dishonesty is somehow worse than her trying to use you.
Yeah.
She's not even going to think about her shit, right? She's going to throw it back into it. And then there's a probability that she's going to get a homeboy, a brother, or a cousin to go after your ass because she feels betrayed because you lied to her about by having shit you don't have. Think about that shit. Happens all the time.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. That's my thing for me is like, you date a person enough, like people show their true colors, man. They may not show it at that moment, but they show their true colors in the beginning of the relationship. Like you did it, like the first 6 months of relationship, a woman show her true colors as she is. So if she nagging you to death for the first 6 months, like say for instance, the first 6 months, everything is going good, the sex is great, y'all fucking up, y'all fucking all the time, and it's like, okay, yes, it's like, oh my god, I found the good woman. It's like what's the dude named Angry Man? I say fuck you to Angry Man, and it's like he said some shit that pissed me the fuck off, and I feel like when he was giving this bullshit, the traditional bullshit, they'd be like, oh, I got a good girl. I'm like, of course you got a good girl, because you dated her for the first 6 months, dated her for 5 years, and then get holler back to me later when you get financially fucked in the court system. Like, yo, it's like these guys, like, and that's my problem, and I'm glad you brought this question up, that it's like what these guys don't realize, it's like when guys get married, every guy think when they get married, like, yo, my marriage, oh, I found a good woman, so I'm not gonna get financially fucked. I'm like, and I always say it's not how it's gonna happen, it's when it's gonna fucking happen. Because that's what happened when it's like Bill Burr, when I heard that clip when Bill Burr talks shit about mentor. I'm like, Bill Burr, you were the main one saying fuck you to marriage, and then you end up getting married. You get married, you have a baby with that cunt, with a cunt in your wife of yours, and now you trying to tell somebody, you know, fuck MGTOW, and MGTOW is a bunch of fucking man hating females, like women hate motherfuckers. I'm like, yo, like when your black wife take your ass to court, I ain't even feel sorry for you, bro. Because you know why? I hate when motherfuckers do that shit. Like, even it was a comedian. I think he was an Indian comedian. He was a comedian. He was Indian, and he was making a joke about getting married, and he ends up getting married and get divorced 2 years later. I forgot the comedian name. It's like when comedians talk that I didn't get married bullshit, and they end up doing the polar opposite of what they saying. It's like, look, dude. It's like, look, y'all men that get married, I hate to break it to you, your wife will eventually leave you, man. Ain't how is when it's gonna fucking happen. And when all that shit you talking, even what's the dude named Brad Wilcox, that dumbass dude talking about how marriage make men better men. I don't know how the fuck you be married to one person make you a better fucking person. It's like eventually this shit gonna come crash and burn it. And it's like my problem with dudes is like, look, the red flags are there, man. Look, the red flags are there in the beginning of the relationship. The first 6 months is the relationship is gonna tell you how your life is gonna be like if you decide to spend your whole life with this person. So for me, it's like my situation. I agree that look, men have the senses there. But because they so blue pill like the Negro's manosphere, they so fucking caught up with traditionalism, they don't realize, like, yeah, you talk that traditional shit, like, yeah, you got a good one now, but talk talk to me 2 years later after you get financially fucked in court systems, or you paying ridiculous amounts of child support, you know, to you can't even afford your ass living in a box, and you know what happens. No, I'm like, the flags are fucking there. The red flags are there, but they so fucking blue pill, they don't fucking see the shit. And that's the sad part, you know.
Well, I mean, this is where I want to get back into. It's like the conditioning shit that we talk about a lot. This is not any society, any culture, any group for that matter, right?
Yeah.
There is a certain amount of conditioning that takes place. Like even for the sake of you know, if you have commonalities, you have common goals, whatever, there's a little bit of conditioning to get everybody on the same page so that there's cohesiveness within the group. It's kind of a natural thing. Left unchecked, it becomes brainwashing. Left unchecked, it becomes social conditioning and psychological conditioning, right? But all of these things are antithetical to this innate power that men have. I'm not sure women have it, and I'm certainly sure they don't have it more than we do. Going back to this intuition shit, the spidey senses, the red flags, knowing that trouble's afoot, right? I think this is a really valuable conversation because it could splinter off to a whole bunch of different shit. It would be dope if that were to happen. Other content creators, I want. Hey yo, mute your stuff, Ben. You're in a public place. We hear the shit out of that. So, but we got it. Let's restore that shit, right? So it goes back to men having value. Part of that value, whether it's woo-woo, straight up and down superpower, spidey sense shit, or it's just listening to reason and logic and responding to it, or somewhere in the middle. It doesn't kind of, you know, I don't know if it's that important because then we can get into some super like metaphysical, spiritual kind of conversations. And I'm willing to have that, but I don't know, not at the moment. But it doesn't really matter what this intuition is. It's a thing. And I know from my own anecdotal experience that I have felt this spidey sense a lot. When I listened to it, I dodged bullets. When I didn't listen to it, I caught bullets. Straight up and down. That's what it was. And what I mean by this intuition, like there was a visceral feeling attached to an ideal or a thought or a warning or a caution or a red flag that popped in my, like an alarm in my brain. And sometimes I listened to it and sometimes I didn't. Every time I defied it, every time I thought, you know what, fuck that shit. I could dodge bullets. I didn't dodge it. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm putting on the table.
Yeah.
Especially for, so here's the thing, if young inexperienced men can't have wisdom because they haven't been through the shit yet, we can drop knowledge on them and some of them will take heed just on a cerebral level. They'll assimilate the knowledge and they'll have more tools to make better decisions. This can happen, but it's difficult, right? But if we can find a way to first let them know they have tuition, and second, how to expand and pay attention to it, I think that might be far more valuable than some other shit we talk about sometimes. I don't know. What do you think about that idea?
I think definitely. I mean, I feel like, to me, this is how I generally feel. If I write a self-help book, I think that, to me, that men really need, they really do need some enlightenment, because I feel like, if I had to be honest, I agree. I think that definitely men, how can I really phrase this? Men, well, we do need a sense of like a sense of like us. We do need some sense to go off. Like if woman, like I talk about all the time. Like I always say this. Like if you engage into, like, if, like, say if it's like you basically a guy and a woman engage into a guy and a girl, they engage into a conversation, and the guy's thoroughly interested in the woman, right? And he's interested in her. She's saying conversation. Like if you have a conversation with a woman, she's given, like she will put out clues, or she may say some shit out. She may say some shit in a, she may say something in that conversation that should be a huge red flag. But like you said before, that programming of always got to be the hunter. I always got to, you know what I'm saying? Like I got to make this woman feel special. You gonna negate what you're gonna ignore what she just said. You're gonna protect. You're gonna you won't forget that one important fact that she gave away about her personality, and you can be like, well, she fine as hell, so I'm just going to overlook what she just said because she fine as hell. And sometimes what guys need to realize, and this is me being MGTOW, one thing I sincerely learned about being MGTOW is that I don't give a fuck about looks. Like, yeah, it's good to look at them, but overall, look, there's more to a person besides how they look. Like, you can look at the crazy. I talk about the craziest motherfuckers in the room. Like, I tell this is a true story. Like, you know how they always say the badass in the room? That's always, it's like you be in a nightclub and you got that one person that just like that one person he's starting to fight with motherfuckers in the club. But that one person you need to really watch out for is that quiet, sane motherfucker. Like that quiet motherfucker in the room. That quiet motherfucker be the craziest one. Because who knows? He knows martial arts. He can fucking gun you down, some shit like that. Like that quiet motherfucker is the one you need to look out in the room. It's like a lot of the times, a lot of us guys, we don't use our senses when we see that. Like a woman can say something in the conversation and be like, and she can say something to give away her personality. It can be like a huge red flag. She can be like, well, I only date athletes. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, and it's like most guys be like, well, she fine as fuck. You're gonna negate the fact that she just said she only date NBA players or NFL players. Like you're gonna negate that point. You're gonna negate that point. You're gonna negate that point. You're gonna forget it. You're gonna negate that point. Like, nah, man. Like, nah, man. Like, no, you can't. No, you can't have what you can't. You can't have it both ways. So I feel like guys need to understand the fact that look, when you're talking to a female, anytime MGTOWs, like anybody's viewing the stream, when you talking to a woman next time and you gauge into a conversation with her, like listen to her talk, listen to what she's saying, because you know what, females give away what they give away their personality a lot of the times. And yeah, they may be on some fake shit like, yeah, I'm interested into your hobbies, and then you date the person and you find out she full of shit. But like overall, like females give off their personality the first time you engage with them. It's just like you just gotta know, like that spider sense. You gotta know it. You gotta know that feeling. Like it's somebody says, well, like if a female walked into me right now, if I was a comic book writer, and she tells me, you know, when I become a comic book writer, she tells me, you know, I only date rappers. Okay, she said she don't date rappers. My thing is always been is this. I said, you know what? That's a huge red flag to me, and I should be fucking with this motherfucker. But if I was a blue pill dude, I'd be like, hey, I'm interested. So like you gotta know, you got the flags are the signs are there, man. Like you said, I mean the signs are there. It's just that this whole traditionalist bullshit about I gotta be the hunter, I gotta provide for this woman, I gotta be this and that, I gotta have women in my life to be happy. And that's why I'm trying to get guys out of that whole I gotta have woman in my life mentality. Because the moment you open it's a can of worms. Once you open up that can of worms, you can't seal the can, you can't close that can open. You can't close that can. Once you open it up, you can't close it, because once you think like that, you going down an endless pool of misery, man. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but you going down endless pool of misery and not realizing the fact that you're gonna be one depressed motherfucker because you live in life for her and not you, and that's a sad way to live, you know.
Man,
Oh, I hear that.
go ahead, Ben.
Go ahead, man.
Oh, I hear that, man.
Go ahead. I
I'm
mean,
just trying to get my mic in order. I think I finally got my mic in order so I could chime in from every once in a while and all that.
Yeah, you sound pretty decent now.
Yeah, you sound a lot better because that crowded place was fucking the sound up. So, bro, like, Benjamin, what's your, not Ben, so, Inmate, what's your thoughts on this? So, like, did you think, like, when you talking to a female, the signs are there, or you just think that a lot of females put on the mask, and then when they finally get you, they finally got you, whether it's getting married or engaged or living with them, you think they show you true colors, or they just, the signs are there? Because I have thought of y'all. Go ahead.
Yo, this shit is like an onion. So when it comes to red flags, whether you know situational awareness, intuition, all of these things, morality, uh, how to court a bitch, or what happens, whether how or not is irrelevant, but what actually is taking place in the brain when you're courting a woman, why people automatically lie, in both ways. Men and women kind of lie to each other right off the bat, right? Unfortunately, the men that don't lie that much usually get fucked over the worst. Go figure. You know what I mean? But, you know, all of these things are at play. What I will tell you from anecdotal experience is that the women that have caught me the most, that made me the most sprung, that made me fall the hardest, would size me up, right? And most women can do this very quickly. you say something the way, and they're sizing up your speech patterns, how you say it, the inflection, the passion in which you say something, like especially if you're talking about interest or something like that, right? And then they match that shit, and they fake the funk. And sometimes some women can play this off for a long time, but invariably the true colors always come out. And my biggest pitfall was with these bitches that like, I see, as you can probably tell, I love conversation.
Yeah.
Just for the sake of conversation. And I love elevated conversation. I like deep talks, you know, all that kind of shit. When a woman finds that out, and when she sees that I get passionate about a certain topic or something like that, and then she artificially matches that, I was a simp for that shit. I'm like, oh shit, this is the one. Right? So, but here's the weird thing, like with a dude, when I've had awesome conversations with a dude, I don't get sprung. I don't fall in love. So my brain is looking for extra validation and commonality with a woman to justify some of my biological shit, right? And then when you, that's the important thing about the red pill, when you see how this shit works, even in your own brain, your own mechanisms, everything looks a lot different, right? I mean, you truly see the fucking numbers and the code and the lines of the matrix, and you're like, whoa, it's like a whole fucking new trip. But going back to your, you know, your question, so I had intuition. I largely ignored my intuition and a lot of red flags from a lot of different women. And the more that aggregates, the more red flags that you ignore, the worse the outcome's going to be.
Yeah. I mean,
you know,
and that's the thing about, and that's the thing about, like for me, like, you know, I've been alone since 14. So for me, it's more like, if I have a girlfriend, it don't really bother me. It's not one of those, oh man, I gotta have a girlfriend in my life. It's like one of those things when I was a blue pill dude, there was huge I had a lot of red flags in my life when I dealt with girls when I was younger. But I didn't have the knowledge I have now when it comes to female nature and how females really act towards guys. So it was like, okay, when I was a nice guy, and I was because I was one of those people. I'm not gonna tell you, I mean, I don't give you my personality. And I'm deep down a nice guy, but I have became an asshole lately because it's part of who I am now. I have to fucking say fuck off to a lot of people. But like, I'm deep down inside, I'm a nice guy, man. I am a motherfucking geeky guy. I am a nerdy dude, man. Like, if you talking about comic books, I can talk to you comic books for hours and hours because that's how I am. Like, that's why when you about Spider-Man, I can relate to it. But like the whole thing was like I was saying, like being a black nerd. Like I hate me thinking about being race, but still, like when you're a black man and you're a nerd in America, like people frown upon you. So for me, like even to this day, where there's sometimes with girls, like I mean, it's rare that a female walk up to me and say, "Give me your number," whatever, so and so, right? So when somebody was asking me the other day, it was like I think it was comeback. It was like it was 2016. It was 2016, and I was on it was 2016, and I was on the train somewhere. I was on the bus. I was on the bus, whatever. I was on the train somewhere, and I was growing my hair out because I got dreads, whatever. And I was on the train. I got off at my station, and the girl was like one of the girls that work at Zax. She was a Zaxby worker, and she was like, here's my girlfriend's phone number. Here's my girlfriend's cell phone number. Give her a call. And like, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, she looked good. She was fine as fuck. But you know what? I never, like, for some reason, I never really got in touch with her. Like, I still got the girl number in my phone to this day, but I don't even fucking. I don't even respond to it. Like for me, it's like it's one of those things where like for me, and that's why for me, it's like personally, if you hit my mom, my sister, or my niece, like personally, I don't even want women around me like that. I don't. Like my personality has always been is like I'm a guy that took the red pill, and like amen, I'm pretty sure you can relate. Is that once you take that red pill, bro, you can't. There's no going back to that shit. Like it's like. The red flags are fucking there. So it's like when you engage women now, it's more like, okay, this motherfucker on some shit. And she may be a sincere person, but you be like, no, man, I'm a guarded motherfucker. Like now when it comes to women, and it's funny because I got dreads, because like I had for so many years, I kind of always got a haircut, and now I got dreads because like women flock to me now because I got dreads. But it's like, man, fuck off, man. I don't even want to put up with that shit because it's like, I mean, it's one of those things. It's one of those things where it's one of those things where you got my red flags. Like for me, I don't even trust a female. And personally, and it may sound harsh to motherfuckers, but I just don't trust women. It's like, it's hard for me to trust them. It's like, nah, man. It's like, my red flags go off me early because I know myself, but I know anything. I know when something feels right. If I interact with something, I know when something feels right. Whatever, like, it's one of those things. It's a very tricky thing, but once you know it, like once you know the red flags, like I said before, when you talking to a female, the red flags are there in the beginning. The beginning relationships are there. And it's like, wow, man, because even on my Instagram, like I get a lot of private messages from chicks on Instagram, and they be like, well, you know, I live in Atlanta area, man, we can link up. I'm like, nah, man, I want to be, leave me the fuck alone, man. And it's like, you know, you know, people that's watching the stream, you can probably relate. Like, you know what I'm saying? When you a MGTOW, man, like being alone, I get a lot more out of being alone than being around people, man. Like I do. And that's just my personality in general, you know?
You know what? Like, here's the thing. Like, fucking post red pill, you know, MGTOW as fuck, ain't trying to date, ain't trying to marry, ain't really interested in fucking, you know, friends with benefits, any of that shit, right? But you know what I still enjoy? Because there's a boundary there. Like, the professional interactions with women. I can still enjoy women on that level.
Yeah.
Because I already know that, one, there's a professional boundary, and it's simplified, right? And so if you know, like for instance, if good customer service from a woman, that's dope, you know, and I'll be cordial and warm and kind, and that's it. So I can still enjoy women on that level, but I'm also at the point where, like, I could probably do a female association, but I would make it very clear right off the bat, we're not friends, and don't even imagine anything else is gonna happen, right? I might associate for you, especially if there's like something to be mutually gained for like a professional level, that type of thing, right? Which you kind of have to get involved with if you're gonna operate in society to some level, projects, business, whatever, right? I'm still down for all that shit, right? And it trips me out because a lot of these cats straight up are trying to say we're separatists and whatnot. I ain't no fucking separatist, man. I'm just not focused on all that fucking female attention and validation. It's just, I'm over it for the most part. You know what I mean? So
I think it's very important that men realize the fact that, yo, stop seeking validation from females. Like, validate your damn self. And that's what I love about being celibacy. And I relate, that's why I want to discuss this topic, because I think that celibacy don't just teach you self-discipline, teaches you to learn yourself. Like, you know, know about yourself, spend time with yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, get to know, find hobbies, do shit, do like that's what I mean by that's what I mean by expand your horizons, do different shit. I go to Dragon Con every fucking year in Atlanta, which is a part of Labor Day weekend. But like, I go to Dragon Con, volunteer every fucking year. I go there, because one, for me, is like I'm a unique person. So for me, it's more like I don't give a damn about like if a bitch, if like I'm into anime, I'm into Dragon Ball Z and all this other good shit. I don't give a fuck about females. Like, if female call me a nerd, so fucking what? I embrace that shit, because like for me, it's like if a black female call me a square because I'm into comic books, so fucking what? Like, I'd rather be myself to be somebody I'm not. Like, I talk about it all the time, and that's my advice to young MGTOWs out there, because I want guys to understand that, be your own person. Don't stop letting females and stop letting society tell you what's the fucking norm. Like being like, I talk about, like, there is black guys that, I hate making things about race here, but there's black males out there right now who read fucking comic books, who into fucking anime just as much as I am, but they scared to do it because if they talk about comic books, they talk about Deadpool or Spider-Man. I'm a Batman fanboy, love Batman. I sleep on Batman bed sheets. A grown ass man sleep on Batman bed sheets. And I don't give a fuck. So for me, it's like, you can call me a grown ass kid. That's what the fuck I am. I'm an adult, but like, I think like I'm a person that generally, I'm a kid at heart. So it's gonna be one of those things where I grew up on Batman and stuff like that. So for me, it's like I got Batman action figures heavily on my wall. I got posters of Batman on my wall. So for me, I don't care about what society think of me is like, you can call me a square, you can call me and chump all the fuck you want to call me. I'm a unique person, and I refuse to let society tell me what the fuck is normal. And that's why I said when you see me be MGTOW, I've been MGTOW since I was 14, bro. So I've been celibate for 27 years and all that crazy shit. So for me, it's like, if I never ever put my dick in the female in the bitch no more, I'm cool with him. I'm content where it's at. Like I said before, like for me, I found validation in my damn self, and I feel like that's what I'm about. I want guys to validate themselves. No self-worth. Create your own lane. Create your own path. I say fuck tradition, man. When I was a blue pill dude, man, I was so about tradition, man. It was always about wife and kid, and making the woman feel special. Not realizing the fact that look, a lot of motherfuckers kill themselves because they on that whole, oh, I need a woman in my life bullshit. And I feel like I got out of that mentality. And for me, and that's why I said it took me 27 years. I was celibate for 27 years to realize, like, look, I was celibate for a fucking reason. And to be flat out fucking honest with you, bro, I'm pretty sure I want you to talk about this. It's like, I regret losing my virginity. I do. Because for me, if I think I would have kept it, I think I would have been pure in the motherfucker, because like for me, and that's my biggest regrets ever, is like actually having sex. Because once I had it, I'm like, this shit bullshit, man.
Yo, that's wild, man. I mean, there's a lot of cats that'll hear that shit and just not even comprehend it. But I kind of feel you, like, especially on the terms that, my shit was lost. I totally would. Actually, you know what? I'll match you because I can relate in this level. So I'm not gonna drop a number. I don't think that's what a cat with class does. But I will tell you, my experience is heavy, right? But here's the thing, and if I could take back all of those experiences, we're looking at like 98% of all that experience, I would probably take back, because the only true value I got from a lot of it was kind of worthless. Like, knowing, like, a couple techniques and tactics when it comes to bedroom shit. I mean, what the fuck you really gonna do with that? Like, what does that do for you in the long run, man? Like, so that's all I really got from that shit, is a couple fucking tricks, right? Had I dedicated the same amount of energy, the same amount of passion, the same amount of obsession with other things, I would be so motherfucking in a different place in my life right now. Completely different, right? Probably on some top of the, I know it sounds crazy, but probably on some top of the world type shit. And whatever path I would have chosen had it been less focused on pussy. Right?
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like, for me, I want to do a video about that too, about like, I regret losing my virginity. I regret losing that shit. I do. And it's like, I know motherfuckers like, what the fuck? I'm like, yo, dude, what, men don't talk like this. Like, that's what I like about MGTOW, is that we can talk about subjects that nobody, and we can say shit that, and talk about experiences that, most guys like, man, hell yeah, I lost my virginity at 14. Like, dude, there's nothing to be bragging about, dude. It's like, you was a kid. You was that no fucking preteen when you lost your virginity. And for me, one of my biggest things I deeply fucking regret, as always, my deepest regrets has always been about, I lost my virginity at 27. I fucking hate I lost that shit, dude. I wish I could get that shit back. If I built a time machine, I would go back where I never had it. Where it's like, I can be pure as fuck and say I never had it. But I had it, so I can't say, oh man, I never had sex before. Like, I just don't. I said this a long time ago when I lost it, and I was like, man, when I first started, it felt good for the first time, whatever. But like the second time, because the pregnant little scare thing about the little thing, whatever, at the clinic, that was a scare thing for me. And I had time to think about it. I'm like, I was talking about how my innocence was lost. I felt like my innocence was stolen from me. It's like, it's like when, I hate to use this word rape, but it's like having a person, male or female, being raped and being molested, and it's like, I was watching the movie Antoine Fisher the other day, how the foster sister was fucking the 5-year-old Antoine Fisher.
Word. Yeah, I remember that film. That's a fucked up film. Yeah,
it's like that, and like she's watching Antoine Fisher, and this whole idea that his foster sister, forced herself on him, and it's like, I felt like my innocence was taken away from me. It's like I gave in to the one thing, and this one was a blue. And I lost it when I was a blue pill type of dude too as well. But like I lost it. I said, I fucking regret losing my virginity, dude, because I wish I would have kept that shit. And I know a lot of guys, and I want people to understand, guys in the chat, understand the fact that in the stream, it's like, guys, being a virgin is not a bad thing. Be proud of that shit. Like you got something that's very rare and pure. So if you decide to keep it, and that's what I try to say, like some guys to say, well, I get married and they end up losing it. But for me, it's like that's what I talk about all the time. Like for me, I regret losing it because I felt like a piece of me was lost. Like, I mean, I'm still the same old, no filter, but it's like a piece of me is gone because I felt like if I stuck it out I'm 28 years old, man. If I stuck it out, like, man, I would have fucking felt. And if I would have said I never had no sex, I was till 30, and when I went and I reached the age 30, and I said I didn't, not intimate at all, man, that would have been a bigger cop. And to me, that's the type of goal I want to set for myself when I become a big time comic book writer. For me, it's about self-validation and validating myself, and more like I regret losing that shit, bro. Like a lot of
but yo, let me throw this to you, right? So just peeping game, and the way, you know, when you talk about regret, the way that you're talking about it, it sounds like it's some genuine, deep ass regret. And I gotta warn you, little homie, that
I got you.
Don't put too much energy in that regret shit, man, because then you give it power, and it might stagnate your future growth. And also keep in perspective that everything that you have experienced,
yeah,
you know what, you found a way to deal with it. It created who you are now. So, you know, take the good and the bad, learn from what you can, and move on. So here's part of it. Part of your vibe, your personality, your mentality, everything that, you know, all the value that you have for yourself and possibly others, some of those regrets and the decisions and the shit that actually did happen. And if you do got that new self-love, you got that self-respect, don't beat yourself up about that shit. You know what I mean?
And like for me, I'm not mad over like to the point where it was like I fucking wish it never happened, because it happened and I can't build a time machine. But it's like I feel like a part of me died. Like not like 20% like died of me. And it's like I agree with you, and I thank for that advice, man. Because like for me, I still deal with that shit every day. Like, man, like damn, dude, it's like a part of me was gone. Like I feel like that part of that other no filter that he was so different. But I agree. I think that experience, that, you know, the second sexual experience made me more well aware about the pitfalls of sex and just the dangers of it. And just I feel like it made me a better person, and self-validation. And it not only, I talk about praying to God, you know, the little feeling going into it and going to the clinic, making sure, you know, I was like, God, if I get out of this, man, I'm on your side here. But like, I think it's so important that that's why I said, I wanted to talk to you about this topic. I want other guys in chat to be interactive with the topic as well. I think it's important for us guys to dig deep down inside about sex, and don't just talk about the good parts of it. Talk about the downside to it, because guess what happened? Sex addictions happen. You know what I'm saying? I'm so glad I lost mine when I was older, because for me, I feel like if I had my sex addiction at 14, I had lost my virginity at 14, I probably would have had a sex addiction. Because if you look at the everyday male, black or white, whatever, no matter what race they are in America, and they lose their virginity at 14, most of the time they get a chick pregnant at age of 17. Because like I said before, it's like teaching a baby how to walk and talk for the first time. Like, yeah, it's like a brand new toy for them. So it's like they got to keep having it. They got to keep having it. You know, the guy that has sex at 14. So what's the point if you keep going back on it? If you keep going, it's like a fucking drug addict. It's like a drug addict getting high for the first time. A person who's not a drug addict and they get high for the first time. And that's what I'm talking about. That's the reason why I say I don't want to. For me, my view on sex is the fact that sex can be a very addictive thing. And if you have no control of it, and that's how I look at the guy, and he was like, I fucked 30 bitches. I'm like, dude, like that shit is dysfunctional. Because what fucking happens if you come with crazy sex addiction and you start raping females? Like, that's my thing. I'm talking about that, and that's why I say celibacy with this topic is so important. It's not just about self-validation, it's about the addictions, the pitfalls of having a sex addiction, what can cause you, and what can it cause a sex addiction. Because guess what happened? If you fuck 30 bitches in 1 month, guess what happened? You so used to having it, guess what happened? What happens when you won't get it? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
like,
you can get fucked up. Yeah, see, this is the funny point, because I was talking to some cats, some SPI cats, and one of the points that they try to bring up was like, yo, if you go celibate, if you go abstinent for too long, you're gonna lose your mind. And this is where motherfuckers go gay. This is where motherfuckers go crazy. This is where motherfuckers go pedophile. I'm like, what the fuck? Are you out of your goddamn? Like, here's the thing. In reality, so here's what they're talking about is like the priesthood, right? The whole scandal that happened with the Catholic priest, you know. And so they were kind of pointing at that as an example. But the funny thing is, pound for pound, statistically, there are more married, highly sexually active pedophiles that also fuck women, right? That's the truth, statistically. So that point is totally demolished. If you're going to say like, oh, if you don't get any kind of ass, you're going to become a deviant or whatever. Like, you know what? Some other shit's at play to create the deviant, to create the pedophile, to create, you know, the rapist. Other shit's at play than just abstinence. So I don't want to hear that bullshit, right? Especially if it's a conscious choice to refrain from sexual activity of any variety. That conscious choice, man, you already winning, right? Because you are switching up focus. You are taking control of something. And in some ways, you're definitely gonna have some challenges. You're defying the odds, but don't let nobody fucking tell you that that shit's gonna make you go crazy. That's some bullshit, man. That is
I tell people all the time, like for me, like I only had sex 2 fucking times, and like I realized that shit is mad fucking overrated, bro. Sex is fucking overrated. That shit is over. And I say this all the time. Like guys who put pussy on pedestal and like they can't go a month without fucking bitches. Like I feel sorry for you dudes. Like that's a terrible way to live. It's like I had sex 2 times, and I haven't went back since. I'm like, dude, it's like, dude, I can live life without sex. I can live life without a woman. You know what I'm saying? I can live life with a woman and sex. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying people don't understand. It's like my problem with America is like these men are so blue pill. They don't realize that type of thinking. It creates addiction. I talk about that's why I hate celebrity coaches. Like celebrity people put celebrities on a pedestal. Like anytime a celebrity become a fucking cult, where it's like it ain't even about like having like fans, whatever. Like anytime something becomes a cult, like it's like getting pussy is like getting a cult nowadays. Like if you ain't fucking bitches, then you gay. I'm like, that's a good way to get somebody to fucking agree to try to shame somebody. Like maybe that person gotta go. Like for me, my goal, like for me, I don't get fulfillment out of fucking bitches. I don't see what's the point. What's the fucking point? Sex is fucking overrated. I can live life without sex. It ain't that damn hard. Matter of fact, I get more shit done now than if I was getting pussy. Like it's like what the fuck? Like this shit's so outdated, bro. Like getting pussy, like even to the point where it's like you see, black men say all the time, I get pussy all the time. Like I'm like, how does that make the world a better place? You ain't stopping. It can't. Are you stopping people from dying? No. Do you have a cure for cancer? No. Then shut the fuck up about how many bitches you bragging. Nobody gives a fuck about how many bitches you fucking, bro. Nobody gives a fuck.
It's all about the way you approach any decision and activity in your life, man. Any course of action. It's like they're like in AA and NA, there's this they coined this thing, this phenomenon called the dry drunk, right?
Yeah.
And what it means is that if you decide to abstain from alcohol with the wrong mentality or for the wrong reasons, you're basically going to be the same non-growing, non-actualized motherfucker as you were when you were a drunk.
Yeah.
The same thing can be done if you approach celibacy for punk reasons, right? For stupid reasons. Like, so you got to approach it in a way that is, honest and of your own. It has to be of your own accord. It has to be something that you adopted, and this is really what you about. Otherwise, it's going to work. It's going to blast in your face, right? And the funny thing is I think a lot of cats on the outside, detractors from those say like, oh, that monk shit is stupid, is that a lot of them just assume that when we step or entertain this idea or attempt this lifestyle or any of that, that failure is just going to happen because you're biological imperative, or you're going to go crazy, or you're going to become a deviant, or like all that shit. None of these things are the case. It depends on how, and who the fuck knows the truth about how you step other than you. You know what I mean?
and that's what I'm trying to get people to realize. It's like that monk lifestyle, dog. That shit ain't for the faint of heart, man. Like you gotta be a strong-willed motherfucker to be living a lifestyle. But like for me, the reason why I can relate to it in so many ways and so many aspects, because I isolate myself from the world a lot of times. I know because I suffer from major depression, so I shouldn't be isolating like that. But because I take major depression stuff, pills like that. But like overall, like my thing has always been with depression and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, I have depression. I know me isolating from the world differently. But I feel like me isolating from the world protect me from a lot of fucking things. Me not associating myself with certain people. Like I recently had to let one of my friends go because he was constantly always trying to fucking hook me up with chicks. I said, dude, look, if this was every time we get around each other, and this what you constantly doing, I know this chick, man, she interested. And I'm like, dude, I told you already, I'm not interested in dating, bro. Like, leave me the fuck alone about the issue. He's like, man, I feel that you gonna go fucking crazy because no women around you in your life. I'm like, and why would you think that? He's like, man, a man that don't have women in his life is going fucking crazy. I'm like, you must not have been watching news lately, because a lot of bitches coming up missing, man, and a lot of these men snapping off, start killing their wives and shit. I ain't condoning it. I'm just saying, like, a lot of the times it's a man that's in a committed relationship. It's not the only time that shit is very rare. You hear a guy going up and shooting up a gym and he didn't have no female in his life. But the vast majority of the time, it's a guy going some crazy shit like Drew Peterson when the chick came up missing, right? It's like, I'm like, it's not just out of 10 is guys in relationships and guys in marriages that start snapping off doing some crazy shit because they call them a wife and best some scrummy motherfuckers. It was like, well, if I can't have you, nobody else will. So it's like, my thing is like, if you want to live that life, cool, then like, but don't get mad at me. He was like, man, I just think you fucking weird, because he finally told me when me and him started talking as friends. He was like, man, I think you a weird motherfucker. He's like, well, I asked him why you think I'm weird. He's like, I think you're weird because you don't want a woman in your life. You mean tell me you can live life without sex? I'm like, yeah, dude, it ain't that damn hard, man. That's impossible. I'm like, it ain't, dude. It's like you gotta find your fucking purpose, man. Know what the fuck you want out of life. Create a goal. Like, I have goals set for myself. I have goals. I have goals. I have things that I want to accomplish where I see myself 5-10 years down the road. And me being married to a woman, me have a wife and a kid, and me fucking a whole bunch of bitches ain't part of my plan, bro. I'm trying to better myself, not just mentally, physically, spiritually. I'm trying to better myself financially as well. I don't want to live in Atlanta for the rest of my fucking life. I don't. Like, I turned 29 and shit. I'm thinking about plan.
Why not? What's your beef with Atlanta? I'm just curious.
Well, my beef with Atlanta is like, it's a lot of fucked up shit going on in Atlanta, and like the women, the attitude, and it's a lot of personal experiences, and plus I have a whatever situation. But it's like, I don't hate Atlanta. Like, I don't think Atlanta is a bad city. I just think it's too much fuckery going on in the city. Like, another two reasons why I don't like Atlanta. This is one of my big main reasons: strip clubs. I did a video called "Why I Hate Strip Clubs," and it really came out half-assed, but I'm gonna probably redo it again. But it's like, I hate Atlanta because, one, it's like, if I'm not from Atlanta, right? I'm a tourist, and they says, well, come to Atlanta. They say Atlanta is the city of strip clubs. If I'm coming to a city, the last thing on my mind is on a damn strip club. I want to get to know the city, the sites, like the historic sites of the historic figures of what they did for the city of Atlanta. I don't want to hear, you hear all the time. I listened to it was a podcast I was listening to. And the guy said he came to Atlanta. It was like, did you go to a strip club? That's the first question that when it comes to Atlanta. You ask anybody that comes to Atlanta, oh, Atlanta got strip clubs. I'm like, yeah, that's a great way to glamorize your city, to put sex into this shit. And I understand it's a gangster society, and that's how society wanted to be. To all that, but that's the reason why I said I never fuck with strip clubs. One, Atlanta is a sip city. Two, it's a strip club city, and I just can't fuck with this mentality. And I just want to get the fuck out of the city. It's like, I think it's gonna be worse everywhere you go. But Atlanta, I've been living in Atlanta my whole fucking life. I'm like, I just want to get the fuck out this city, man. I do. Okay. Like, the only thing stopping me from living in Atlanta right now is my finances ain't up to par like they should be. But if I had won the lottery, whatever, I get the fuck out of this city, bro. I get the fuck out of this city. Probably move to another country somewhere. But like, for me, like, I just want to get the fuck out of here, dude. This is how it is, though.
I feel you.
Good.
I feel you, but it's weird. Like when it comes to being able, like, I mean, as travel, man, fucking travel is dope as hell.
Yeah.
If you're in a position to be able to travel or to bounce and get new experiences, live a new place, I totally advocate for that shit. I mean, it's always going to be some dope learning experiences.
I mean, yeah, I mean,
The only thing that my only concern would be uh the escape. Like if you have an escape mentality, right?
yeah.
It's like, oh shit, I got to get out of
I
here
don't,
because I just can't
I
handle it.
don't,
It's
I
like,
don't, I don't have a. It's not escape mentality. It's just, I've been living around my whole life. It's like I want to experience different shit. That's all it is, though. Like it's one of those things where I just want to be like there's something there's people right now who just like who live in. It's like I like to call it the like I'm pretty sure me black, so we can relate to this bullshit. It's like it's like niggas in the hood who talk about white supremacy and racism. I'm like, shut the fuck up already. Like I don't want to hear you talk about this shit. It's like pro blacks when somebody. It's like when an entertainer come out and say, you know what, all lives matter, some shit like that, and it'd be like, oh, you a coon for saying that shit. I'm like, so he's a coon for expressing his opinion on different subjects. Like, what the fuck out of here? And it's like the reason why I see it as this. My problem is like my thing with Atlanta. It's like it's like this, man. I just want to get out of the city because I just want to experience different shit. It's just like I don't want to live. It's like you got niggas in the hood who constantly blame the white man for everything. Like, oh my God, it's the white man this, the white man that. It's like, yo, like the white man ain't stopping you. Like, look, there's athletes getting $100 million contracts. You got people. I'm inspiring comic book writer. Like there's people doing great things with their lives to stop using race as an excuse to fucking wanna for being a lazy sack of shit. Like in my apartment complex, all I see is young black males smoke weed every goddamn day. That shit is depressing to me, man. That shit is mad depressing.
You literally said that as I was looking for my pipe. That's funny as hell.
I mean, nothing wrong with smoking weed. Like, if you smoke it every day, though, you got a fucking problem, man. And you need to fucking find something better else about your life, man.
Heavy smoker at all, man. I don't overdo the shit at all. But
yeah, and it's like if you're gonna smoke weed, do that shit moderately. Like, do it like take to smoke every 2 weeks or like that or something. But like, if you're gonna do it, like, do it every 2 weeks, but don't do it every day. Like, all motherfucking potheads, like this dude. I was about to catch the bus. This one dude, like, you got a lighter? I mean, this dude, like, really, dude, like, man, I'm like, you know what, man, and this dude is fucking 40, he's fucking 30 years old, still smoking weed. I said, man, I'm not here to fucking be a life coach or anything. Like, this is all you do every day. He stays in my apartment complex. He stays in my apartment building. All he do is smoke weed every day. And it's like, me, I want to get the fuck out of here. It's like, dude, I can't stand being around this shit, man. God damn it. I want to experience different things. Like, for me, like, I love Atlanta. I don't hate it. Like, it's one of them cities where it's a love-hate relationship. I'm born and raised from Atlanta. I would never forget it. But like, it's one of those things. I want to get the fuck out of this city, dude. I gotta get the fuck out of here, man. It's like for change the scenery and just experience shit. That's what it is for me, though.
Yo, that's one of the, like, when it comes down to true to life regrets. Like if you read up like stories, especially biographies and shit like that, or you just hear people talk about the dying words or the regrets. A lot of people have. A lot of them put out that travel shit. Oh, I wish I saw more of the world.
Yeah.
And there's some meat to that, man. If you ever have the opportunity to travel, man, do that shit. Or, I mean, it's always good to break away. I mean, there's so much value in that shit. So I definitely advocate for motherfuckers traveling as much as they possibly can. Like right now, that shit ain't gonna happen. I ain't gonna be doing too much traveling for a while. But it is what it is. I got some in a little bit.
And I think it's so fucking important that men nowadays we enlighten ourselves, and that's why I advocate. When I talk about self validation and to know your worth and create your own path, and fuck tradition. It's like, do some shit. Just get up and go to another country. Like I talk about, like I watch a lot of documentaries on monasteries and shit like that. Like I watch the documentaries on monasteries like that. Like in Thailand, they have a monastery. I want to visit that shit. I want to visit monasteries, bro. Just like this experience a culture that's never outside of what I know for the norm. Like for me, it's like I'm trying to cut myself off from technology, but it's hard as fuck because I got like a laptop, the desktop in my lap, and I got an iPad. So it's hard as fuck for me to cut myself off from technology and shit like that. But it's like, for me, it's always been one of those things where I want to experience shit. Man, I don't want to look back on my life with a bunch of regret. And this is why I talk about celibacy, can relate to it. It's like, it give you time to travel with yourself. No, not to have a girlfriend by your side. Just travel to a country. Learn different languages. I'm a big martial arts fan. I love Bruce Lee films, like Bruce Lee martial arts films. And I'm a fan, like Enter the Dragon, stuff like that. Like, I'm a fan of the type of shit. So for me, it's more like I always wanted to be a type of person to get up and go and just learn martial arts and just visit a monastery, talk to monks, go to Thailand, like talk to, like, go to Cambodia, some shit like that, and learn something about cultures that I'm not used to, and just like be an outsider for 1 second and be like, wow, like this is kind of cool to experience this type of shit.
Word. Yeah. What? Yeah. So, are you kind of like, when you travel, if you could, where would you go? Like a whole bunch of like I guess like top 3, top 5 places that you would love to see before you die.
For me, I would say Mount Athos. Mount Athos is like a monastery, but it's like very hard to get into. Mount Athos, Thailand. I would love to go to. What's another place that have monasteries? What's another place that have monastery?
All across India.
India, like
Definitely.
India, like India, Thailand, India, Thailand. Like, I want to go to Australia too, like just to visit it, not for the women, but just like to visit for that culture, because I'm a fan of Australia. But like I just want to get up at night. That's my top 3 locations. But like, for real, my main one would be Thailand, because I'm a fan of monastery. They have a monastery out there. I want to visit it, so I like just to visit it and just experience life outside as an outsider, to see what it's like to just learn it. Like, that's why I like I like the Iron Fist from Netflix. People gave that show shit, but I like the show that it's an outsider learning martial arts. Like, he's an outsider learning martial arts. Like, that shit was mad cool. So it's like, my problem has always been with it's like, I tell anybody, like, especially young cats out there, man, experience life, man. Fuck what society try to tell you, that get a wife, get a girlfriend, and you gotta have sex. Like, dude, experience life, man. You get a chance. If they offer a trip, whatever, you save enough money up, go trip. Like, for me, I'm thinking about my best friend just moved to San Diego, California. I'm thinking about saving my money up, go to San Diego, California, visit him for a couple of days. So I'm saying, I really want to do things different this year. I don't want to be that person to sit there and just stay in one city for the rest of my whole life and be like, damn it, man, I should live my life more. It's like, and that's what I talk about for me. It's like, and it's also, that's one thing I like about MGTOW was the fact that I don't want people to look back on my life. I always talk, my father told me some deep shit when my dad was on his deathbed. He told me some shit before he went to the hospital, before he died. He said, son, you don't want to look back on your life with a bunch of regret. You on your deathbed, or it's your time to go, and God says your time to go. And he said, you know what? You don't want to look back in your life with a bunch of regrets, saying, I should have did this, I should have did that. It's like, fight for what you believe in, and it's like, live life and experience, do things outside of your comfort zone, because the more you get it, and it's like, and my father was really, even though he was blue pill, he was not that type of dude where he was always, man, you got to get a wife and girlfriend. He was like, son, you follow your own path. Everybody has their own destiny to what they want, what the level they want to reach. So for me, it was one of those things where I had to reach it. But if I never, like I said, for me, and that's why I say, for me, for me, also, it's kind of like also to fulfill my dad wishes to a little bit, because like, I want my dad to, like, you know what, look down on me, saying my son is living his life. My son is, he's doing what he's supposed to do. He living life to the fullest, and that's why I tell people, and that's what, even when I'm older and you older, MA, and for you young mentals out there, man, live life to the fullest, man. Don't look back on life with a bunch of regret. And that's why I said this chapter, I want to discuss celibacy on this channel, on this video, on the stream, because I feel like this topic needs to be brought up a lot more, not just in MGTOW, but in every mainstream outlets, discussing amongst men. Because the moment we have it, I feel like it's like, like, this is the first time ever, this is actually a topic not just related to MGTOW, but related to manhood. Like men, we've been programmed at a young age that conquering women is the only goal in our lives, not discovering ourselves, not trying to better ourselves, not trying to travel the world, but to conquer pussy, which is, you get nothing from it besides that. Like I talk about all the time, like, for me, like, me having sex, shit is overrated. This shit is like, it don't mean nothing. Like, I got nothing from that shit. Like, it's like, I got nothing from that shit,
No, hold up. I gotta wait a second.
Yeah, but But like I was saying, like I said before to you young guys, man, people that's watching the stream, man, just live life to the fullest, man. Like I'm turning 29 this year, and I'm really thinking about my life. You know, I'm really thinking about my life, and you know, the things I want to accomplish in my life, and you know, me, not just me being MGTOW. What I really learned throughout my situation is I learned that being me and MGTOW also opened up a lot of thought patterns for me. It gave me a different mindset that I never thought I could see before. So I want people to realize, man, being a MGTOW and going your own way, it's beautiful. You know what I'm saying? To like, it's to see, you know, to see men wake up and say, you know what, I'm not finna fall for traditions. I'm not finna to give in to what society tells me to be. You know, so like follow your own destiny, follow your path, and just like if celibacy ain't for you, and it really is not. And this, I don't want people to watch this stream and think, oh, I gotta be celibate. No, you can still have sex. It's just that have discipline, and that's what this whole topic is about. You know.
Hey, yo, man, if you actually, if that San Diego trip, I used to live in San Diego, so if that shit, if you actually about to do it, hit me up because I can give you the plug on like hip hop venues, different places to check out, things to do that are not like typical things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was telling him yes. I was like, man, I might have to come visit. I'm gonna have to come out here and visit you. And I was like, he's like, man, I said, I gotta plan it. I probably do it. I want to probably do it around. I gotta save my money. I gotta see how much it cost me though. But I want to see. I probably want to do it around. I said September, October, something like that. October, something like that. So like October. Yeah, or my birthday, because I turned 29 this year, and I said 29, I'm close to 30, and I said, you know what, it's time for me to start experiencing life outside of Atlanta. So for me, it's like I told myself I might do it around October. I have to get my finances in order though, because I'm not good with money. I blow money half the damn time on my own comic book shit, so I gotta really figure this shit out. But like, I think that I have to really figure this out, and I think that I mean, it's definitely possible though. It's definitely possible. Yeah, but I'll let you know when I from confirm when I go on the trip, when I officially decide to go, because
yeah, it's a dope city to visit, man. But like the only real downside to San Diego, like the biggest and baddest downside is all the hipsters. That motherfucker is filled to the brim with hipsters.
Damn, for real?
Yeah, man, it's almost as bad as San Diego, parts of New York. Yeah, that shit's off the hook when it comes to hipsters, man.
Damn. I know. I mean, I know. My friend told me that. My friend was telling me that. It was like, you know, he was telling me. He was telling me that it was like it's a lot of hipsters down here. It's like you just gotta man, it's crazy. I'm like, wow, this man crazy though.
Man, it's funny as fuck though, man. Like entertainment in San Diego is easy as shit. All you gotta do is find a coffee shop. Most of them have outside seating. Just fucking get yourself a coffee, peep game, and fucking people watch. You're gonna see some wild shit. You're gonna see some characters and shit, man. It's fascinating to watch these motherfuckers sometimes.
Damn.
Just the level of fuckery and simping and just odd shit that you'll see is entertaining as hell.
So like the sipping down there, is it like bad? Like, is it real bad?
Oh hell yeah, man! All across California, and so the weird thing about San Diego, man, is that it's not like L.A. Or San Francisco. It's kind of a mix of both, which is weird because it is Southern California. So you think that one Southern California city would be comparable to the next, but that's not the case. It's a really interesting place. It's a sister city to TJ, and if you get a chance to go to Mexico, TJ, definitely recommend it. Man, you can get some cheap beer up in there, like, and just fucking chill. Fucking food is cheap as hell. Like, I mean, if you can do it, do it. It's dope.
Is it like,
And then if you're even willing to go further, a couple hours down, man, you can see some dope ass coastlines, Baja, all that shit, man. So
I know my friend was telling me, he was like, it's mad expensive, but it's mad expensive though down there though.
well, it is certainly to live. And food, it's hit or miss. You know, there's a lot because there's so many hipsters. Like, there's a lot of overpriced shit. But if you know a local, they're gonna know all about the dank cheap shit for real. So
I just gonna have to have some money set aside when I decide to do that trip though, because it's I really want to go down there. And like I said, I was telling my mom that yesterday. I said, you know what, mom, for my birthday, I might get up and go to California. I'm gonna have to plan that trip though, because it's gonna have to be whatever. But like I'm gonna have to, is that cool though? I really want to get up and go somewhere like by myself, whatever. Like I just want to get up and go somewhere like outside of Atlanta, because I've been living in Atlanta my whole life. I've been to like Kansas City when I was like younger. I've been to like Kansas City. I've been to Detroit. I've been to a lot of cities when I was younger. New Orleans. Like I went to a lot of Myrtle Beach. I went to Murder. I call it Murder Beach. Murder Beach. Yeah, Murder Beach. But like Murder Beach. I went there before when I was like younger. And this was like, and it's funny because I went all those trips with my mom. Like my mom still living, my dad's no longer here. But like when all those times I took a trip, and like the only time we went on a lot of vacations. Like we did a lot of family trips when we was like growing up. So when I was growing up as a kid, we went to New Orleans, Detroit. We went to Miami one time. We went to Vegas one time. Like we had a insane family trip. We went to Murder Beach. And it's kind of funny. It's funny because like I did this all when I was younger, and now that I'm older, like I don't travel as much. So it was like we talking about doing Thanksgiving this year in Florida. So it was like, okay, I gotta see what's going on with that. But one thing I gotta give credit to, like one thing I'm a big fan of, like for me, I often say this, I often suggest this to people too, because for me, I look at my younger self when I was 21. And I was mad frustrated with women in general, because even funny, because I talked about this in general. I was like, when I was 21, when I was a silly 21, I was like that young, that young indecisive person where it was like I didn't know what I want out of life. So it was always also while dealing with the situation of wanting to get the girls, stuff like that. But when I got out, when I finally woke up though, man, I probably say 23, 24, whatever, I finally started getting into MGTOW shit. Like that shit saved my life, bro. Like y'all don't understand. When I heard about MGTOW for the first time, I was watching that Stardust Barbarossa video for the first time, and that shit woke me the fuck up. I'm like, damn, man, I've been feeling like this. I'm watching a couple hangouts, whatever, and I joined a couple hangouts. I'm like, man, this shit kind of cool. And then like I really joined it, and I really not only woke up. Like, man, finally. And it's funny because like now, like I'm more MGTOW than I ever. Because like, I was hardcore MGTOW when I first started, and I kind of dial it back a little bit because all the infighting and shit like that. And I was like, man, it's too much infighting. I need to dial it back a little bit.
Yo, I feel you, man. Like, there's two things that phenomenons, cultures, whatever you want to call them, that saved my life. The first one was basically just as a kid, I was on a really fucked up path, hanging with knuckleheads, doing all kind of shit, and that continued for a long time. But for all intents and purposes, the first thing that was hip hop that saved my life. The second thing, as an older male, as an older man, it was definitely MGTOW. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm stoked to been fucking around and some of these ideas and projects I want to get off is because to meet the two, it's totally fucking like it's like I wouldn't say selfish, but like when the two meet, that's really interesting.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing, and that's the thing I really learned. That's the one thing I learned. Through the journey of MGTOW, like I was going through it, man. Before I ever heard of MGTOW, I was going through some shit, bro. Like you talking about somebody who pissed the fuck off? Like I was pissed the fuck off for no apparent fucking reason. Like, fuck these bitches on bullshit. And it's like I was so angry and frustrated. Like I used to listen to this podcast called Black Men Vent. They're no longer around, but like I used to write into this show, like, man, these bitches ain't giving me no attention. Bitches ain't giving me fuck these hoes. These bitches be on bullshit. Like I was so angry and frustrated. Like the red pill was like I was so fucking pilled. I would piss the fuck off. And it's like, like I talked about, I look back to when that time when I was a red pill dude, and I was so fucking red pill full of rage. I was so angry. It was like that type of anger. It was not a good, healthy. It was not a good type of anger either, where it was like I'm mad at the fucking world because these women ain't give me no attention. And I was listening to recently I was watching Grizzly MGTOW video called like rejection can be, I forget what the name of the video, and he was talking about like how him getting rejected, how it gave him only now it protected him from a lot of things. And I look back on my younger days, like when I was 21, 22, whatever, and girls rejected me. I hated that shit. I hated that shit at first, but I realized not only they were protecting me, really, like me getting rejected. Only this was protection for myself to let me know, like, I'm not getting too attached to this person. So if this person happens to leave my life, I'm not broken fucking hearted. Like, oh my god, man, I can't live without this person. So it's like, and for me, what celibacy to me, when I talk about celibacy, in my opinion, how I view it, it's like not being attached to that person. It was like when you not having sex, it's it's so easy to give in to the peer pressures of the world. It's so easy to give into it, like, oh, so and so is doing so and so. But like I learned along the way that I got out of it, and I was like, man, this is real cool. So it was like I had to really learn my lessons of like, you know what, fuck this. I need to find true happiness in myself.
Word.
Yeah.
Something kind of related to the topic and like the ascetic or monk vibe is oh shit, do I want to go there? It's
Go ahead, man.
it requires it's like there are levels, and here's the thing, I'm online probably too much. I got to take a step back. I found out how I'm gonna do it though. I'm gonna do probably because other shit's gonna happen anyway. I'm not gonna be able to do it.
Yeah.
But is a lot more introspection, meditation, and learn like going back to kind of like some Eastern philosophy style shit is like most suffering is caused by attachment, right? This is a common theme, especially in Buddhism. And when you really peep game and you meditate on it, it becomes clear. And when you let go of all the fuckery, all these crazy thoughts, all these things that are just so external that you have no power, that you will never have any influence or power over, and you just let go, and you just catch yourself in that moment. And here's the thing, in our modern real life Western American type of fucking life, it is hard to sustain that like Zen kind of vibe, that serenity, that walking serenity. It's really difficult, right?
Yeah.
But it's possible in moments, and the moments are fucking worth it, man. That one fucking moment, like one Zen style moment, can fucking fill your tanks for like a fucking year. You know what I mean? It can give you a lot of clarity, peace, passion, purpose. It can give all that shit if you can just catch it. But you know what, man? You gotta earn that shit. Like that's hard work. Because first you gotta sit down, sit with yourself, sit with your thoughts. The first thing that's gonna happen is the more quiet you try to quiet down your thoughts, is the demons and shit. The negativity will rise up, and if you can get through that shit, right? Boom. I mean, you're gonna really be able to do some real some good solid work in your own mind, and then like the sky's the limit. Life looks better. That red pill rage, it just seems like a fucking afterthought. It's not even a thing, really. At that moment, at least, it's always liable to come back, right? But I mean, in that moment, it's just gone. You know what I mean?
I sincerely call it though. I call it finding that inner peace with yourself. Like you trying to figure shit out, but you really ain't got it out. Like you kind of like you trying to ask. It's like basically, it's like I read this book called Living Buddha, Living Christ, and there's a chapter in the book about like being at peaceful with yourself. Like you at peace with yourself, and like that inner peace, like you trying to be at peace with yourself, but it's like it's hard as fuck because you got all this shit around you. Like if you say, for instance, I'm an actor and I'm trying to, I found inside to go join the monastery. I'm trying to be at peace with myself, but I got a camera shoved in my fucking face. Of the paparazzi hunting me down saying, how do you feel about so and so? And you be like, man, leave me the fuck alone already. God damn it. Like you want to say that shit out loud, but people call you an asshole because they'll say, oh, so and so's an asshole. He talked down on people. Like, no, maybe he was just having a bad day. Like, you don't understand. Like a lot of people like that shit, and that's why I try to say for me, I was talking about celebrity. I couldn't be I'm sorry, man. Like monks wise, like if a monk, like if I was a celebrity and I tried to be a monk, that should be hard as fuck, dude. You know how hard that shit would be? Like women constantly want to fuck you because you're in a fucking movie, dude. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I won't dox myself, but yeah, I've had quite a bit of experience when it comes to
Yeah.
limelight type shit, you know.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing, man. I've watched friends, actual friends and shit, come up from scrubs, just wanna be, you know, fucking performers, entertainers, rappers, MCs, whatever. And then they get a little bit of a shine and the whole life changes. Sometimes they hit that next level. And a lot of these times, man, this is the reason why you see so much drug use and craziness and drama is because motherfuckers feel alone. They feel more isolated. They're surrounded by people all the time, but they feel more alone than ever.
Yeah.
You know? And sometimes it's a sad thing to watch because they can't trust nobody. A lot of these cats get real hip to the game, realize that everybody's out to get something. You know, they want some money. They want to be. They get like, hey, yo, dog, put me on. Like they got homeboys that try, yo, put me on, give me a job, yo, help, put me, include me in your next project. You know, just for the fuck of it. You know, all that shit. So.
You know what I really admire though? I gotta admit, I'm glad he was honest about the shit with J. Cole. Like when J. Cole, like I think he did 2014 Forest Hills Drive. I like For Your Eyes Only too. I think that was some dope shit. I know people gave that project class shit, but whatever, who gives a fuck? But like I was watching the interview with Edgy Martinez. He was talking about like the world, the shit that comes on into the reality, like the shit that comes into the world. And he was talking about the bullshit, like the material things, the watch, the roll, the fucking Jacob on the wrist. That shit don't mean nothing. Like it don't mean nothing. Like you think you get it, like you buy it, like oh my god, I got this rolling on the wrist. He's like, I got the shit and realized like how shallow this shit was. Like I realized like I fucking hate this shit. And it's fun, I'm glad somebody. It's funny because like he said the shit, and that's why I fuck with J. Cole heavily. Because even though I think J. Cole sometimes, you know, he says some shit that's just like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Like the song was lays out folding clothes. I'm like J. Cole, I fuck with you, man, but that folding clothes shit gotta stop, man. That's some simple shit right there in itself, man. I'm like, you heard that song? Remember that song?
No, see, I haven't fucked with J. Cole or even Kendrick for a minute.
Yeah.
I think they made like a couple projects that I haven't paid attention to. I don't know, man. It's not a. There's a lot of shit, both on the mainstream and underground, and I would definitely say Kendrick and J. Cole, you know, would be what I would fuck with on the mainstream level. But there's so much shit to catch up with, man. This is why it's stupid when cats say that like hip hop is dead.
Yeah.
There's no good music left anymore. That's not really true.
I don't even think hip hop is dead, really. I just think that it's the masses has changed. Like the climate has changed. Rappers don't talk about shit no more. Like here's the thing: I fuck with J. Cole and Kendrick. They're the only niggas I really fuck with. If you ain't J. Cole or Kendrick or Logic, I fuck with motherfuckers that got some shit to say. Because I think deep. I'm a deep person. They always think about shit like, you know, why society is like this. You know what I'm saying? Like I think about shit like on a whole of the personal level. So I can't listen to Uzi, Little Yachty, Uzi, Migos, all this other crazy shit. I can't listen to these motherfuckers because like I don't give a fuck about Future. Like I fucking hate Future, dog. I hate Lil Wayne.
Oh, me too, man.
2 Chainz.
Man, in fact, you can't escape that cat. If you on the dial on the radio and shit, man.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, man. So you know what I peep game? And I might offend some cats right now, but I'm gonna just do the no filter style, right? So I've noticed something about a lot of these like brand new rappers last 5 or so years.
Yeah.
Most of them, even before auto-tune, have the exact same kind of like, it's a very similar high pitched kind of voice.
Yeah.
Not a lot of bass in it. And like even in their speech patterns, their mannerisms, they sound like bitches.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's why they all use auto-tune, because they're trying to mask the fact that they don't sound like men. It sound like some what is that? What's that?
What's the dude name? Like even Young Thug from Atlanta. I fucking hate that dude, man. My cousin played that motherfucker. My cousin has a car or whatever. He played this shit. I'm like, why the fuck he has a college degree? I said, how can you listen to this dude? This dude dumb as fuck. He mumbling half the damn song, and like I don't understand. He was like, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, well, how the fuck can you listen to this shit? I feel dumb as fuck listening to this type of shit. Like, you know, and that's what I'm talking about. Like, ever since I became MGTOW, bro, I think about shit like I don't think like the average day human do. I don't think like that. Like when I'm listening to an artist If you can't get me in the first, well, I'm a lyrics dude. I don't give a fuck about this beat shit. I don't give a fuck about the trap rap, all this other mumble rapping bullshit. Like, I don't give a fuck about that shit. Like, though, like, look, like, rap, nigga, give me bars, nigga. I ain't trying to hear that shit, okay? I ain't trying to hear you rap about how many bitches you fucking, nigga. Like, it's cool and everything, nigga, but people dying every goddamn day, dude. Like, I tell you flat out, dude, ever since, I take my life experience, I relate mental to my life experience. I lost my dad from colon cancer. Miss Etna, who was like a third mom to me, she kind of raised me in my old childhood, me and my sister Terry. She died from breast cancer December 25th, 2015 of Christmas. And so every time Christmas comes around, fucking thinking about that shit, like I think about a lot of shit I should not be thinking about. And it's like, I'm like, for me, when I hear these rappers talk that money shit, I'm like, I don't give a fuck about your rollie, nigga. Shut the fuck up already. Nigga, like, talk about some shit that's gonna fucking get me out. There's more like, well, I'm going through some shit, I'll play some J. Cole type of shit. I'm going through shit, I'll play some Kendrick. Cause for me, they get me out the bed every morning. Like, I'm going through some shit, man. You know, I'm going through some personal shit. I don't want to hear you fucking talk about your rollie, nigga. That shit boring as fuck. I don't give a fuck about how many bitches you fucking like Migos. I fucking hate them dudes, man. Look, Bad and Bougie, even that shit be bumping and jumping and shit like that. Like, I don't give a fuck about your car being bad and bougie, nigga. Rhyme about some shit, they'll give me some fuck, they'll get them up the spiral, motherfucker. God damn it, man.
You know what is funny, man? We used to clown even back in like the golden era. It's starting to pop up a bit, and we would clown because half the time, like these brand new motherfuckers come out of nowhere, right? They ain't never rocked the show, they ain't never got on stage, they ain't never paid a goddamn due, but somehow they probably what invariably happened is that either they was running trap, had connections, somebody put up some money for the little fucking record, somebody paid the payola for the radio, somebody paid to get it promoted. And then, and they talk about all this money they got. Like, motherfucker, you ain't got no money. You basically just got put up by a gangster, or some fucking drug money shit, which is all good. But you ain't a millionaire, so stop fucking lying about that shit. Because a lot of the time they'll come out with these videos and shit. All that shit's rented. The bitches are rented. The mansion is rented. The fucking cars are rented. Like you ain't there yet. Like, it's just fucking stupid, man.
But like, if you look at hip hop from like a mutant, like MGTOW perspective, like hip hop for me was always been one of those things where when I was a blue pill dude, when rappers talk about like T.I. simp ass, you can buy whatever you like. I was into this shit when I was a blue pill dude, and then I heard that song recently. I'm like, what the fuck was I on, man? This is a simp ass song. What the fuck is this shit? And it's like, this is hypergamy one-on-one, god damn it. Like, these rappers ain't no fucking better. I'm like, god damn it, I can't listen to this shit no more. I'm like, anytime I hear a rapper talk about, I want to spoil you, I want to buy you the world, and I'm like, this is the problem with women nowadays, because these bitches nowadays been giving every goddamn thing, because these rappers like, man, fuck that shit. I don't got time for this silly shit, man. Fuck that shit.
Man, there's a lot. We can get into that. That's a whole thing, man. That's why I was talking about like a series. Like, and here's the thing.
Yeah.
We'd have to throw it in. We'd have to drop it on cast in a different way, because there's a lot of MGTOW fuck with us that don't give a fuck about hip hop or rap one way or another, which is fine. I mean, everybody got their own taste, but when the two converge, man, damn, there's a lot to talk about. God damn, there is. Like,
yeah, it is. Like, going back to the topic I was saying, like, my problem with this whole people who want to shame guys was virgins. It's like I would think as society we should embrace that fact that guys is learning self-control. Like, but society shunned men for being virgins. Like, I was watching a talk show that was talking about men being virgins. Is it okay for a guy to be a virgin? And females on the panel was like, nope. I'm like, so let me get this straight. No, it was a female. No, it was what was it? It was you know, what's the bitch name on fucking the Breakfast Club? Andrea Lee, or Andrea.
I don't know, man.
It was the chick that, yeah, I forget. Angela Lee, whatever. And she was talking about, it was something she was asking, somebody was asking her a question. It was like, do you have sex with virgins? She was like, I don't fuck virgins. I like guys' experience. And I'm like, when bitches say that shit, I'm like, your total credit of you, what you say is totally valid to the point where, like, and the problem I have with this shit, it's like, I think even with society, not just even from celibacy, not just being learning self-discipline, I just think the problem I have with it is like, people nowadays, like, man, they see a guy that's virgin and think that motherfucker's like a fucking alien from another planet. Like, oh my god, how dare he don't have sex? I'm like, you do understand what this shit going on, like we talked about earlier on about like being in the clinic and you getting tested and you don't know whether you got that package or not. Like that shit ain't no fun, man. And like them dudes that want to say, you know what, fuck this shit. I'd rather not have sex and just be myself. I commend them dudes because why? Because they like to sit there and not give in to your urge that society tells you. That takes fucking balls, dude. I don't give a fuck what nobody says. I commend any dude that's a virgin because one, it's like you got the balls, whatever it's a personal reason or whatever reason whatever your reason is for being it is. Like don't be ashamed of that shit, man. Like for me, and that's what this channel was about. It's about letting men know, like, be who you are. Don't stop. Don't be ashamed. Don't be ashamed of who you are as a person. Like for me, it's like for me, I feel like sex is so fucking overrated. Like once you have that shit, like once you have it, like once you have it for the first time and it kind of goes well, it's like whatever. And then you have it the second time or how many times you choose to fuck. It's like really that shit is overrated, outdated. Like it's the funniest, even the funniest thing when you see a guy that's shy. And it's like funny. It was like one of my friends. This one was like a blue pill type of dude, and one of my friends was like he would put females around me, and he said some shit to me that pissed me the fuck off when I was a blue pill dude, but I never really spoke up for myself. He was like, "You scared of pussy?" I'm like, "What? What type of you hear that all the time, MA? You know what I'm talking about, MA? Where it's like you scared of pussy because you don't want females around you, or you scared to talk to females and shit like that, or whatever, because you haven't had sex with a female."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, let's mix it up a little bit. I'm gonna get Shining up in here real quick.
Yeah.
Because he has another perspective and other ways to look at the shit, and it would totally it could be a well-rounded kind of a thing. That'd be dope. So hold on.
How long we been streaming? How long we been streaming? How long we been streaming? I know it's been a while. It's been a long time.
Let me redo the thing. It'll give me the countdown. Hold up.
It's been a while. Cause I know shoot. My crazy.
No, it's been a while. Been a couple hours at least.
It's been a couple hours.
Yep.
Ooh. I thought, ooh, whoa. I was like, whoa, this is my first time ever actually doing like a lot more than stream for 2 hours. Like I don't know how long I've been doing it though. How many hours I've been on this thing.
Yeah. Are you breaking your own channel records now, huh? With the stream?
Yeah. What up, Shining Light? I love it.
There's always a moment. There's always a moment of silence when Shining enters. So.
Scatter. All scatter.
They scattered.
Light.
Good evenings, gentlemen. Am I coming in clear?
Yeah, yes, we can hear you, man. We can hear you very clear. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, well, I don't know. I'm sort of lost for context. I just jumped in. I just cooked and ate. Had a shower. Came down.
The most high energy, aesthetic monk style MGTOW, new on the scene. The most high energy. This motherfucker is like.
Are we talking about no filter here? Who are we talking about?
Yeah, no filter. He's high energy as hell. I can't keep up. It's hard to keep up. Anyway,
do I call you no filter or do you prefer a better name?
Just call me no filter. Just call me no filter. Just call me.
I'll try to remember that.
It's celibacy, and he's just we've just kind of waxing on different perspectives.
Well, celibacy, not. I would say most men can't do celibacy. I would say most men. I would say a lot, even the ones that want to be celibate, I think that they would struggle. I think there's always, especially in our society these days, where sex is everywhere, and everything's sexualized. We are very, very over sex. Compare us to any other country. Try and think of a country more sexualized than the US and the UK, i.e., the West.
Yeah.
Oh wait. There is one. Wait, I think hold on.
Can it go on?
Well, there are bastion metropolis cities like in Asia where like.
Oh, you mean is it Taiwan, Thailand? I don't know. One of those two. Yeah, but whose fault was that? Was that the Orient? Was that the Eastern Orientals? No, that was when The Americans went over and they put a nice little military compound right there, and then the locals they were, what's the word now? Obviously, the prostitution thingy popped up around the US base around there. So even then, the West is to blame for that.
Yeah, it's supply and demand. Like peep game. Look at something like Vietnam, right? So you could take all the direct casualties in the conflict, right? But what about all of how many lives with having when the soldiers were sent there, and a whole bunch of Western nations were involved there. Like the U.S. was not first by any means. Y'all were in there for a bit. France was in there. Canada was in there. So I aggregate all these direct casualty numbers and then look at it from the perspective of coming back from the tragedy of those wars. How many men killed themselves, lost their mind? How many men couldn't be good fathers because they couldn't get it together? How many men impregnated some of the locals, and then that was a thing. That was a big thing. A lot. Like there was a lot of that. That was. I
can't think of a position more deeply at the core, more plugged into the matrix than being a US or UK soldier. You are right in the shithole end of the matrix. That's you. If you've joined the US, and I'm pretty sure all the vets will back me up on this one. If you've been a grunt, if you've been in the Navy, in the Army, you are pretty much the shit of the shit. You know, really, you are as expendable as any man could be. You're the last to get any type of consideration, and then after you come back, all the shit that they made you do, they don't give a shit. I mean, what was it now? The official figure was 5,000 US soldiers had their homes repossessed by the time they got back from Iraq, and that was the last count. What was that? 2009 or something? How much is it now?
I don't know.
Yeah, but like you say, on all the other messed up stuff, all the guys that I think Messenger did a quick talk on this. But all the guys that got hooked on drugs when they were over there too. Yeah, all the guys that
there's resonating consequences to conflicts and wars. I mean, it's never talked about in any kind of real way. It'd be lucky if it hits a footnote to a story or a news clip or something like that. And it just kind of illustrates the disposability of things. And so I guess we're straight off topic, but here's the thing, and I'm interested in knowing, and I'm not sure if I know this, but like one of the things, like we were talking about kind of getting into like the mitigation versus elimination of risk when it comes to celibacy and sex and all that good stuff. And the way, and I'm not sure how you arrived to it, if you want to get into that, but the way that he arrived to it differently, no filter, right? The way I arrived to it was, and part of the beginning, and I'm still going through it, the self-actualization part was to realize how much of a vulnerability and an addiction that I had on women, pussy, sex, companionship, all that. And that just removing that, because I'm able to do this. Like I have a lot of, options with this. I'm able to push it. And the more that I strive for pushing that aside, the more so many other aspects of life just open up in a way that I've never experienced before. And that's kind of like what I'm like. So if I were to go back out, it would not be a good thing for me, and it would have reverberating consequences to the world, right? So this is a really good thing that I'm on the aesthetic-ish or the monk-ish path, right? For what about you, Shining Light? What is your kind of arrival into that you can easily see?
I will touch upon that subject, but just quickly before I answer that, I just want to finish off on this on the military issue. Where Jeff Burns says it's not just the US and UK; it's all Western defense forces. There's a couple of I think in Europe. I don't know if it's the Swedish or the Netherlands. But there's a European Defence Force, and they've never ever engaged in fighting. So there's a couple of Western armies that never ever engage in fighting. But yeah, as some say that getting men to join the military is a form of population control. When the population starts to oppose, or there's signs of rebellion amongst the population, they drum up a war. They get loads of men to join up, and obviously they offer them all these benefits. They join up. Hundreds of thousands get slaughtered, killed, and they kill millions. And then they come back. There's less men to fight for the rebellion, and I think there's some validation in that. But yeah, answering your question, I think you were talking about how did I come round to celibacy, or how did I think it became a good idea?
No, yeah. How do you arrive to it, and what are the ongoing benefits in your celibacy, right? I guess.
Well, I was listening to your early part with No Filter, and I think one of the best benefits of it's not just celibacy, but it's trained celibacy. I mean, some people are celibate without choice. I mean, some people are celibate despite their most hardened wishes, despite their greatest efforts. People are celibate, but I would say being trained to be celibate, or focus celibacy, obviously and clearly the best benefit and the greatest outcome of it is you cannot get sexually manipulated. You know, people can't sell you shit based upon your sexuality. You know, come buy this second-hand, clapped out, tires are bald, engines about to explode, rusty all along the lining. Eight other owners come buy this car, and if you buy this car, you'll have a chance to have sex with this woman that I'm going to put next to it. Or come buy this new outfit. It's tight as fuck. It'll give you a hernia. The threads will come loose in a couple of months. But if you buy this, you'll be able to attract the ladies and have sex. And even beyond that, you know, the way men act when they're around women, because they think they might be in with a chance, it's utterly ridiculous. The way we get manipulated because our sexuality is undescribably insane. The fact that men would go out and kill themselves, literally, they're willing to jump in front of a moving train. They're willing to take a bullet. They're willing to take on a whole horde of dangerous odds just for a chance of getting some pussy. And it's the most insane thing that's going on in our society right now, probably. And if you go celibate, if you train yourself to be celibate, you're no longer subject to that manipulation. I mean, oh, wait a second. People go to Amsterdam. I know there's a red light district in New York. There's a red light district in London. Yep. And every year, guys get ripped off there. Guys get ripped off. They get ripped off by what do you call them? Those guys that hustle. Pimps? What do you call those guys?
Pimps? What?
No, those guys that pretend to be pimps, but all they've got are fake cards and fake numbers. I know you've got them over in the US.
Cons, frauds. I don't know, man. There's so many different words for that shit.
There's a specific word for these hustlers who try and hustle guys, tell them that they've got a good show going on and stuff like that, and then they take their money and they run into the back. And then there's other guys that pretend to be pimps, and they take them into a place. So I've got all types of girls, and then there's the guys that actually do go into what they're called now, massage parlors. These what do you call a whorehouse?
Brothel is one word.
Yeah, a brothel. Thank you. Look at that. I'm just out of it. I think it's getting late for me. But yeah, but guys are going to brothels. And even though the guys that find if there's any such thing, a reputable brothel where they pay the money, they get their service, they spent like a few $100, a couple of $100 or whatever, and they come out and they think they've been liberated. They've come out, you know, they've gone in there with their hard-earned money or however they got it, but they come out, you know, a little less poor, and they think they've had a good bargain. You know, it's because they
walk in with a delusion, don't they? Like, it's the delusion And it's not. It's see. This is how they try to simplify male sexuality. That it's all about just the release and the cum. No, it's not. Not even with the whore. There's still some sort of a human transaction there. Just a little bit of fucking comfort. That little moment of companionship. That's what sells it. You know what I mean? It's a combination of these things. It's not just as simple as busting a nut. If it was, the dude can take care of it himself. Everybody knows this. So
I'd also add that you do generally become you do generally have a happier lifestyle. I know we say it around here. I know some of the older guys say it, but you genuinely are happy. I mean, the fact is, these pussy worshippers, and they do worship the unholy vagina. Unfortunately, these guys, they're not happy unless they either get some, or they nearly get some, or they think they're about to get some. But the thing is, the guy that's celibate or trained to be celibate, he's happy. He's happy without it, you know. So he's happy. He's happy more often than the guy that worships at the altar of the vagina. And it's hard to believe. People don't believe it. I mean, the thing is, they say, well, where do you get your happiness from? Well, are you telling me the pussy worshipper only gets happiness when he's got his hands on some pussy? No.
I'm gonna reveal some really interesting shit. I don't know who's gonna relate, but I'm gonna throw it out there because I feel like it has a little value. And so here it is. From the moment I started messing with birds, broads, part of my addiction, and the greatest part of my validation was this little ego boost. And this ego boost was all about their pleasure, right? So I went through a lot of shit, a lot of different, women to try to develop this skill set, if you will. One of the first things, so when I first got the red pill, I started to kind of reflect on all these experiences or whatever. And something that I realized was like, oh shit, have I ever done that act with a woman where I wasn't trying to prove something to myself, where it wasn't about making her sprung, or, I had this best complex. I wanted every broad that I met to call me the best or to lament me as the best, right? Absolutely fucking crazy, delusional idea. And if women ever caught wind of it, they could manipulate me by either lying or just throwing me this validation. What I realized right after the red pill was that I had never fucking done any of that shit just for myself. And then the second part of that is like, well, if it was really about me and this unabated joy of experience or pleasure, I've never afforded myself that. I'm like, what the fuck? My entire life, my actual sexuality was totally developed in catering to them, and it was like a what the fuck moment. It was like, it was crazy. It was a really crazy moment for me to realize that I didn't own my own sexuality in a lot of ways. I surrendered it.
You know what, MA, I'm so glad you brought this shit up, man. I wanted to hammer that point earlier on, but for me, I feel like the reason why this topic is so relevant to me and just any other person, whether you mental or not, it's the whole point of it's always about women being satisfied. For me, I talked about this in general, even in my mindset when I was having the 2 times I had sex, right? For me, it was not about for me, maybe this is why I never went back. If I went in with the mindset where the 2 times I had sex, I went and try to make her fucking happy, trying to make her feel like I'm the best guy she ever had, I'm the best guy that fucked her, right? If I had that mindset, if I went in with that mindset, maybe I would have went back. Maybe I would have been maybe I would have addicted to having sex. But I went in with this mentality was I just want to get this shit over with. I don't give a damn if she pleased or not. Because here's the thing, I'm not gonna even lie. I'm just gonna be a little PC here. Look, I didn't even come the second time. I didn't even come the second time I had sex. So for me, it's like whether she think, well, I don't give a fuck what she thought anyway. But it's for me, it's the reason why I don't care about having sex because nowadays it's always about the females. Like you hear women all the time on podcasts, is women in general say, "Oh, he's terrible in bed. He's terrible in bed." Me, my mentality is, I don't give a fuck. You think I'm terrible in bed or not? Look, long as I got what I want from the situation, I can give a fuck about whether you satisfied or not. But here's the thing, though. If I was a blue pill type of guy, maybe I would be like, "Oh my god, I'm a terrible guy in bed." And what I'm trying to get guys, the reason why I brought this topic up, it's like I want guys to realize, guys, when you fucking your guys, you mid-town, married, whatever. If you fucking a chick, take that I want to be the best she ever had mindset out. Like MA said, take that mindset out of get that mindset, get that thought out of your fucking head. You know why? Cause guess what happens? She gonna meet another dude, and she gonna tell him he's the best, just to get him to do what she want for her. So the thing is, I tell people this all the time. Look, guys, when you fucking a chick, take pride and ego out of that shit. Just get what you want from it. Bust your nut, come what you need to come, and that's it. Call it a darn day. Because guess what happened? She gonna tell every guy that he's the best. Why? Just so she can get what she want out of him. So for me, I said fuck that shit a long time ago. Like even before I started having sex, I said if I'm gonna lose it, I'm gonna lose it on my terms and not make it about her being satisfied, but me being happy. Long as I get what I want from out of it, I can give a fuck about what she think.
And realizing all the games and all this fuckery at work, all the fuckery and fucking, right? And then realize then you see the power in non-engagement when like the ability to be abstinent, and then actually practicing that shit, you're liberated from all of those endless amount of energy and just fucking, of thought and blood, sweat, tears, come, whatever. All of that's just gone. It's like, and it's such a relief. You're like, oh, fucking hey. You just don't have to worry about the shit no more,
Yeah, that's what I call it, trained celibacy, because you need to you need to train yourself on that. I mean, okay, so we've gone over one benefit, which is you're no longer able to be manipulated by your sexuality. And obviously one of the big things we've all heard of, the honey trap. A lot of that famous Israeli guy that wanted to out the Israel's nuclear program. He was caught using the honey trap. He was caught in some hotel. Some bird came along and said, "Oh, you want to have some? You want to go out? You want to come up to my hotel room?" And the Mossad, knocked him unconscious and dragged him down the hotel corridor and stuffed him in the back of a car. The honey trap will never get you guys if you've got trained abstinence.
Oh wow! Think about that. So the superior spy would be a MGTOW.
Exactly. every intelligence service operative must be sexually disciplined. They can't have any sexual deviance, anything like that. They all have to be absolute abstinent. Now, the second one is
James Bond was just fucking bullshit.
It was bullshit. 100% bullshit. James Bond PUA.
Yeah, he's fucking FBI. Like the whole world will blow up because that motherfucker James Bond.
He'd get used. He'd be a triple, quadruple agent. He'd sell out within a second.
Yeah.
Okay, the second one. Second one is a big one. Second one is the kicker. Huge one. The thing is, once you've decided that you're not gonna base all your life's effort and all your life's goals around worshipping the vagina, you then do other stuff. You then are motivated by other things, because that's the point. That's what we talk about. That was the point of MGTOW. We were gonna divest. We were gonna divert away from sexual focus, and we were gonna focus on bigger things. We call it better things beyond female validation. And that's the thing. This is why we bring up all the big scientists, the big inventors, the big thinkers, like Tesla, etc. It gives you a lot more energy, a lot more time, a lot more, let's face it, a lot more resources monetarily and otherwise to do other things. And people say, well, do what? The thing is, if you lack the imagination to know what life direction you can take without being shackled to a female or to a wife or a long-term relationship. You're not there, man. You are not there. You do not know the point of celibacy. You do not know the point of MGTOW. You do not know the point of trained abstinence. And you need to go and study that, guys. If you don't know what your life goal is without a woman, man, you are right plugged into the matrix. You're not ready to unplug yet, brothers. So that's the big thing. You've got more time, you've got more money, you've got more energy, and most importantly, you've got your sanity, which goes into my third benefit is you're not going to be taken down by a woman. Now that sounds crazy. How can a woman take you down? Now, guys, any guys that have been married, any guys that have lived with their girlfriend, any guys that have shacked up with a woman long for years will know exactly what I'm talking about. If she is unstable, and more likely, more often than not, she there'll be something crazy, something wrong with this. There's something wrong with women in the West, at least. I think we all agree on that. There's something of not quite right now with women's heads. We all agree on that. Now, you're living with crazy. It's going to drive you crazy, and you're going to lose your, you're going to lose what it is to be an independent man. You're going to lose. Let's face it. Some guys lose their masculinity. Some guys, they lose their sanity. And if you have a family with her, if you have kids with her, if she has a child, man, she's got you by the balls. What you're going to do? You're going to please her for 30, 40, 50 years for the rest of your life.
That's
but maybe.
And going back to what you were saying, Shining, like that's my biggest concern, and that's why I think celibacy is so important for a man. Before a guy enter a relationship, if you're gonna be a MGTOW, you enter a relationship, I also just do that shit. But if you do it, enter at your own risk, because like you said before, the moment you enter a relationship is the moment that moment of you learning celibacy is gone, because that person is there. Especially if you live with the woman. If you married to the woman, that's a whole different story. Like I have literally have had friends. I'm not gonna say their names, but I have literally have had friends. Once they get a girlfriend, or once their girlfriend moved in, and once they got married, I had a friend who just tied a knot, and his wife sucked the fucking fun. This dude was married to his wife for 10 years. Man, he's been married to his wife for 10 years. She sucked the fun out of this dude. This dude ain't even, I don't even know who he is anymore. I like, dude, you like a zombie, man. You like a zombie, you like a mindless zombie just walking around. Like, I'm like, dude, she sucked the fun out of you. And I told him, like I said, dude, I don't like your wife, man. I think your wife's a bitch personally. She like shit because his wife talked down to him, treating him like dirt, talking about you ain't shit and all the other crazy shit. I'm like, dude, I'm sorry, man. I couldn't put up with this shit, man. Like, and I told him, I said, well, dude, I'm not here to tell you how to live your life, but dude, eventually you get tired of this shit here, dude, because she puts you down all the time. Because he has a daughter with her, and she constantly she belittles him in front of the daughter. I'm like, dude, your daughter ain't gonna respect you at all, dude. When she get older, she gonna say fuck you when she become a teenager, dog. Because I'm like, and that's my biggest thing about. That's why I say fuck you to relationships, because like that shit is played the fuck out. A woman would drag you the fuck down, dude. Especially if you living with a nagging woman. I can imagine being, dating a chick. And
wait. I gotta stop you. Like SFM does. I'm gonna stop you right now. Like, but
yeah.
I have never met a woman.
Yeah.
No matter, especially in the beginning, some of them come off very benign, sweet, agreeable. Yeah. But I've never met a woman that did not invariably get to a nagging level that you couldn't call a nag. Yeah. I've never met this woman. So I want to put that out.
It should be an eye opener to all guys that nearly all clubs, all bars, all gentlemen's clubs, they're all based around the fact that men want to get away from their wives. Now, men don't start off like that. I mean, young guys in their 20s, they don't understand why the golf clubs. I mean, golf clubs are men only. Well, they used to be. Rotary clubs are men only. Snooker clubs used to be men only. Bars used to be only men used to go in there because they wanted to get away from their wives. And 20-year-olds didn't realize that until they got married. And then when they get into their 30s, late 40s, definitely, they used to go to places to get the fuck away from that nagging cow, because she gets too much.
So it's funny. A lot of time we get pulled into because it's what we know first. So it's really genuine when we do this. We're trying to be fair and honest. But we leave a caveat, and what we do, what we call Western women. We keep going back to the Western women. However, not just from MGTOW, but from men and even the mainstream, we keep getting reports that the grass is not necessarily greener on the other side of the West. And for instance, so I fucking can't stand most reality TV, but there's an accidental red pill show,
Agree.
and I think it's ongoing. It's called 90 Day Fiance, right? And it's all about mail order brides, that whole phenomenon. There is not one redeemable woman from whatever country, doesn't matter where she comes from in the world, on this entire show. It's an accidental red pill show. But what the purpose of the show is to make Western women feel better for their fuckery. But what it really does is it exposes men, if they're paying attention, which we know often they don't. But if you pay attention to it, you will see that the grass is not greener on the other side. That some of these women are just as wretched, if not more, than Western women.
TFM just put up a video, just put that guest video, didn't he? About, I think the guy's name's Round Square. He's trying to make out like Japanese women are more feminine and more more ready to stay at home and much better.
If you want to.
Yeah, I wouldn't go there, guys. I wouldn't try that. Honest. I mean, a few MGTOW have tried it. What's his name? MJ tried it for a while. He went better off abroad.
Yeah, he did. I think he gave it a couple good college tries, if I'm not mistaken. So he's got some tails with that shit.
The thing is, even if you do want to dabble in trying to find the unicorn, trained celibacy, it still benefits you. You're still less likely to be manipulated. You're still more in control of your decisions rather than having your dick talk for you and make your decisions for you. It's you know, this type of discipline you can use throughout life. It's, you know, even if you decide that MGTOW's not for you, you know, if you can control your, you know, if you can keep your cock in your pants and control your lust and your thirst, it can only be a good thing. I mean, who in their right mind makes decisions based entirely upon their whims and desires? We call that an insane man, a man that just cannot control himself, can't control what he says, can't control what he does. He sees some tits, he has to grab them. He sees some dude, he has to spit out some what do we call them? Those guys that can't control their language. Can't remember.
It's funny. I briefed on this earlier, but like, you know, for any possible listeners that are married or engaged in some sort of relationship or engaged, whatever, I would posit an experiment, and I know it sounds very manipulative, but that's not the point of the experiment. The experiment is see if you can, you know, withdraw, withhold, or not give in to that. And the caveat here is that long term, this is going to be disastrous. But short term, which most relationships are anyway, so we got to lose, is this: when a man withdraws, something snaps in a woman. They're not accustomed. Men are very accustomed to women withdrawing sex. People, a lot of them. All right, I'm hearing my echo right now.
I don't think that's you, Filter.
Right. Is it me?
Yeah, it's you.
Oh.
But it's interesting. So here's the thing. So like you can do it, and it's easy enough to say, because you know some back and forth banter. Women they think they're being playful, but they're actually kind of being bitches. Like, well, if you don't do this for me, you're not going to get none. That kind of thing. The first thing is like, okay, you're not going to get none either. And then be serious about it. Walk away. Then when she comes later and tries to do the little seduction stuff, right? Even if you actually respond anatomically, you get aroused, still deny her, you will have a very red pill moment. Because 9 times out of 10, that bitch is going to take it harder than any man. Is like, what the fuck? Ah! Like, they'll get depressed, angry, sometimes belligerent. This is why I don't recommend it in all cases. Well, actually, I don't recommend it. There is a risk here. There's definitely a risk. She might stab you. So never mind. Fuck what I just said.
a lot of married guys know that. I mean, a lot of married guys know that. well, the thing is, after a few years, you go off your girlfriend, your wife anyway. So, but even then, a lot of married guys do get manipulated. A lot of guys are what they call pussy whipped. But one fictitious guy that comes to mind is Al Bundy. He was so
Yeah.
sick of having sex with his wife that eventually she came round, and she was always the one that was coming on to him, and that's what happens because eventually, yeah, she wants it. I mean, she's got the animalistic urges too, and eventually,
What's that show
if you
called? What was the show? What was the show called? Al Bundy. I saw that show growing up as a kid. That show
Married
was
with
man.
Children.
It was what was it called again?
Married with Children.
Larry Richard. I saw that show growing up as a kid, man. That show. Look, dude, look, Al Bundy said, I'm done taking your shit, man. He let her have it on that show, boy. That was the first red pill show I actually gotta say. But there's moments he did give in, but that moment where he's like, man, I'm done taking your shit, man. Fuck this shit. Like, man, that shit. That movie, that show right there, that show was red pill before red pill became a thing. Cause
It's funny. I think the first couple of episodes, or even the first season, that often the resolution, there was a bunch of shit, bunch of comedy, whatever, and the resolution is that he happily went upstairs with her. But then the writing started to change. It got darker, and then the red pill, and then this whole phenomenon of him being sick of it came to, and they ran with it because it was so new, so fresh, so kind of honest with a lot of actual married men experience, that I think that's largely what made the show successful. Had they stuck to the original formula where, okay, the resolution is they go upstairs and fuck and everything is better, no, you're still a shoe salesman. The kids still don't respect you, and the bitch still doesn't cook. So
yeah, but the point, I think one of the points of Married with Children was Al Bundy. He was trying to keep it together for the sake of his family, even though
yeah,
he didn't give a shit about his family anymore. He still had that sense of duty. So even though he didn't like his wife, he didn't like his children either. But he knew that had she divorced him, she would have fucked him over. He would have paid child support and alimony on his measly wage of being a shoe salesman. So I think that was the underlying tone there of Married with Children, and I think a lot of guys understood that. I think a lot of guys could empathize with Al Bundy because even though they weren't at the apathy Al Bundy was, they did want to put up with their nagging wife and a sexless marriage just for the sake of keeping in touch with the kids they love, or not getting screwed over, getting into wage slavery, going years and years paying alimony and getting screwed over in court, which
and
is
there was such a contrast with his son, right? His son was the biggest simp that ever lived, pretty much, right?
they will be at that age. I think all guys
Yeah.
at that age are simpish because we're told from a very young age that the vagina is holy. The vagina is the holy grail. You have a vagina, you are set for life, my friends. You have two vaginas, you are in heaven. Well, it's not true. We find out later in life, normally in our early 30s, that we were told a lie, and in fact, it's quite miserable. It's quite a miserable life chasing the vagina constantly, and if you can control your sexual urges, if you control your thirst, your life will be much better. But unfortunately, a lot of guys have to get burnt to a crisp before they realize that. And that's why we're here to say, you know what, you can learn what we learn without losing hundreds of thousands of dollars and losing part of your sanity and losing your kids and totally
And that's why I think it's so important. Like, I don't like when I have I have a cousin. He's about to graduate from high school in May, and the mother, she's my cousin, of course, and she's talking to the son, and he was like he's about to turn 18, and the mother, she puts in his head like, son, when you gonna get a girlfriend, when you want to get a girlfriend, he turned 18 and graduates. And I said, man, I pulled him to the side. I didn't mention men. I don't mention MGTOW to people, to guys, because they kind of they would turn this shit off. I was like, dude, don't fall for that shit, because look, she gonna lead you down the path you don't want to be on. I said, dude, you turn 18, you graduate. Look, you got your whole life ahead of you. I said, dude, I'm gonna tell you this right now. I said, dude, do not let your mother guide you down the road, because once you open up that road, like, here's the thing. Because I told him, I said, dude, you turn 18. So I was asking him, because he was asking me. He was like, Chris, like, whatever. He was like, no filter. He was like, can I ask you a question, man? It's like, he's like, he's like, my mom forces, my mom trying to introduce me to girls all the time, introduce girls to me, but I'm not interested. He's like, well, I asked him, like, why you not interested? He's like, one, I want to focus on myself, and two, it's like, why do I gotta have a girlfriend to feel validated? And I'm like, oh, okay, this dude kind of gotta get it, but I don't mention MGTOW to him. I'm like, well, I said, dude, why do you feel that way? He was like, well, my mom is always forcing women on me. He's like, I'm turning 18 this year, man. I turned 18 when I graduate. I'm trying to figure my life out. It's like, adding a woman onto my life is only gonna drag me down. And I don't know what it was. He was like, I'm like, why would you think that? He's like, I see you living your life, and I see you don't have a woman in your life, and you happy, and you being content with yourself. It's like, so why should I have to have a girlfriend to feel validated? And I said, well, why did you, and the mother was like, my son told me he don't want a girlfriend. You put that evil shit in his head. I didn't say nothing to him. He told me that.
Wait a second. Did she actually say that evil shit in his head? Is that a quote?
Yeah, that was she asked me. She was like, did you
wow.
Did put that evil shit in his head? I'm like, no, that was he thought. He's like,
focus is evil, gentlemen. Focus is evil. Wow, that is so.
She was telling me she was telling me, and she was trying to get me. She's like, I don't want you hanging around him because he gonna fucking get influenced. I'm like, me being alone and me being by myself and me focusing on me is a good thing. Like, what's wrong? And I asked a question like, so what's evil about it? Well, he talking about he thinking for himself. I'm like, so he can't be his own person. No, I want him married and stuff like that. I'm like, you want him married at the age of 18? And she's like, once he graduates from high school, he's getting the fuck out of the house. I want him married. I'm like, you don't understand. 18 years old, you still a puppy. Like, you still got so much to learn. And him getting married at 18, I'm like, that man's gonna hate this shit. And I told I said, Luke, but I did tell him this. I said, look, fuck what my cousin want, fuck what your mother want. You do what you live your life for you, man. You don't live life for nobody else. He says, thank you for that advice. And he listened to me. And the mom was like, my son, because he talks about he wanted to go to college. He talks about working a 9-to-5 job because he don't want to go to college. And he told me something. He expressed concern to me. He was like, no filter. He's like, I want to go to college, but he says, even though I got the grades to go to college, I don't want to go to college. He's like, why is that? Because I'm scared of rape culture. I'm scared of what might happen to me on campus. And I said, that's a good legit concern. And she's like, you put that brainwashing in his head. I'm like, it's not brainwashing. I'm like, man, it's a better concern for any man. Like, if I had a son and my son was telling me he about to graduate from high school, it's like he wants to go to college, and I asked him, do you have any concerns? He's like, no. Like, and I'm like, you ain't concerned about false rape culture. You ain't worried about being accused of rape. And if a woman accused it and she finds out, even if she was lying, she don't get thrown in jail, but your life get ruined. You ain't worried about that shit. And he was like, I'm like, and I told his cousin, who was his mother, I'm like, look, he has a valid concern. He is scared. And if I was a man nowadays, going to college nowadays, even being 30 years old, even if I was a man, I was like, 28 years old, I'm 28, and I decided to go to college. I'd be scared to go to college. Look, with the way colleges operate nowadays, like, look, everything is college is basically for women, man. That's what the shit really is. I hate to say it to people after they go to college, but that's what it really is. And I told him that you got to understand. I said, look, he's a man. You don't understand it. You're not a man. You will never understand what we go through as people. You never went to college. It's not about whether I went to college or not. He has a main legit concern. And I don't blame this dude for not wanting to go to college. Like, the college is for women. It's like everything is for women. Like, if you look at everything, these scholarship programs for women are given the opportunity to go to college because the government knows these females are dumb enough to do it. So it's like, cool. But this guy, he has a main legit concern. If you don't want to go to college, That's not the end of the world. He can always, he's 18 years old. He can still figure out what he want to do with his life. Like, you getting old. I don't think that you be him looking up to you. Why do you know what I'm saying? Why are you telling him that? I'm not putting nothing in his head. I'm just telling him, like, he has a main legit concern, and I understand why he don't want to get married, why he doesn't want to go to college. I fully understand it. You know, if you don't go to college, what else is gonna do with his life? I said, you know, there's more to life besides going to college, right? And I said, I said, if you have not been checking lately, there's a lot of shit going on with the rape culture and shit like that. The narrative that the feminists keep coming up with, like the rape culture and shit going on. Like if I was a young man, I'd be scared as fuck to go to college. I don't know about everybody else. I'd be scared as fuck. So you can't get mad at him or me, him for having his own. He's his own person. I'm like, and him focusing on himself is a good thing. I would think that, like, so what would you rather have him get? Would you have him get a girlfriend at the age of 18, and this girl suck the life out of him, and he's not ambitious, he don't have no goals in mind, and he just gets some chick pregnant, and you mad at him because he fucked up in college? Or would you rather have him go to college, focus on himself, get his career going, and once he graduates, whatever he chooses to major in, and then he get a wife? I don't suggest that shit, but like, if he decides to do it, I'd rather have him do it on his own terms than you do it. Because if you forcing women on him, guess what fucking happened? He's gonna hate you for it. And then she was like, you don't understand. I'm like, if you mad at, you can be mad at me all the fuck you want. Look, your son is wise ahead of his time, and I understand why he had that legit concern.
Woo.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You know, I just mentioned TFM's last video. We had a guy called Round Square come on, and he said that Japanese women are more feminine, they make better wives. As soon as I said that, this is no word of a lie. You can go check it out. As soon as I said that, he went and responded to the comment I put on that video. He says, "Oh, I already have a wife. I'll have you now." Well, anyway, yeah. To respond to your issue about college and stuff. Think about this, guys. How many men ever in history, in Western history, how many men have had success or been successful through marriages or multiple marriages? How many men do you know gained a big empire, became materialistically or spiritualistically or politically or any measure of success? Any? Just invent one if you can't imagine. How many men became successful from marrying a woman?
None. I'm sorry, none.
What's his face? There is one.
Yes.
There's a super simp. He's a comedian. What the
Bill
fuck?
Burr.
No, he married Mariah Carey. He married Mariah Carey.
Yeah, okay. Now the thing is, now how many men do you? How many men? In fact, think of all the most successful men. So the men with the best lasting legacies. So the people that discovered, the people that drew maps, the people that were historical figures. The guys that invented and developed the microchip. Microsoft, the internet guys, the Google guys. All these guys were well known as being total geeks. They were known as total geeks because they couldn't get women. They were TFLers. The most successful men in the world, in the Western world, were TFLers. Sad to say, currently, what's his name? Bill Gates, whatever his name is. Everybody knows he was a complete failure with women, and he's one of the most successful men in current modern American history. Think about it. All the Japanese guys, the Sony guy, the guy that started Sony, the guy that started Kawasaki, and all these guys were known to be very, very unsuccessful with women, and that's the point I'm trying to make on my third benefit of being trained celibate. Your life direction can actually be something great. You can actually do something wonderful and magnificent with your life. You don't have to waste it away, all your energy, all your time, and all your workload on trying to feed I would say fatten up this angry person inside your house and trying to constantly appease her. You can do something amazing, and whether that's college or doing something yourself, something turning a hobby into a skill. It's something I said in my old videos, or turning a skill into some enterprise. Who knows what your potential is, but I think a lot of people, they can't do it, and to those people that can't, I would say start small, wean yourself off. You're not going to be able to start. You're not going to be able to start running if you've been crawling all this time. So start small, I say. Go ahead.
Hell yeah. But no filter. What I was gonna say is, man, I was gonna warn you. You might want to slow your roll trying to red pill your friend's mom. That bitch might stab you. I'm telling you.
I'm not red pill. Like, for me, I don't. Here's the thing: when I'm talking to him, I don't talk about me. I don't mention MGTOW. I don't mention red pill. I don't mention none of that stuff to him. He comes to me about it. Like, he's like,
yeah, but you're still challenging her maternal authority, and this is very risky business, my friend.
I'm not challenging. Like, I'm not doing it on purpose. Like, oh man, your son is doing it. I was just expressing I was just telling him. I was like, I'm not telling him what to do. I'm not saying he needs to do this, he needs to do that. I'm just saying, I was telling him, like, he has a main legit concern, and he was telling me about it. I'm not forcing this on him. I'm not forcing anything. I don't mention red pill. I don't mention MGTOW to him. He just comes to me about this stuff. He's like no filter. He's just like, I don't want a girlfriend. And I understand. And I just talk to him like I would talk to him like a friend, like a father would talk to his son. I don't see him as that because he's my cousin. But I'm just saying, like, I don't talk to him like, oh man, yo, you need to don't get married. I'm not saying that. I said you have a man legit concern, and I think that's a good way to think about it. And he was like, so what's your thought on something? I was like, man, I'm not here to tell you how to live your life. And that's what I tell him. I said, I'm not, because like, you still young, so your mind is still getting warped behind it. But when you get older, man, you'll understand what I'm talking about. When you get older, you turn 21, me, you can talk about, whatever, because I don't mind talking to you when you get older, but you about to turn 18 in May. I don't want you. I'm not finna turn you, because here's the thing. My biggest fear, I always talk about this all the time. Even on a hardcore, even though I'm not a hardcore, even on a MGTOW, I do not talk red pill or MGTOW in MGTOW outside of YouTube. I don't do it because, like Stay Free MGTOW says, they gonna reject that shit anyway. So it's like, I'd rather keep it. And if a person comes to me, say like my cousin came to me, he's like, I don't want a girlfriend. And he came to me and said, what's my thoughts on it? Okay, cool. Like, I don't mind talking about it like that. But I'm not gonna flat out come out and say, yo, man, let me talk about this MGTOW shit, bro. Like, no, because like, I want him, if he does get into MGTOW, I don't mention to him. But I say, if you come across something like that, let me know, and we can really talk about it, because I don't want him to ever feel like. And I told him, I said, look, I'm your cousin, man. I'm speaking from you. I know I was only speaking from my experience, and I was telling her, I was like, from my experience, I said, from my experience in school, I was like, forcing a girlfriend on him is not going to help the situation. It's going to make it worse for him, because he can, like, for me, I told her, I said, look, you would want your son. I think, to me, if I was a parent, my son told me he doesn't want a girlfriend. To me, as a father, I would be like, okay, you know what? He gets it. I don't even have to tell him. He finally, he gets it. He's getting it. He's realizing it. Yeah, he may catch it at an age still learning, but I'd rather have it that way than any other way around, where you can't, he's trying to deal with the idea and he has this blue pill mindset. Like, for me, it's like, that's how I feel it. But for me, I agree with you, MA, that I don't do it. I'm not telling him, yo, go MGTOW. I'm not telling him go red pill. I'm not telling him that. He comes to me about it, asks me about it. I don't mention it towards him, but he come to me about it. He had this thought along. I'm like, okay, like, obviously he's thinking for himself, so I can respect that. And he says, where you get your thoughts from? I see you by yourself. I see you living by yourself. I see you, you be alone, and like, you're happy and you're content with yourself. It says I want to be. How do I do it? How I be at peace with it? I said, to be honest with you, man, don't aspire to be me, man. Like, be yourself. Don't try to be me, because being me is a whole different thing. Because like, you try to be somebody else, you feel them right there at that point. But like, for me, I agree with you point made with for me, but I'm not talking red pill shit with him like that. Like, no, he's still at that age, man. I'm not, even if he at that age.
No, I think I misheard you because I thought you were having conversations with his mom and shit. I think I misheard.
Like, I'm not forcing this stuff. He coming to me with the idea. So
Yeah, no, I was just giving you shit anyway, man. It's all good. It's all good.
I understand, but it's like
it's usually sound advice not to try to you know, do hardcore red pilling of people in real life circles. I mean, nothing good can come from. Yeah,
I don't do that. That's dangerous, right? That's very dangerous. I know that shit right there in itself is shit, man. You know, but like I said before, I think that like the reason why this topic is so important is because men discuss this more outside of MGTOW, because I think that, you know, like Shina said, you know, we need to, as men, need to understand the fact that self-discovery is more important than you getting your dick wet. That's, to me, that's my overall take on the subject, because I feel like to me, I'd rather focus on me and figure out what makes me happy, rather than work for, like Shine like says, get in a relationship or get in a marriage or get in an engagement, and then you making somebody else happy. Versus, like, it's like my problem with sex in general is like, okay, basically sex is about the woman's satisfaction. So she's terrible in bed. She said you terrible in bed. Like, for me, this is how I generally, the few times I had sex, I took ego out of it. So even if a woman told me I was terrible in bed, which the second time she told me I was terrible, I was terrible, it didn't bother me. Because for me, it's more like, okay, whatever, I got what I wanted from it, so it doesn't really bother me at all. But some guys, they be like, man, I'm terrible. Like, dude, who gives a fuck? Like, 9 times out of 10, like, here's the thing about men. You know, men can come one time. Females have multiple orgasms. So even if like, you know, y'all can step in any time, but like, even if you fuck the shit out of her, guess what happened? They got sex toys. They can make. They have make female have multiple orgasms. So it's like there's nothing you can do. You can fuck the shit out of her. And guess what happened? She gonna find someone else. I mean, let's be honest. It's the truth, though.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of truth to that shit.
It's like, no, it's like, it's every guy think they got the fuck, they gonna fuck each other. Like, no, dude, she can get it somewhere else. Most females have multiple orgasms, man. Like, I think it was an article said females have they have 20 orgasms. So it's like, even if like you make a,
do you know why that is? There's actually a biological reason why that is. So the reason why women are capable of multiple orgasm is because biologically, and we see it in other species too, but mostly prevalent in Homo sapien women, is this. Marathon. So the biology is set up not for monogamy, not for marriage, not for any kind of commitment. It's actually set up for like a gangbang marathon style of sexual.
What the fuck?
I don't know about that. Hey, mate.
No, it
I
is.
question that science.
Well, I mean, it's kind of vetted. Like, I'm not bringing the moral stuff there. Yeah, all that's good shit to build societies, families, communities. All that shit is great. But just biologically, like, if you want to look at it through the biological determinist lens, there's a lot of evidence.
No, I tell you why. MA, because a woman doesn't need to have an orgasm. She doesn't even need to be sexually stimulated to get pregnant.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, nature still adorned for her ability to do so, which is, you know, that's a thing.
Oh, okay, there's two more serious points before I sign off.
Okay.
And that's okay. That's as any homeless charity worker will tell you, nearly every man that's homeless they became homeless through some woman. There's some woman is involved in that, either his mother, his wife, or his girlfriend, or somebody he was involved with. Some woman was involved with it, was the central focus of him becoming homeless. And every man on some addiction or some some mental issue that he has. Some woman is involved, and even men, even men that are in prison, all those gangbangers and all those people that are involved in all types of crime. These men, they wanted status, they wanted fame, they wanted money to impress women.
Oh yeah.
This culture of trying to sexualize men so they can be motivated, so they can do things. It's all focused around women, and I think just that alone has been quite detrimental to our society moving forward. And my
Yes.
last point is, our forthcoming and upcoming generations, they are so screwed up because, number one, the level of men that we have now ruling society, the lack of men, and this is something we talk about, the lack of masculinity, the lack of male role models. This has all been a lead up to the fact that men cannot control their sexuality. That men will accept almost any condition. That they will accept slavery conditions if they can have sex with a woman. And it's all an illusion. It's all a fantasy as well, because I would argue that actually wanting sex is a much more is a much more magnificent, or a much more uh, how can I put it? It's the fantasy is much bigger than the actual reality. Actually, wanting sex is a much more bigger is a lot more fantastic than actually having sex. The actual reality of sex is quite disappointing. I know it's cliche, but it's the truth. As with a lot of things, actually wanting it is a lot more amazing than actually having it. Like, we all fantasize about having a Ferrari. Trust me, guys. Once you've had that Ferrari for a little while, the beauty just, the wonderment, it just vanishes. Yeah, it's a very fast car. It's a wonderful car, but the top speed in the UK is 70 miles an hour, and you're in traffic most of the time. And after the year, parts begin to break. You can't use it after a year. Trust me.
No, you're right. Yeah, I've got a cool car. It's nothing near that level, but yeah, I got a cool car, and it's not that big of a deal. It really isn't. So.
It gets you one place or another. But I used to do that in my really bad car, or my moped, or catching the bus. It gets you from one place to another. Yeah, you've got a nice stereo in there. You've got a nice interior, but you're only in there during the duration of your travel. And same with the woman. The idea. I mean, if you look at porn, or you look at the pornographic pictures, it looks like so beautiful and so wonderful, and you think that once you got your dick in it, you're gonna be in heaven, but it's just not like that. It's just not like that.
Yeah, like, and that's what I was saying before. Like, that's what I was saying, like, earlier. Like, when it's like when I had sex for the first time, I thought it was I thought once I had it was gonna be some magical shit. I'm like, this is it. Like, what the fuck? Like, it felt like it's like buying a brand new car off the lot, and then you excited, and then you spend 2 hours, or how long it take you to get home, and you're like, wow, this is just a regular car. Wow,
Yeah,
what the fuck?
yeah.
Damn, man, what the hell? Damn. Go ahead.
Yeah, like with a lot of things we desire, a lot with a lot of things men yearn for. The reality is very disappointing compared to the fantasy. So I think Veritek Ace put it best. I'm pretty sure he pulled it from some quote from some famous person or some book. But he says delayed gratification normally is a sign of success, or a successful man learns delayed gratification. And I think that was well put.
We kind of got into that in the beginning of the cast, how delayed gratification implied delayed, right? So eventually you get it. So it's a great stepping stone for not celibacy, but it's a great way to approach a lot of things in life, right? It's akin to like working, especially like labor, right? So if there's a way to get it instantly done, you would be kind of that. There's a therapy. Almost got religious. There's a therapy. There's a lot of great things with the hard labor from your own hands or building something or whatever, and you get it done, right? You could just go pay and maybe buy like a piece of furniture. But if you build that furniture from the ground up, there's so much more satisfaction in that, right? So
there's another thing as well, and that's being needy. You know, a person. It's pretty logical. It's pretty rational to make the statement that that somebody or something that has many needs is a lot weaker, a lot more useless than something that has very few needs. And that's the same with a man as well. A man that needs pussy, a man that's self-programmed or socially programmed to believe that he needs pussy, he needs that hit. He's going to be a lot worse or a lot more useless. He's going to be a lot weaker man than the man that doesn't need it. You know, he doesn't need to be sexually motivated. So he knows he needs to earn some money. He needs to keep himself clean. He needs to look after himself. He needs to go to work. He's not doing this because he's sexually motivated. He's doing this for reasons within himself. See, a person that's self-motivated like that, and you know, I think most employers know this, but someone who's self-motivated, that doesn't need to be constantly encouraged or constantly given incentives to work or to reach goals and make achievements. He's a much better man, a much more valuable man than the person that's constantly said, oh, you know what, at the end of the you know, someone's wife says at the end of the week, we can do something special on the weekend, you know, stuff like that. A man that needs pussy is a lot weaker than a man that doesn't. That's the point.
Yep. I mean, that's over. I mean, and that's the thing that's one thing I learned about celibacy. Is like you got that self-motivation where you doing things because you want to. And it's not like, because even I hear this all the time, like you know, a guy getting into a relationship, like, oh, what was the video I think couple of Brad Wilcox last year, bro? Like, marriage make you a better man. I'm like, how? Like, you working not to not get thrown to have your shit taken away. How is that fucking make you a better provider? I'm still trying to figure that shit out myself. Like,
what amazes me is when I hear guys saying, yeah, but I need that pussy. I don't care what you say, but I'm still gonna hit that pussy up. I'm gonna buy my nice cologne. I'm gonna learn my Saturday Night Fever moves. Now, Joe gave me that advice, and last night I watched Saturday Night Fever. You know, we was having that conversation, MA, and Joe pulled out, oh yeah. I showed my son.
Yeah.
I'm going to out Joe now. I'm going to totally embarrass him. But he said, I showed my son Saturday Night Fever, and there was that red pill moment. I said, what? Saturday Night Fever? A red pill film? What's going on there? So I watched it last night, and it wasn't as PUA as I thought, because you know, it's supposed to be like this old PUA film, but I did enjoy it. I have to admit, I did enjoy the film. But it wasn't a red pill movie, guys. So don't go watching it if you think you're gonna learn MGTOW.
well, there are straight up like red pillish films, but then there's a lot of enjoyability just having your own red pill lens. Things start to change in entertainment because you can see through the fuckery, and that can be a source of entertainment. Or sometimes you can see something in a different way, and that's interesting, you know. So.
Yeah, but the thing is, I've watched all the documentaries about, believe it or not, I've watched documentaries about the film, you know, including the music, including the biography of John Travolta, and the entire sex, what's the word now, feminism and sex, and you know, the make love not war thing, that was all surrounded by that. So I actually knew all that stuff before I watched the film. So actually watching the film, it all made sense. I pieced it all together, and I understood why Bee Gees became such a sensation, and all that stuff. So I enjoyed it for that, not because it was a wonderful story, it was actually quite silly, because in the end he decides he doesn't need to have sex with women. He can be friends with women, i.e. I don't know.
The platonic hero, yeah.
Yeah.
Cause even funny, cause like I think back to my blue pill days, like when I was I used to try to be friends with females, and I realized the older you get, you realize, man, that shit's a fucking on a facade, man. Get the fuck out of here, man. Like it's impossible. Like it's always I'm gonna say it's impossible, but you know what? I think to me, like I have a female I know personally, like we talk from time to time. It's like we don't talk as much, but like we just like I'm not no platonic friends with benefits type of shit, but we just talk from time to time. And it's like for me, what I try to do, and people, because I have a couple friends of mine who call me woman hater. I'm like, dude, I know females personally that I talk to. Like, I hate to think, I try my best, because to me, I don't want to put no sex into that shit. Because the moment you start telling female you like them and everything, it fucks shit up. So I was like, just keep it where it is. Like, I'm generally trying to be friends with a female. Like right now, I'm trying to do that shit. I know people say that shit is a fucking ultimate fail. But if you was a blue pill type of dude, like I'm pretty sure they'll find that shit impossible. Say it's crazy. But one thing I'm learning through this situation, because me and her was talking talking yesterday, and like we just want some just to see how things go in our lives. And I was telling her, I was like, you know what? I'm so glad that I can talk to you as a human being, and not like here's the thing, because at one time I had that thought of, because I actually had a crush on her at the time. And I wanted to tell her, but I was like, you know what? I've been knowing her for this long. We've been cool, whatever. We can talk about our stuff. And it's like, okay, cool, but I don't want to fuck this shit up. It's like, okay, if I tell her I like her, it's gonna fuck the shit. And this was in my blue pill days. And I was like, you know what? Cool, but and one thing I'm learning about when you trying to talk to a female, I ain't talking about some you trying to fuck a chick type shit, but like you trying to just talk to her as a person, right? Like people say that's unrealistic, but I think if you a MGTOW and you a monk and you try to just what you call it, you try not to have fucking sex in your mind. Like I literally try to get this shit off my mind. So like we talk about a lot of things, and it's like, okay, cool. But one thing I'm sincerely learning though, and this is me, I'm learning this, that I think people say that if for those people that say it's impossible to be friends, men and women can't be friends. I quite kind of disagree with that, because I think that if it's 100%, if I'm going through some shit, I may tell her some shit, I may go through some personal shit, and she tell me, give me some advice on it. But not no relationship advice, because I don't fucking date. I don't tell my personal life. But if you trying to if y'all really just trying to be genuinely good friends, I think you can. But I think if you trying to if you have feelings for her, it's impossible, because it's your feelings gonna get tied to that shit. So you're like, well, what's the fucking point? Because it's you have feelings for this girl, so it's gonna conflict with the thing you got. So I don't know. I mean, some people disagree. I don't know though. Go ahead.
I don't think any of us hate women. I mean, how people jump from oh, we don't want to have sex to, oh, we hate women. I mean, that's a huge leap. But none of us, I don't think any of us have ever condoned violence to women. We don't say go beat up your woman, go attack women on the street. No one has even hinted that, and it's very strange how they're trying to pin that on us. I know sexy MGTOW and angry MGTOW said that, but we told them guys to fuck off a long time ago, and them guys they're on the outs anyway. So that's completely off the books for us. I mean, we don't hate women. It's just we hate the idea of being slave to a vagina or the harms. And I was just gonna go. I was just gonna expand upon the thing that I know we talk about a lot, and that's the destruction of our society because of gynocentrism. And there's loads of video. I mean, that's probably the main staple of MGTOW is the destruction of our society because of gynocentrism.
Yeah, and for me, and people think, because even my friends be like, man, I don't see you around no women. Just because you don't see no girls around me, don't mean necessarily I hate women. I have a mom, a sister, I have a niece I love dearly. Like I love being a fucking uncle. Like I love my niece, and I love my niece. She's all on my Instagram. So it's like, for me, it's like I love being an uncle. Like you think if I told my friends, like, you think I hate women, dude, go on my Instagram, go on my social media. Go I'm close to my sister, close to my mom. I'm close to women in my family, dearly. Like I don't hate women, dude. I just have a different view on relationships, and for me, I realize the system is real. So
I'll tell you what puzzles me, and this what might make a good podcast. It might make a good discussion. What puzzles me is what would make a woman loyal. What would make a woman loyal to a man, to a husband, to a boyfriend, to the point where she would never ever betray him. Now, saving her life wouldn't do it, because I know women that have literally been saved from life-threatening situations in war, in when a woman's, she needed a donation, you know, either organ donation, so her husband donated for her, or you know, whether she's been fed and looked after her entire life, or she has children with this man. I know women that fall into all those categories and have betrayed their husbands. You know, they made false allegations in court to basically take money and custody of his children, or seize his house, or try and destroy him mentally and emotionally. I've seen women, you know, live a life of luxury, you know, for half their life. Half their life, they live a life of luxury. This man's looked after her, done everything for her, and she's still not loyal. Now, the only thing I've seen that would make a woman humiliate herself for somebody, that would make a woman basically hurt herself and do the most stupidest things for this, is money. I've seen women do the most despicable things for money, and that's the only thing. I know it's terrible to hear, but I found this to be true. This is not stuff I made up or I heard. It's stuff I've seen. Women will do anything for money, but don't give a fuck about the men. No matter what that man does for her, she is never ever loyal.
Yeah.
Never.
I mean, but and that's the thing about me, is the fact that, to me, is like, here's the thing. When I told my friend, when I told him, I said, look, dude, look. I said, look, if I had to be honest right now, if feminism didn't exist and all this, if the bias court laws and divorce court and all this shit, you derail men deep down inside. If you ask any man right now, I'm talking about even hardcore, even some of the hardcore MGTOWs, like even some of the people who've been MGTOW, like I'm spoiling off a relationship right now, and we had it our way. If we had it our way, I ain't talking about like some, you know, get in the kitchen type shit, but I'm saying if we had it our way, and if the courts was kind of fair to father, fair to men, I told him, I said, look, dude, the reason why I don't date is because I realize the system is rigged against us. The moment you move in with a female, they ain't your girlfriend. They ain't your girlfriend no more. That's your that's your slave master. And I compare dating to slavery. And he's like, well, why would you compare dating to slavery? I said, look, dating a woman, it's like this to me, dude. It's like Russian roulette, right? Like, you got the gun in the middle of the table, and just because she don't grab that gun, just when she don't grab that gun that's in the middle of the table right at that moment, guess what happened? It's not when, it's how it's gonna happen. And I said, dude, dating women is like having Russian roulette, right? One bullet off in the chamber. She don't grab that gun at that moment, but when it gets to that point, you move in, you engage that chick, she gonna fucking show the fuck out. And it's like, the moment is, but you know what? You married to her, so you got to put up with this shit. I'm like, dude, if the court system was fair, I even said to me, like, I don't hate women. See, here's the thing. When I was telling him, I said, look, I don't hate women, man. I love women. Matter of fact, I would never condone violence against women, nor violence against men. I think violence against anybody of any gender is wrong. But I think if you get into a point where it's like, men nowadays, MGTOWs are realizing the system is fucked up. And it's like, if you still continue to date with these bias court laws, I mean, you got dumbass men who are celebrities still get married. Like Brad Pitt getting fucked over in the court systems right now. He's Brad fucking Pitt. George Clooney gonna probably. I mean, come on, Brad Pitt, man. Like Brad Pitt, like he had it so fucking easy. Like all he had to do was he married that broad, and he fucked up royally. So like my thing is like, dude, marriage does not benefit nobody. I'm sorry, man. Look, for any guy that's married out there, you happily married. Well, you think you happily married, but if you happily married, man, cool. Don't get mad at me or any other person and say, you know what, I'm not finna date at all. And just because we don't have women in our lives, we don't fucking hate women. Matter of fact, I'm very close. I know females personally on a personal level that got me through a lot of shit. So for me, I don't hate women. It's just the fact that I don't trust them enough. And to me, I had bad experience with them. Like being in high school, especially me being a nerd myself, I had very bad experiences coming up in high school, being made fun of, being called a lame because I wasn't that bad boy. Because I was the thug. I was the guy that was the nice guy that was put into the friend zone. So I had a lot of bad experiences. But I would never let my bad experience say, fuck these females, they need to be killed. Like, oh, you will never hear me. That's a radical type of shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, no, you will never hear me say that shit, you know?
For me, even before I found MGTOW, I mean, even when I was started becoming sexually active, for me, I think the biggest killer of libido was the fact that women just are not loyal. I mean, growing up, you read and you learn all the fairy tales, and you listen to all the what would you call them, the ballads, and we see all the films, all the I mean, they put romance in almost every single. You know, every film needs to have like some love interest now. But growing up, you think that you're going to find a girl, you're going to connect. You're going to connect mentally. You're going to connect physically. Then you're going to connect spiritually, and you're going to be one. You're going to be this complete unit, and then you're going to start a family. And it sounds wonderful. It sounds astronomical. It sounds amazing, and then you do the steps, you say the right words, you know, you do everything, as the song says, as the movies go, you do everything for this woman, and then you think that she's going to play her part, you think that she's going to look out for you, you think she's going to take a bullet for you, just like you would do for her, and then when you see that she doesn't, and then you think, oh, it just takes more time, and you see that she hasn't changed, and then after years, unfortunately for a lot of guys, even after a couple of kids, you see that she's never going to be that person that's going to put her any part of her health or her money or her life in jeopardy for you. And I think for me, that was the biggest killer of libido. I thought, what a bitch. I do not want to stick my dick in another thing like that ever again. What a bitch.
Can I chime in? Can I chime in?
No.
Okay. Can you? Okay. First of all, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay.
No.
We can hear you.
Can hardly turn up your volume, brother.
Okay. Hold on. Can you hear? Okay. Can you hear me now?
A little bit more.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Okay. Basically, like, let me just collect my thoughts for a second here. Basically, we have
no filter. You want to turn up his volume? The control should be on the left.
I turn it up for him.
Okay, turn it up for him. That help out the brother, so he
Go
doesn't
ahead.
have to.
Go
ahead.
Okay.
Let's
Okay.
speak.
So, all right. So basically, the problem is that we as men, we have this expectation that women act the same way as men in terms of, you know, how do I put this? From a very young age, we expect, like, oh, if we do all these things, if we treat a woman or a girl correctly, she'll reciprocate and give the same respect. But that's not always the case.
Sounds like a Sandman.
Go ahead.
It sounds like you got a poltergeist in there. No filter. What's going on?
I turned them up though. I'm saying.
I know, but there's like a going on back.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right, gone.
Okay, basically what I'm saying is that, so from a very young age, we have this expectation of men and women, or basically, we expect women to act a certain way and reciprocate their feelings, but it's not always the case. It's like women are like soup. You don't know what their emotions are going to be at any given time, and worst case scenario usually backfires.
That's right, Commander Cisco.
We are like here's an interesting thing. Like I said in the chat, this is surprising. I don't think I've ever been in MGTOW discussion where the approach of female and male friendships, platonic friendships, was ever raised, or because I have been in conversations where it was raised and then immediately thrown out.
Yeah.
So this is interesting, right? So for me, I would look at it in a similar way, like the cost benefit analysis, right? So for me, like the boundary of friendship, I don't know that I would allot that title to a woman. Associate, cool, especially,
Also,
and it's having commonalities. Like there has to be like a goal, a professionalism, or something like that that helps reinforce boundaries.
but here's the thing. I think, I mean, I don't want you to miss. Like, I won't say friendship. It's just that we can have like we can talk to each other about things. Nah, I won't say it's a friendship because like that's.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I'm enjoying this conversation because we don't really talk about this a lot. And so, no, man, you don't have to detract or retract what you said. If you have a female friend, that's fucking fine. I'm just talking for myself right now, and I'm not going to proselytize that men should avoid friendships with women per se.
Actually, you brought up a very, very good point. Because I asked this point to Staying Free and MGTOW Music earlier on.
And they told everybody. They told everybody that question.
Really?
Yeah. That's the last time you'll be asking them a personal question.
But anyway, I asked a question because, like, when I first was introduced to the MGTOW community, I said to myself, well, okay, I understand the whole like dating situation is a mess, and I understand like marriage is basically shooting yourself in the head. But I was kind of at the time, and this was like maybe a year and a half ago, saying like, what about friendships with women, right? I mean, you can keep things to yourself and not divulge certain things. So I mean, I was kind of curious as to like, is a friendship with a woman dangerous? And the consensus that I got from music and Staying Free that it is, because it's, how would I put it? Okay, when I'm interacting with you guys, right? There's a commonality between us. I mean, sure. I mean, we have our own private matters that we won't discuss, and whenever you're in a situation, you can actually sense the tone and the feel of the room or wherever you are. Like whenever I'm in a Travcast, I know what Joe was expected within this room. I know just from his tone of voice and what's expected in the room. But it's like soup. You don't know what to expect.
Are you all right, Jeff? It sounds like your pulse is going off there. Are you on a defibrillator?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, Jeff, you wanna pick up that question? Rene wants to know if it's cool to have a female friends, just platonically.
Oh, okay. Yeah, one of my best friends is a female, so just like No Filter says, it's how you view relationships. We're not playing the game. You know what I mean?
Wait a second, your profile pic, I think that's the dude.
Yeah. yes, it's the dude, bro.
He's on the high there.
Oh yeah.
And a shiny.
Self-actualization.
Well, Rene, to answer your question, if I may, or what did you want to have a go on that, MA?
Go ahead, Shine. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. To answer your question, Rene, it depends what you mean by friendship with a woman. I mean, you're gonna have to work with women. All right, Jeff, I'm gonna mute you for a second because it depends what you mean by friendship with a woman. I mean, anyone that's in the office, anyone that's in the workplace, unless they're in construction or something,
yeah,
you're gonna have to deal with women. Okay, well, I'll answer your question first, and then you can respond. The thing is, are you going to be friends with a woman? Meaning, outside of work, she's going to come visit you. You're going to sit in her house, and then you guys going to go out. You're going to have a coffee together, like a Seinfeld situation where he's. I think Elaine, it was his friend and stuff like that. Personally, I think those kind of friendships, they get kind of sticky and they get kind of complicated, especially when especially yeah, even if they're not good looking. I think there was this silly film called When Harvey Met Sally, when that silly cliche statement came out, and they said that a man, even if a girl is ugly, a man still wants to screw her. Now the thing is, it starts to get complicated, like when she introduces her boyfriend, or when you introduce your girlfriend, or stuff like that. I mean, what happens then? Then you realize that the two of you kind of, even though you started off platonically, you can build feelings that let's face it, unfortunately, can would side more towards the romantic. And I would say, even if you have the best intentions, it does get kind of sticky and kind of complicated. And then, of course, you get the awkward moments, awkward situations, like what she's now going to get, like if you do some activities, I don't know, like scuba diving or canoeing, and what she's going to get undressed in front of you, stuff like that. It gets very, very complicated, you know, stuff that you'd never get with the guys or with your male friends. I'm talking now if you're straight. So personally, I think it's a bad idea. I wouldn't do it. I did have some female friends, and I said, you know, fuck that shit. I mean, I don't want to stick around until she has a.
It's like I feel like the one thing to me, I feel like I'm glad y'all bring this up, because this is a very deep conversation that needs to be talked about. I think that to me, I'm red pilled. I'm hardcore red pill dude. But there's parts of me where she kind of like, she got, because I suffer from depression. You guys don't know about me. I suffer from major depression. That's my diagnosis. I actually take like, I'm just gonna say this, like I take Seroquel. Okay, I take like a lot of blood pressure. I take pills, whatever, like antidepressant pills, because like stop me from being depressed. But like my thing was like them times where I wanted to kill myself. Like I'm just gonna say, I'm not gonna say I'm talking about what drove me to kill myself. It just like it was a moment where I wanted to harm myself, and I gave her a call, and she was like, "It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay." I mean, as long as that type of thing where it's like you there for that person, she's there for you. But like I agree 100%. Like the only way I feel like it's not friendship if it's like if say for instance I did decide to date, which is never. But like if I did decide to date and get a girlfriend, I would never introduce my girlfriend to her, because like I feel like one, that she would end up catching feelings. She'd be like, well, we've been talking. Well, it's like it can be just like on some friendly shit. And then this thing, you know, you introduce another woman to the conversation. And say for instance, like me and the female I'm best friends with, we decided to go scuba diving. I can't swim. I'm just using it as a prime example. We decided to go scuba diving, and she kind of put on a wetsuit, and I put my wetsuit on, and she's changing in front of me. Like I agree 100% Shiny that dynamic does changes it, but it's like if you keep it just to life, personal wise, like how life is going, it'll work. But I'm with Jeff on this one. I think men and women can be friends, but if you gonna do it, there's certain this should put a limit. There should be a limit to it. It should not be like if y'all out, like I'll talk about this.
I think I get what you mean. Like when you're friends with a woman, you have to mentally and in a certain way physically restrain yourself in a way, and
look,
and because
even
and also right, depending on how long you're friends with this particular female, you don't know what mood this person's in. I'll give you a perfect example. I was friends with this woman that I used to work with, right? And like we met at this non-profit organization, and after the contract was over, we kept in touch, and I was working at this job, and I sent her a text message, right? And she texted me back basically saying that she's sick, and I commented her back like, "Oh, you're sick as a dog," and then she took a real offense to that, and I'm saying, no, I didn't mean like literally as a dog. It's a term of phrase, right? So
okay. Sorry to cut you up there, but a friend. I mean, when we say friends, the meaning of a friend is someone that's gonna look out for your interests, someone who's on your side, an ally. Okay, so if you've got a friend, she's a female. What she's gonna invite you out to parties. She's gonna invite you out on days out. She's gonna look after you when you know when you're down. She's gonna sort you out with money when you're a bit low. How many women do that? I mean, really, when we talk about friends, that's what we mean. I mean, once I did have a girl that did that. She used to buy me gifts. She used to pay for dinner and stuff. But she was interested in me. It turns out eventually she wanted something back. And if you know, I'll be happy if somebody has another incident where they had a female friend that you know were just as beneficial as his male friends. If anybody wants to tell me about that, but normally when a girl is doing all that stuff, she wants something back from you.
But you know what? I'm gonna flat out. I'm glad you brought the situation up. Well, last year around Dragon Con, which is this convention I go to, like this con for like comic book stuff, anime, whatever. Like Dragon Con every year, like it's a 4-day event, 4-day thing, and it's like it was like a Monday. It was like a Monday. The female I know talked to, named Lauren. And like whatever, she's because basically here's how what happened was she's into comic books, I'm into comic books. So me and her, she's generally into comic books, so we have that share same interest. And it's like I haven't seen her, I haven't saw her in a while, like because the first time I saw her was we met on the train. I had a lanyard in my thing, and she sparked the conversation with me. So she was like, nice lanyard, and then we ended up swapping numbers, whatever. And then whatever, so it was like a Monday. It was a Monday at the convention. So it was a Monday. She said, "I'll be there. I'll meet you there." And then like for us, like for 2 hours straight, me and her were like sitting there talking, and it was like dreaming about life and how things were going, whatever. But I feel like to me, and for me, I'm not gonna even lie to you, Shining. Even though I've been talking to this girl for years. I've been knowing her for like 8 years now. But like even though I've been knowing her for years, that something came up back in my mind while having a conversation coming up. Like the feelings was like we generally had a nice flowing conversation, and it was more like one of those things where it's like, damn, I'm starting to catch feelings for this girl. I'm starting to catch feelings.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Yeah, like that happens. That does happen. It's like whether it's the girl to catch feelings or whether it's the guy to catch feelings. But I think that when you look at it from an aspect, from culture wise, like yes, I think that does happen. Like because it's like you can't turn that off on and off. Like it's gonna be one of those things where you talking to a female and that conversation is going. It's like okay, it's going on cool, fine, and dandy, and then feelings coming in like fuck, man. It's like you try to be platonic, but it's like it's hard to do it. But even though I say it's hard to do it, I say it's like keep some things off limit. Like me and her, like when she was dating the guy, and she don't talk about her personal life. We don't discuss our personal lives, like whatever, like you know whatever. I don't ask about her personal life. She don't ask about my personal life. We just talk about life and how things are going. But I think if you you put limits to it. Like I agree 100%. Like I'm talking about friendship. I'm talking about type of friend where you can loan, where somebody will loan you money and stuff like that. Or if you were sick, would they, you know what I'm saying? If you got kicked out your crib and would they let you live? Would they let you spend a couple days at the house? I'm talking about that type of friendship. But like, I agree 100% that women are not like, if you're looking for that type of female friend, I'm not looking for that type of female friend. I'm just looking for somebody I can just really talk to when I'm going through some hard shit. That's it. And it's like I'm not looking for like the whole thing of oh my god, I need to, you know, I want to get with this, I want to get with. It's just one of those things where it's like for me, it's to prove to you. It's like to me, it's like how I feel about it has always been is that long as you like I say put restrictions on what you talk about. I mean, I know it's hard to not to do because you talk about life. But if somebody like if she isn't about my personal life, I'm like no comment. I just prefer not talk about it because I feel like she could catch feelings or I could catch feelings and like wow, like okay. And I feel like that, but I feel like I understand where staying free MGTOW coming from, and I understand where a lot of MGTOW is coming from. Like, yeah, being friends with females is dangerous, but I feel like if you put limits on it, like there's certain things you don't talk about, it can work. But I agree with you, Shining. Like, if it's one of those things where it's like, if it's like you talking to a female, y'all just there, she's in front of your face, and she in front of you, and you in front of her, and then things get going. Feelings can caught up and she can catch feelings or you can catch feelings. It's like, wow, like this is a whole different thing. So it's I mean, it's tricky though. It's tricky, but you gotta, you know, you gotta know when to walk that thin line, you know.
Well, Jeff Burns says that it's possible if you have zero attraction to the female. Yeah. But even then, I would say even if you have no like if she's fat and ugly, basically. You know, what you're going to go out for dinner. I mean, stuff like that. You're gonna go watch the movies together. She's probably got designs on you. You know, she's probably thinking, oh, we'll start off as friends and then we'll develop the relationship. That's normally what will be happening in that situation. If somebody wants to tell me they had a friendship or they had a relationship with a girl where it was totally platonic and they were friends for years, then tell me about it, because I've never come across one. It's always she's after him, or eventually they develop feelings with each other. Normally they find this out when he brings his girlfriend along, or she brings her boyfriend along, and all of a sudden he realizes or she realizes that they had feelings for each other, and it does happen. And that, you know, it's something that doesn't happen amongst, you know, straight men. It wouldn't happen if, if like the four of us went out, we wouldn't all of a sudden feel attraction. It's just human nature. It's you're biologically programmed that way, and especially if you're trying to practice celibacy as well. Having a female friend, that's a killer. It's a bad idea, because you'll be constantly on the cocktease. Why would you want to put yourself through that?
I see it from your perspective. I see it from that point, though. I understand why people come from that point, but I'm saying, like, I feel like, to me, I put parameters to my shit, like to the conversations we talk. So we don't like get into personal lives, stuff like that, because I feel like is the moment you do that shit is the moment you kind of like it create feelings. Like for me, like I'm not gonna lie to you, she's hot. She's fucking very attractive. But like far as my feelings, because I'm so focused on me right now. I'm so focused on me. Like to me, like when we just talk, it's just more just like it's a regular conversation. Like it doesn't like my feelings for her. Like I didn't like when I first became friends with her, I had feelings for her, and this was my blue pill days. And I was like, okay, whatever, so and so, and I wanted to tell her. But it's like ever since I became the red pill, and I've kind of like focusing on me. I started focusing on me. I realized, like, you know what, I cannot, you know, like, I think that, like, to me, if I can be friends with this person, if just keep feelings out of it, which is hard as fuck, because it's wired in brain men, like, men and women, like, it's like, you know, whatever, like, but, like, I feel like, to me, you know, for me, is like, at one time I did find her attractive, and it's just one of those things where I said, you know, I'm not going to risk it and tell her how I feel, because if I tell her I like her, it's like, okay, well, fuck the shit, like, well, fuck it, like, I mean, it changed that dynamic, and she knows how I feel, so when we talk, it's gonna be always that back of her mind, like, fuck, she feel the same. So, like, as long as you don't give some type emotional type shit where you tell the female how you feel, I think you can. But like, you gotta tread lightly with that shit, because that shit right there, I think it's dangerous.
Yeah,
I think towards,
I made that mistake. I made that mistake.
But
I think to a certain extent you can be friends. I mean, for example, my neighbor, if someone says we were friends, I wouldn't argue with that. We probably are friends. You know, you know, she had a problem with the computer. I fixed it. She needed me to look after her son. I did that for a while, and oh yeah, she bought something off me. I mean, that's it. But the point of friends is you have a mutual benefit. You know, you help each other out, and really, you have to get on with your neighbor. You know, this isn't something this isn't something that's like what's the word? A casual thing. You live next door to your neighbor. You know, you have to get on with your neighbor, and I think in those terms, it's like a colleague. You have to get along with your colleague. So if your colleague next to you, she needs to borrow your stapler, or she's got a problem with a certain project, it's your job to help your colleague. You know, you have to do that, just as you have to get on with your neighbors. But I think in terms of you know, like school friends, you hang out with the girls, and I know after college and stuff like that, you develop these relationships. I think that's a lot more different. I mean, really, she's not going to be buying she's not going to be buying your cinema tickets. She's not going to be buying your meals. She's not going to be buying you some new trainers unless she wants something from you. And like I said, if somebody has actually had that type of friendship, then, you know, let me know, because I've never ever heard of it. All my friends all my friends, whenever there was a male and female friend, either she wanted something from him or he wanted something from her, and it was normally something sexual, even when she's ugly. Because biologically, women give off pheromones, they give off estrogen, and men they give off testosterone. And biologically, our bodies are built to react to that. So even if you find her ugly, if you've got a sack full of sperm, you're going to be biologically stimulated, whether you like it or not. And no matter how disciplined you are, the fact is your balls are itching, and they're saying, "Oh look, here's a woman next to you. She can sort you out." And you're thinking, "Shit, she's my friend. She's also as fat as fuck and ugly as sin." But you know, she can still do it because she's a female. That's the problem. The biological imperative that we all love to talk about. Like Stardust loves to think that he's got over intellectually, got over everyone. The fact is, you are you have a biological imperative to mate with your friend, whether you like it or not. And yeah, for a while you could probably put it off. For a while you could probably discipline yourself to say, you know what, let me just get through this movie, let me just get through this pizza, let me just get through this. But there's going to come a time, it's going to come a point where you're emotional or she's emotional, and all of a sudden you're doing it. All of a sudden she's giving you a blowjob, and you think, shit, our friendship is over. Yeah, you didn't see Seinfeld do that with Elaine, did you? Because the thing is, those two already done it. If
the episode on Seinfeld where the guy was like, "What if?" Someone was like, "What if?" It was no. He was trying to convince her to sleep with him, and he was like, "What if? What if?" It's like we go in there. I forget what episode it was. It was I think it was episode of Seinfeld. I forget what episode it was. Where what's the dude name? The white guy, Jerry Seinfeld, was trying to get the chick to come in. He was trying to bang in the bed. He's like, what if we go in there, we come on out after we get done? What if it was trying to convince it? And it's like I see, like I'm saying, like that's the problem. I'm talking about that's the situation you run into.
And it's awkward as well. Trust me, guys, it's so awkward when you're sexually attracted to your female friend. It's so weird.
Hey, bro, it's funny. Take it so funny because one time I did this one female friend I couldn't do no more because the friendship got fucking fucked up and tainted. And I like the chick because this was my blue pill days. And some shit happened where it was like I was talking to her and she was like, okay, you know, whatever. I liked her and she was like, I need to tell you something. I just put over text message because if I told her on the phone, I can imagine that would have been one solid ass conversation. I put over text message. And she's like, "What is it?" She was like, "I didn't tell you something." And she said, "It might change the dynamic of the relationship, of the friendship." And he's like, "What is it?" She said, "I like you." And she's like, "What you mean I like you?" She said, "What?" I'm like, "I like you more than just a friend. I find you very attractive, and I would like to, you know, I was wondering could we, you know, get to know each other a lot better, more than just friends, but just as boyfriend and girlfriend." And she was like, the whole entire time, like silent for 30 minutes, like for 30 seconds, like, wow. And that was the most awkward conversation after I'm like, "Are you still there?" She's like, "Yeah." And the thing was, she was like, I just see you more as a friend." And that shit, this was my blue pill days. Like, man, fuck, man, damn it, I fucked this shit up. I mean, the thing is, but don't say I had experience with it, so it's like, okay, I learned from that experience. So like, even if you have feelings for that female, you can never tell her because it changes the dynamics of the relationship. Like,
it's not nice as well. I don't know if any of you have actually had sex with a female friend, but it's not nice. It's not pleasant. It's like, man, it's like well, it's obvious. It's like having sex with a platonic person. With someone you think of platonically, and because some people believe that if you have sex, yeah, you'll get the tension out of the way. That's probably an episode of Seinfeld, probably. But if you get a guy is friends with a girl and they're trying to make it platonic, and they think, oh, you know what, this sexual energy or whatever you want to call it is getting between our friendship. Let's just do it and get it over with. I know Nico, he talked about this. He said he did it with his friends, get it up. It's so weird, and it doesn't work. It's just so weird.
Yeah.
It's like family.
You know, personally for me, I think it might be. I'd be more interested in a possibility to maybe have some platonic, like full-fledged friends that are women. When I get old enough that my sex drive is completely dead, I think it'll be a lot more possible.
I feel like
And so is her.
I feel like when I turn 40 or 50 years old, my sex drive is completely dead. Hey,
Yeah, no, homie, it's a lot longer than that. It's not gonna be
60, 70, my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even when you're 60 and 70, even when going into your 50s, I mean, look at the guys around here. They are grumpy as hell. You're not going to give a shit about some woman, what a woman can do, what she's going to bake you a cherry pie on a Sunday. Fuck that. You want to avoid as much company as possible. After a certain age, you honestly just want to be by yourself. 99% of guys, particularly guys, 99% of guys, but by the time they turn past 50, they just want to be left alone, and they certainly don't want to be friends with any woman.
Get off my lawn!
Get off my lawn, motherfucker!
Touch your wrinkled ass anymore. Get off my lawn, bitch.
I think this is a conversation that a lot of MGTOWs don't want to have because this is like where it's like, okay, it's like whatever. But
are you kidding? Stardust would love to be friends with Kevin Strawn.
I mean, I think
she won't head Angry MGTOW.
Well, Angry MGTOW is a whole nother. He's a whole nother level of fuckery. But you know what I'm saying? Like, overall, like this topic to me is like the reason I'm indifferent on it because I feel like my whole thing situation is like I feel like because the reason why I brought the topic up is because I feel like MGTOW get a lot of bad rap. Like every article, especially with the Vice article I read yesterday, that shit 30 pissed me the fuck off. I wanted to snap. But like that dumbass article talking about, yeah, well that shit triggered me as fuck. And
hey, little homie, I gotta tell you, you know, and I'm kind of just learning this too. Shannon's a vet at this, but I think we would both tell you, don't bother getting triggered. These articles are gonna keep coming. They're gonna get worse. Sometimes they might get better, but they really don't make a difference. If you're truly going your own way, they shouldn't affect you. Don't give them that much power, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I just say to myself, they're talking about Stardust, they're not talking about me. Yeah, fuck Stardust. Yeah, fuck him. When I read shit like that, they're not talking about me. I mean,
but still, I'm not saying it doesn't bother me like where it's fucking it's on my mind every day. It's like when a man decides to say
it's haunting you while you sleep. You can't sleep, you can't eat.
Yeah,
that's what's going on.
It's like the whole idea is like people like what's wrong? Why can't men do their own fucking thing without women being in their lives? Like it ain't that fucking hard. It ain't that fucking hard, man. Why does society got a problem when men just say, you know what, fuck this shit, I'm checking out the system? And I would think society since feminism and feminists say men are the problem, I would think men checking out, you would want us going. You should be glad that we fucking checking out the system, but they don't work that way because you still wants to be ATM machines and resources and stuff like that. So it's like I understand where you coming from, MA, and I don't try to get mad about that shit, but still, like, and that's why I brought that topic up with female friends. It's like people think we hate women. Like I don't fucking hate women. Matter of fact, I love women. I just can't be around them. I can't be around them. That's just how I am as a person. But even though I'm friends with, I'm gonna say friends. Even though I'm basically, I talk to the female from time to time, like a colleague I know personally. It's like my thing has always been is that we don't hate women. So if you going into MGTOW, like there is some hardcore radical people out there, just like these bitches, they need to go and all the crazy shit. Like, nah, man, like fuck them. They ignorant to believe.
Okay, well, no filter. Let me ask you this: what direction do you want to take your channel in?
Personally, to me, I'm more of like self-discovery for men and just men validation, man. Like for me, it's like I want men to just understand the fact that being alone is a good thing. Like I want men to realize, like, understand. I'm not trying to brainwash nobody and say, yo, you need to live like this. No, I'm just saying, like, you can take my life story, you can relate. If you can relate to it, you cannot relate to it. It doesn't matter to me. I just want men to understand, like, I'm not Stardust, I'm not Barbarossa, I'm not shout out to Turfing. I know, or China, I know.
Okay, well, first of all, Stardust is shit. You don't want to be like Stardust anyway. He's shit. Okay, but and second of all, you can still do that with your channel and still do response videos to articles like from that Vice did. You know, there's no problem with that. I mean, I think that I would be interested. What about you guys listening, you boys and girls listening at home? Would you be interested in listening to No Filter's response to the Vice article? What do you think? Another
Yeah,
video?
it would have value. It would have entertainment value. I think everybody really appreciate No Filter style, and I think it might be cathartic for him because I think after doing shit for a while, he would start to get less triggered with some of the shit, which is a really healthy thing for him. You know what I
It'd
mean?
be healthy,
So,
but
yeah.
we don't want him to fade out. He might get he might get tired and sick and say, "Oh, fuck this! I've had enough. I've done 2 videos now.
Yeah,
Fuck y'all."
yeah. There are pitfalls when, like, you know, and a lot of us are in a different uh stages of awakening to some of the shit. Man, the red pill has side effects and ongoing side effects, and some of these side effects you don't pay attention to that they're late to come. You know, they're delayed. And one of the side effects I'm having is that, like, you know, you look at, all right, so the red pill from these simple things. Okay, cool, yeah, got it. Marriage, yeah, all that shit makes shit. Female nature, okay, yeah, got it. What next? What about male nature? All right, what about group dynamics? What are these other things that I want to be aware of so that I can stop making mistakes? And so it never ends. And it's at this point, not a lot of rage. It could come back. I'm aware that it could come back, but a lot of it's just kind of a fun trip because you start seeing things in a different way. And if you're not getting value or even positive vibes from it, maybe you should take a break. Maybe you should slow your roll, because I mean, there's a lot of trappings with a lot of this shit,
Yeah.
and it
That's
can
why,
get
like,
real
that's why,
easy.
like, for me, like, that's why, like, Grizzly MGTOW, he just 100% raw with his shit. He just like, fuck this shit. I'm gonna fucking let you motherfuckers have it. But he has his intelligent views on it, and he just start ripping off at it. And I'll probably approach it that way. But like, yeah, like, I read some of the articles up there. I can't stomach that shit because, like, I'm one of those people. Like, for me, it's like, I can't. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's why I say, like, I feel like I see, like, I apply Grizzly MGTOW or any MGTOW person for reading this article.
Go with it, use it. You know, if it makes you angry, make a video on it. You know, let's hear you use the anger to express yourself and make
because for me, because the only video I feel like I snapped on this shit was "fuck you" to the Negro Manosphere, because I feel like that really came out of fucking rage, because I was fucking sued when that bitch ass nigga fucking Angry Man and other people he talk shit about MGTOW. Like, dude, all right, we get it, you're traditional, like, shut the fuck up already, okay, dude, you blue pill dude, you want to get married and all that shit, but stop trying to fucking talk shit about MGTOW because you got a fucking problem with it. Like, and that's the thing about me, is the fact that I understand the argument's gonna come, so I'm not really worried about that shit. It's just these dumbass idiots on YouTube and people who just got a problem with it. Like, if you got a problem with the shit, okay, cool. If you don't like something, don't fucking watch the shit. It's that fucking simple. Like, that's why I call myself No Filter, because for me, I ain't got time for that intelligent bullshit. I get down to the back to the fucking point. Bullshit is bullshit, man. Bullshit is bullshit. And I'm so sick and tired of this shit. Like, and that's why I feel like people fuck with me, because, like, when I just started this channel, what, 8 weeks ago, I think, like 8 weeks ago, and I feel like when I got like 50 subs in 2 days, I think, it's like I did it. I'm like, wow, I was like, oh, wow, this actually could work for me. And it's funny because, like, I guess my style and the way I do things, like, because I try to be my own person. I ain't trying to be like nobody else, because I feel like it's easy to just be like, oh, you know, sound madly intelligent. Like, I ain't trying to be all that shit. I'm trying to fucking let motherfuckers have it. But, like, I like to, I cuss my shit. I get pissed the fuck off, ramble on. Like, I'm like staying free MGTOW, man. Like, I ramble on my shit a lot of times, but I do that shit because it makes me feel like, okay, I actually doing my own shit and not sound like somebody else, trying to sound all hyper intelligent, now some syllable words and all the other shit. I ain't got time for that shit, man. I got time. I'll get to the fucking point. And that's, I think, you know what? I think, you know what, Sean in the MA, I'm gonna fucking take that to the right. I might do a Vice article. I'm not today, but because I've been streaming a while, but I might do it tomorrow, and I'm gonna pop shit. I'm gonna do that shit. I'm gonna read that article, be pissed the fuck off when I read it. But you know, I might have to do it. I think it might be entertainment. I fucking snap off, because I feel like I've been wanting to snap for a while. So it was like, my channel called No Filter, so I really want to fucking snap on a motherfucker. And it's like, Bill Burr, Oh, Bill Burr, you ain't safe either, too, motherfucker. I'm finna rip into you, because that shit you just said about MGTOW lately, I'm finna rip into that motherfucker there, dude. Because he really, him and his lazy ass cunt of a wife, I can't stand that bitch, man. What the fuck, dude? Like, I so much shit I want to ramble, snap on about, but I'm like, you know what, dude? I ain't in for this shit today. But nah, man, I'm finna start snapping, man. I'm glad you guys, I'm finna start reading more articles and shit. So, like, you guys expect more.
You got it. Like, I mean, if you get some value, catharsis, release, outlet, fucking go for it, right? If it helps you, like if you walk away from, read one of these articles and you get to rant and rave over it, all that shit, and then you walk away and it improves your mood or your day or the way you look at things, fucking A, hell yeah, do that shit. I mean, do what you want to do. You know what I mean?
Make the videos that you want to see. That's what I say to all channels.
Yeah.
Don't wait. Stop looking up towards Barbarossa and Stardust. Stardust is shit anyway. I don't know why anyone rates that guy, but don't look up to them guys. You look up to your channel and make the videos that you think that the best channel should have. That's the attitude to have, and that's why my channel is the best.
Yeah. And that's why when I first came into YouTube, my channel introduction shit didn't the channel introduction thing didn't really work out how I wanted to go, but it was like an introduction thing to let me know like it was whatever. But like I had to really I really wanted to go in there, and it was like people say, well, I call myself No Filter because one, I'm a very opinionated person on a lot of things, like. Like, don't even get me started on the gay shit with the transgender people. I'm so sick and tired of motherfuckers complaining about every goddamn thing. I just want to punch a hole in the wall every time I hear a motherfuckers bitch about shit. And feminism and the intergender wage. I just want to snap onto them shits every fucking time. But it's like a lot of times, like, because I feel like I hate liberals. I fucking hate liberals with a fucking passion. They always crying and bitching and complaining about shit. Like, shut the fuck up already. Okay, we get it. You trying to create the stupid ass narrative, the false gender rage gap. Shut the fuck up already. Nobody wants to hear you bitch about it. It's like I'm like staying free mental. Like, I don't like discussing race nor religion, because the reason why you open up that shit is the moment you open up a can of worm that you can't seal. Because like for me, it's like when I talk about I'm thinking about doing the video on pro-blacks and just talking shit about pro-blacks. Like I'm so sick and tired of Umar Johnson and Umar Johnson, all these pro-blacks talk about, white supremacy and racism. I'm like, shut the fuck up already. God damn it. Nobody wants to hear you bitch about that shit. Like that shit is depressing to talk about. I was watching the show Underground the other day on AMC. That shit was the most depressing shit in my life. I'm like, I fucking hate that show, man. And it's funny because like a lot of my people I know personally, talk about slavery this, slavery that. I'm like, motherfucker, we ain't picking cotton no more. It's 2017. You holding on to this shit like you've been through it. What the fuck, man? I'm not being sensitive to the subject. Like, look, I'm so sick and tired of this shit. And it's funny, I call myself No Filter, is because I'm very opinionated as a person. So like I'm my own person. So for me, it's like I don't let nobody. When I was younger, I let other people's opinions sway my opinion. So like I used to thought Republicans was the worst. And to this year, I voted for Trump. I said, you know what? Fuck, you know what? Fuck Hillary. I ain't voting for that bitch. Hell no. I vote for Trump. Shit, fuck that shit. Like, but like I'm saying,
and that worked.
Yeah. It's like for me, it's like I ever since I woke up, and I think it started with that election, because that shit literally pissed me the fuck off, man. Like that shit literally pissed me the fuck off. And that's why, because I've been thinking about doing this type of channel for like weeks, but I never really had the confidence to do it, because I'm like, man, my other channel was shit. So it's like, well, why do this shit? And I did this shit, start doing it, and like matter of fact, I got a lot of love. I was like, man, well shit, I need to continue to do this shit. Then shoot, I motherfuckers wouldn't hear me ramble on, because like that's why, like, in this stream, because I don't know how long I'm doing this stream for. Like, we've been streaming for hours, but like, still, like, I'm learning throughout this whole thing. It's like people rather hear me. People love my style, so I'm just gonna be myself and just like fuck it, just ramble the fuck on. If that rambling fucking helps the situation, cool. But like, and that's one thing I notice when I talk about it all the time. Like, I understand why some people, they just rather watch the content and rather not create the channel, because they feel like, man, I gotta be like you said, I'm not gonna say his name, but like, everybody wants to be angry MGTOW one-on-one. Everybody want to be these big time, highly intellectual channels. But for me, I like staying free MGTOW channel. I like, I like MA. I like Shining Light. Yeah, Shining Light. I like transversable. Like I like all you guys channels because you guys don't give a fuck. Like I like channels like this. They say, you know what, fuck tell this shit. I'm gonna express my motherfucking opinion on the subject, and whether you fucking like it or not, this is my fucking opinion on it, angry or not. So like that's how I feel about the situation, you know.
Good.
Yeah. Good.
Well, we still got another 5 hours left on a podcast, so we need to think about some more issues and subjects. But yeah, I mean, we certainly we need less MGTOW 101 channels, and we need more Staying Free channels. Yeah, we're bigging up Staying Free, but we're hoping the guy won't deviate.
Shout outs. Yeah, we got to do. All right, I've been sleeping on this for the longest time. It just occurred to me to start doing it the other day. So yeah, shout outs to Messenger Horizon. Nobody name dropped him. He always needs to be named dropped. And then
he's always a safe bet, isn't he?
Huh?
He's always a safe bet. You know, if you want to say a MGTOW channel that's not going to get you in trouble with men.
Coterie. You know what? I don't give a fuck. I like Coterie.
Oh shit, he's going into the deep end now.
He's slept on. Like nobody gives a fuck about Coterie, but Coterie's cool as hell. Like I don't understand.
Yeah.
Am I not privy to some beef or some shit? Like why does nobody give love to Coterie?
I tell you why, because he was associated with CS MGTOW, and CS MGTOW we also associated with Alex Brown. You see, guilty by association.
All right. I guess fuck safe bets, but you know what? Another shout out. I did it yesterday, but I'm gonna keep shouting them out because so you know what triggers me, what angers me is that everybody is sleeping on Phil G the nobody. They sleep on him. Like they
no. The monks have always bigged up Phil G. We've always promoted him. Go all the way back to right back to when I was first doing.
I've seen that, but there's only a handful of y'all. Like this cat needs far more attention. In my opinion, he needs far more love.
I agree. You can't be MGTOW. Yeah, you can't be calling yourself MGTOW if you do not know who Phil G is. Forget Barbarossa. Forget Stardust. Forget all those cats. If you don't know Phil G, you are behind on your MGTOW knowledge, my friends.
And this motherfucker, oh my god! If you have to marathon a shit because he's got so much different kind of content, right? And it's just, I highly recommend it. Like I've just barely started my Phil G the Nobody journey on some of his videos, man. Fucking, he has endless fucking videos, and they're all dope. I haven't seen a bad one yet. So
Phil G, he's kept out of all the MGTOW politics. He's kept out of the race baiting. He's kept out of the idiotic religious debates. He's kept out of all the sexual deviancy. He's avoided a lot of the stuff, but that's also meant he's avoided a lot of the drama marketing as well. So that's probably why he's not a big. But no, I'm a big fan of Phil G. I love the way I love not only his music, his hip hop stuff, but also his discussions and his outlook on life. I mean, I think he's got views. He's got views on issues and the things we talk about that I think very few guys bring up and mention. So.
And he can flip visuals the way he edits and he produces content. I think is fucking brilliant, and I think that's what I'm mostly pissed off that slept on because he does the stream of consciousness shit, and he makes a collage out of audio and visual. And I haven't seen any content genre do the shit the way he does it. So anyway, I'm enough dick riding, enough fanboying.
No, not enough. We need more fanboying. We need to show some unity, some camaraderie, as they used to say back in the 80s.
All right, you know who else has slept on? MA.
Definitely. MA he does not get proper props because I think he had that hiatus and there was all these rumors going about like he got a drug busted or got married, shit like that, and then people are kind of suspicious now. They think, oh, is he like the new Angry MGTOW? Is he going to do another shit like that? You see, so there's always.
Do you know what is hilarious? So I made a bit about yelling for subs, right? And it was just a bit. It was just I was just joking around, doing my thing. Do you know what actually happened? When I started that bit, my subs raised.
Wow!
Just by fucking what? I don't get it. It's fucking crazy. It's crazy out here.
No sense. The YouTube, mass media, whatever you want to call it, it just makes no sense. PewDiePie is the biggest channel on YouTube. How does that happen? How does PewDiePie, Superwoman, get 20 million, and the issues that, you know, the channels that really do matter, the channels that could actually possibly save a man from shooting himself with his shotgun, or throwing a noose around his neck and jumping out of his window.
Simple answer: the lowest common denominator.
Ren, your mic is really low. You sound like you're in a tunnel.
Okay. I
You
said
sound like
lowest common denominator.
Yeah, I can barely make you out, which means that anybody watching won't be able to hear a word.
Let me
Yeah, hold on. Let me
put the mic boost.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I tell you what. Listen. If Phil G did a call out video, if he called out, for example, MGTOW 101 Sandman, if he said Sandman is shit, MGTOW 101 is shit, or he said that MGTOW 101 is a feminist, or Bearings is a Bearings is a pedophile, Phil G, he'd get 1 million. He'd get 500,000. No. If he did a anti-Islam video where he says, "Oh, the Muslim terrorists are coming. The around every corner. They check your gas meter, they check your electric meters, and after they come in, they'll kill you and rape your wife." Yeah, he'd get all the Stephen Molyneux and the Paul Joseph Watson crowd. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
But to be really big,
here's the weird thing, though, man. You're not gonna. Oh, shit.
To be really big,
I'm gonna do a no filter style. Here's the thing: you will not find a lot, especially on the East Coast of the U.S. You will not find a lot of true hip hop heads that are gonna be on that straight up anti-Muslim shit, for the simple reason that right, because it's very prevalent in old school and even a little bit of new hip hop. Nation of Islam, and some of the Nation of Islam cats actually just convert to regular Islam. So we hear a lot of Islamic stuff in the music if you're paying attention. And if you came up and grew up on it, right?
Like the Fugees, they had Islamic influence. I noticed.
Well, even more bigger than them, like Wu-Tang, Army of Pharaohs is big on that shit, and they do it in a really creative, cool way. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man.
Love out to those guys then.
Yeah, fuck it. Army of Pharaohs. Yep. Right on. Wu-Tang a little bit. I don't know. RZA talks some shit sometimes. RZA's out of his goddamn mind. I don't know about that cat song.
Well, peace to those cats. Peace to those brothers out there. And hopefully we'll be hearing more of Phil G. But Phil G took a big hiatus, I think, as well, and I think that hurt his channel a little bit. So it's a bit. Well, maybe we'll get him to jump in the podcast sometime. Maybe we'll give him
unlikely. He's mad reclusive, and he kind of likes his corner on the podcast thing. I'm trying to work with him on some level. So you know, maybe I can.
Why is it because he's trying to avoid the MGTOW politics, the YouTube drama? Is that why
he hasn't really said so directly? I think it's just kind of his personality, where maybe he's averse to the drama, and he's peep game to such a level he's not even going to entertain it. So he seems to like, he's a one-on-one cat, you know, from what I can tell. You know, I can't speak for the man, but poor guy, he's available though. And he said this many times. If you want to get a hold of the cat, he ain't gonna front on you. I mean, so that's real cool. He's open. He's just not into. He probably just doesn't play well in big groups, you know. And I can feel that, because sometimes, even with me, when these hangouts and live streams fill out too much, if it gets over 4 or 5, I start to kind of just take it. I just shut up, because I'm like, okay. Because yeah, I don't want to fight for you know, airtime, that type of thing. You know what I mean? So.
Well, I don't blame
unless
him.
SFM hypes me up, and then I'm willing to yell. So
yeah, okay. So anything else you guys want to talk? What about? Didn't CS MGTOW get doxxed? I don't know. Listen, CS MGTOW, he's got there's another video of CS MGTOW sitting talking about some holistic holiday, and he sat there talking to the. This video is on YouTube. You can search it. Some person found it. Some person in Manosphere found it, and he just shared it all. So if that's what's called doxing, then yeah, he got doxed. But really, did his address or his workplace or stuff like that get floated around? I don't think that happened. So I hope that answers your question, Adam Locks. Come on, guys, we've got 4 more hours to fill in.
I'm fucking tired as hell, man.
Okay, let's close it then. Vene,
I'm finna.
Vene, you've killed it.
I killed it. I killed it.
Blame Vene.
What is? Yeah, your mic finally sounds good, and now it's dead. Damn it.
We're finally able to hear him.
Oh, goody.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what to talk about. I was at a coffee shop when we were having the discussion about male-female friendship relationships.
No, I tell you what happened with CS. He was backing Alex Brown, and he was calling out. He was calling out. Was he calling the Shining Light channel? How dare you? How could you do that? The blessed Shining Light channel. He was calling out Trav. He was calling out Messenger and one of the reasons that he was calling us out was because we didn't take to Alex Brown. We were anti Alex Brown. And then eventually, as destiny would have it, Alex Brown gets arrested for trying to have sex with an underage girl. Okay, so then obviously that's quite embarrassing. So that's when CS shut down. Now, along with that, yes, this video emerged online where CS is talking, and you can see his face and stuff like that. Now, I personally don't have anything against CS MGTOW. I actually, if you look at my early podcasts, me and CS were friends. But just like with Nico, he sort of idolized what's his name, Stardust, and I called him out on that. I said, listen, Stardust is got some racist neo-Nazi fuckery up there. Are you going to talk to him or not? And CS said, no, I'm not going to do that. So that's when me and him we differed. But yeah, I mean, if you was backing a paedophile, I mean, you would jump out, because the thing is, they were falsely accusing us of falsely accused. I said this: we were falsely accused of false accusation. But a lot of the things these fuckers, there's some sick fuckers out there. I'm telling you.
So what happened? So was he accused?
Who?
The guy with the underage chick. Where was he accused?
No, he was arrested. Alex Brown. He was arrested. There was some sting operation, as I understand it, and they had enough evidence to arrest him. I don't know what's happened to him. He probably won't get in trouble, probably because he didn't actually do it. As far as I know, they have this law just so they can get the guys, they can arrest and put these people on the books. So I don't think you actually get prison time unless you actually do have sex with a minor, as far as I know, but I don't know about that. So yeah, there's other pedophiles. There are. Come on, guys.
You know what, I want to say this before. I want to say this. I'm not defending pedophile. That's some sick ass shit because I got a niece myself. But I feel like the only way you could pedophiles to me, if you have sex with a minor, you just like. I'm not justifying it, man. I'm not justifying it. I'm not gonna back myself in that corner. I'm just gonna say is this, man. It's like, look, if it's like communication with somebody and you don't know somebody that's underage, and it's like you really didn't know that person was underage, you should not be charged with that shit, man. Even if his photos change, like you should not be charged.
He knew. No. He did know.
Oh, he didn't know?
No, he did. He did know.
Oh.
Okay, Adam Locke says that soliciting sex from a minor would be enough to get you in jail. Yes, it is. That's according to the law. But generally, when the judge passes sentencing, they very rarely get, especially if it's a first offense. They very rarely give jail because the jails are full.
Yeah.
Jails are full, and if he goes in,
so if it was like if it's like say if the guy did not know, like say if the guy get caught in a situation where he's talking to a chick that's underage, and it's like, okay, so if a first time offense, the guy doesn't go to jail.
As far as I know,
Mm.
as far as I know, I mean, the normally they give jail time to the guys that actually do it, because if the rumor gets about that there's a pedophile in the prison, they normally get a very hard time.
Mm.
But yeah, I mean, come on, guys, let's not be naive. There's hundreds of thousands of men around here. What's it? Sandman's got 60,000 now. MGTOW 101 got 60,000. Raging Golden Pedo. He openly does high school rape games. He's got he reviews games based around raping little girls in a high school. Now, let's not be naive here. You're gonna get some pretty sexually sick guys around here. You're not gonna get 60,000 men following Sandman, except there's gonna be some sickos on there. You're not gonna get a transsexual rape, a high school rape game, a channel like Raging Golden Pedo, except there's gonna be some sexually deviant, sexually perverted guys around there. You're gonna get them, and you've probably already talked to some of them. You probably come across them. They probably commented on your channel. They probably said, "Oh," and it's normally these guys that think celibacy is disgusting.
Oh.
Normally, the sick sexual deviants, they're normally the ones that hate the idea of celibacy, and that's why we are number one target, because we're basically the ones. We're mainly we're the main proponents of, or the main promoters of celibacy, and that's why we get. We're called Puritans. We're called extremists. We're called what's that term for when you're religious or fanatics, shit like that. But yeah, that's why they hate us, because because that's the last thing somebody who wants more liberal sexual laws, that last thing they want is a group of men saying celibacy is a great thing.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Yeah.
that's put a lowbrow tone on it.
So before we any closing thoughts before we close this thing out, because I'm tired as hell, man.
Yep, I'm gonna say we was kind of fucking with it yesterday in another cast with SFM, but I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna coin it. 2017. It's the dopest shit you ever heard. Virtue signalers hate the authentically virtuous.
Yeah.
Boom. MA 2017.
See you guys next time. Damn, it was a long ass stream. God damn.
We'll let you go, no Phil. I know it's your nap time. I know you've got your Winnie the Pooh PJs on. Your warm milk and cookies.
Yeah, man, it was fun actually. Shoot,
We'll speak again, no filter. Don't worry. We'll speak again. Just you go make that response video on the Vice article and keep promote. Keep making your videos, and hopefully we'll see your channel grow, and hopefully you'll overtake MGTOW 101, and finally we can have a proper MGTOW channel up there in the top 5 marketed YouTube channels.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, great discussion, guys.
Yeah, I know. Shoot, man. With me and MA started a long time. It was goddamn. We started off at what 2, 3. God damn, man. Woo.
Actually, I don't know. I think it was around like 1 when you started.
Damn, man. I got to end the stream to see how long it was. I'm pretty sure.
Is it Easter? Do you guys celebrate Easter over in the US?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
So it's Easter now. So nobody's working today.
Well, actually, well, technically it's tomorrow. Yes, technically it's tomorrow and Monday.
Yeah.
So you guys don't work on Easter, do you?
I don't know.
No.
Yeah.
Or do you?
Oh no.
Okay, I didn't think so.
Even even the I think even the Muslims don't work on Easter because everything's shut, the bank's shut, everything's shut. So whether you celebrate it or not, I think very few places have a choice. Chocolate eggs and all that bullocks, as Adam Locke says. He thinks we're bloody animals, by the way.
Well, I don't know how to stay in free mental. I do this thing. He streamed for like 8 hours, man. I don't know how he do it. God damn, man. What the hell, man?
He fell asleep in one of his podcasts.
Dude, I don't know how you do this shit, man. God damn, man. Shoot. Like,
Life of Ryan. Yeah. Life
I
of
don't
Ryan.
know, but you know, I'll apply stay in free mental. I will stream on those albums now. You know, I fall asleep.
I hope he sticks around. Some people say he's gonna fade out. Some people say he's gonna. What's that word when you have burnout? What's another term for burnout? Yeah.
I think you just said it. I think it is burnout.
Yeah, some people say he's gonna burn out. Some people say he's gonna fade out now. He's on his last.
Oh, falling off? You think he's gonna fall off? Nah.
Yeah, that's it. Fall off. That's it. Thanks. He's got the vocabulary. He's the new shining light. This is my password. Let me give you my password. Let me give you my email. You're going to take over my channel. You're going to carry. Every time I've been looking for a word, MA has found it. But yeah, he's gonna fall out soon. I reckon. I think.
Well, staying free's approach is basically, okay, I'm going to sit back. I'm going to let you guys flesh it out, and then I'm going to come in and give my point of view from basically what's discussed, and that kind of gives you a dynamic outlook on what the discussion is, as opposed to, okay, we're going to sit down, I'm going to state these questions, and you're going to discuss it. Like because sometimes when you're in an informal type setting, you get a lot of more ideas and points of view discussed as opposed to a rigid format.
Well, there's always room for both, especially when you're doing a 8-hour podcast. You can do the bullet pointed formal podcast, and you can just have a free chat where it sounds like nobody has anything to say, but they want to share it with everyone. To answer Adam, look, yes, I have watched Steptoe and Son. I used to love it as a kid. Watching this old man and his grown up son blaming him for never having a girlfriend. It was kind of strange. They're what we call in the UK ragged bone men, basically men that live off the trash they collect from other people. So they'll drive around. Back in the 80s, they'd have they'd have a horse and cart, and they'd ride their horse around, and they pick up old washing machines and stuff like that, and they get scrap metal. And these days they'll charge you to pick up your rubbish. To answer Jeff Burns, yes, I've also watched Open All Hours, including the new one when David Jason plays a shopkeeper. The old one was what was the name now? Something Ronnie, not Ronnie Corbett, the other one. He played the shopkeeper. These are, by the way, to our US friends, these are classic UK sitcoms. Comedy sitcoms. So Adam Locke and Jeff Burns just wants to know, but I guess they want to make cultural references. Yeah, you see.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Bonnie Barker. Thanks, Joe. Okay, I'm. Don't worry. I'm going to jump out. We'll let No Filter go to bed and tuck in his little teddy and turn down the trays. Okay, I'm gonna. Let's do this real soon, bro. Peace and yeah.
That was fun. All right, then, stream. It's been fun, man. But I gotta end this shit, man. God damn it. All right, peace, one love.
Great discussion, guys.
Yeah, good discussion. Go ahead.
It's fucking MGTOW, bro.
MGTOW for life. Whew.